hyping up their DeepSeek integration, but this DeepSeek integration was announced back on Friday, so there's nothing new with regards to AMD here. Also, you'd think the fact that we have Howard Lutnick basically kind of anti-DeepSeek could potentially be a negative thing for AMD. Still pushing upwards. Regardless, it's just worth noting there's no specific news story on it beyond this company already being involved with DeepSeek via DeepSeek integration back on Friday before this thing even got all of that hype over the weekend. So that's all I really have for AMD, guys.
Thank you for that, Adara. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Still involved in this trade here on SLXN, but I think we need to start looking at AMD here because AMD is at the high of the day. It's continuing to go, Katina, man. This is a great move right now by the Advanced Money Destroyer. It is up now 3 3/4%. It just got into that 118.5 area. 47 is technically the high. The 10 exponential is at 118. I'm a buyer of AMD at 118 if it pulls in. I'd like to pick it up there. Let's throw out some orders right there right now. Let's see if it comes in. Right now we're still at the third of a dollar, so we already still have good strength there, Joseph. There is an area crest here that we need to be aware of as well at 117 between a half to about 2/3. Take your pick, whether you're looking at the closing prints or whether you're looking at the wicks. It ranges from half to a third, so we need to account for that as well. I'm taking my shot here with the whole dollar as we pull back in now off 47s into 27s. So some selling here coming in on AMD. I like the whole dollar for a couple of reasons. I like it because it is the whole dollar and psychological support. It's also the 10 exponential moving average on the 1 minute chart. What does the 5 minute show me though? The 5 minute, the 10 exponential on the 5 minute is very much near that 117.5. So the 10 exponential on the 5, off which I typically chart, is right here. So let me tell you, if I get this 118 fill and it doesn't hold 117 3/4, I'm out. I'm not going to risk more than 25 pennies. And then where I'll be looking to get back in, if it holds up, is this 117.5 to 117 2/3. So AMD on went right now, good breakup, but it already had a big move up, to be quite honest with you, at 950, retraced into the volume weighted average price. In fact, gave up VWAP, dropped into 116. Then I don't know why all the volume started coming in, Joseph, midday like this. Not seeing anything on my blotter and have no idea why it's moving. We're going to try to trade it technically. All right, what's the look over here with SLXN? Still coming into 55s. Still rejecting. However, that's the bad side. The good side, we're still putting in higher lows. So I'm layering my orders 56, 61, and then we're going to look for that high day break for the next out. That's at 79s. That was a wick out, though, at 79s on SLXN. The closing prints, all at that third of a dollar, 2/3, excuse me, at that low 60s, I should say. So not even quite at that third. So this one's looking good. I like it, but it's got to continue to the north side. So AMD is not giving me the entry right now at the whole dollar. In fact, it looks like it's going to take out that 47s. Yeah, so this is good. Well, it's zigging and zagging right now, Joseph. It was about to take out 47s. Now we're back into low 20s. Here come the teens. So we could get filled here. AMD coming back down into the teens. We're waiting. I'm waiting at 05s. 09s now showing up, Joseph. So this could be the entry we were looking for. Let's pack our patience over here and see if we get the fill, what the situation is. So it looks like we're going to get filled now. 05s coming in. Now we've got the fill on the Advanced Money Destroyer. Hopefully it doesn't destroy all my money today. Let's throw out that stop order, like I said I would, right at that quarter of a dollar. And now, if the 3/4 of a dollar. So if the 3/4 of a dollar area doesn't hold, again, I'm looking at that half dollar to 2/3 of a dollar for that possible out. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, good look there. I'm just looking at the overall market. A lot of people are talking about AMD and just it being exhaustive volume. Sitting here in some Tesla for now. Let's see if we can break up and touch view up to 392.31 is kind of the target, but let's just take a look at the overall market. And I don't know if anything spells FOMC day, it's probably this chart right here. A little bit tougher of a look, all those overlapping candles, etc. So you're range bound at this point. Come 2 o'clock, things will change, and then after the bell, things will most definitely change because with the likes of Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla, those are some heavy hitters there and hold a lot of weight in the S&P and in the NAS. So we got to be wary of that and decide which direction, well, not decide, but just realize which direction that they're going to move, and if it has this possible push and pull effect on the market. So I think it will. Microsoft usually unless the numbers are outstanding, like I'm really curious to see how cloud's doing for Microsoft, Azure, etc. So I think that will have a lot to do with the movement in the company. But let's pull up their daily chart. So yeah, just kind of pull up, just kind of mirroring the cues in the SPY here. Now pulling back into the volume weighted average price. Again, really weak 5-minute opening drive. Wow, that's really weak here, Sharif. For those 5-minute orb traders there, look at that range. It's quite hefty, but then we break that candle to the downside, pull back through the volume weighted average price, now putting in a consolidation phase and pushing towards some key support levels here. So that is, I don't know how I feel. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective with Microsoft. And here we go. Bring it down. Okay, all right.
Katina man, you're shorting AMD, Katina man. The AMD's got the Katina man's going against my trade. So now all hope is lost, and I'm doomed. No, I'm joking. He's like, stop. There you go. Well, I'm out of three. I'm out of almost all the shares. So I've got a couple of more over here. If it breaks 118, I'm out, Katina man. So. The Katina man short at 25s. Dara's at the big desk.
We're going to take a look here at Apple. This may be a minor thing, but I think something to be aware of here. Apple does have its shareholder meeting on February 25th, 2025. And we have apparently the National Legal and Policy Center filing here a proxy vote. They're urging Apple shareholders to vote in favor of a proposal requesting Apple's board for a report on its AI data sourcing accountability. So AI-related, I guess, semi-catalyst here for AAPL, which you know is mostly been lagging on the AI front. Guys, be aware of Apple here. Back to you.
Helped out of it already. Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, back to Microsoft. We've been trading in this kind of $55 range for a better part of a year now. So let's see if what happens with Microsoft. That report's going to be really important, and see if we can break these ranges, because that consolidation phase has been long. So that's Amazon. Let's take a quick look at Meta before we send it off to Sharif real quick. Yeah, all-time highs with this one. If this thing continues to move higher and higher, that's going to be insane for this stock. I'm just waiting for Mark Zuckerberg to announce his first stock split. I don't know if we need to go to that $1,000 price target, but that's what I'm looking for from Zuck, to see if we get a split at some point, especially if we just go to the moon on the report.
All right, we're done our AMD trade. The Katina man forced us out. It's all his fault. I'm kidding, of course. He's short 25s. I took it out all the way there into the top 30s, and then I got stopped out. I moved up my stop. So, you know, I had my stop at 74s. I moved it up to defend 118. So we lose 10 pennies on the last little bit there. So AMD, done with that. But I'm keeping my eye now on SLXN. There we go. Just took out 55s. I got printed at 56s. Now, waiting at 61s, and I'm layering my orders from 61s up into 69s. That will, I think, be 10 pennies ahead of the high of the day. That'll be, I have 3 more outs. So I've got 2 posted there, one at 61, one at 69, and then I'm going to wait for that last little piece. It'll be the piece for the dream, so to speak, and we're going to wait to see if we can get above 279 on SLXN. That is the high of the day right now on this monster. Let's see if this bad boy wants to continue to go. It's a good curling effect, I should say, on SLXN, but it's going to have to continue. And there does seem to be selling incrementally or aggressive selling at every major level. So it took forever to get through this 55s, and look at that. We get through 55s and we're already below 55. So in the same way that you are getting that bullish pattern with the higher lows and the higher highs, in the same way, kind of in the same look, that you're getting pushed down and not being allowed to move in a parabolic fashion like we saw with KRKR. So let's have a look at what the details are here on SLXN. Is there a heavy flow? What's the deal here? So it's a $10 million market cap. It's got about 219 million shares traded. Dang. The float is small as hell. So I don't understand why this one's not moving more aggressively. 3.5 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is on this one. Bad boy. SLXN. Yeah, I'm not even getting the short float on this one. So Trade Ideas doesn't have it. We'll have to look at e-signal in a second. But we've got 3 more outs on this bad boy. So it's going to have to continue moving up. My in is at 43s, but I do have an ad here at 35s. So give this one a little bit of room. KRKR is still doing its thing. I mean, it hasn't given up the ghost quite yet. to be honest with you. It's still above VWAP. It is kind of putting a pattern that we've seen before, though, where it's aggressively lower highs with kind of a flat bottom around 10 bucks. You do have breaches of the $10 area, but they're very superficial and very transient. You get above it quickly. So my feeling is on KRKR is that this ends up being a really aggressive flat bottom break through 10 bucks, given the descending wedge kind of pattern that we have right now on it. It's up 144%. It's above VWAP. It's a good look. Everything's fine there. But when you look at it a bit more deeply, the lower highs, I think, a bit more instructive as to what it's looking at doing than the fact that it's holding above VWAP. So I'm thinking about this one. I mean, you can get scalp trades off this because it keeps defending 10, right? You keep dipping into 10, then you move into 10 and a half, 10 and 2/3, 10.75. So you are able to extract profits on this one and not just negligible profits off that 10. However, each successive crest lower than its predecessor. You guys get it. It's a descending wedge. I feel this one is probably a flat bottom break through 10 bucks. But when it comes and how and what shape, your guess is as good as mine. So keep a look at that. Scalping says SCHO move. Let's have a look at SCHO. Not one that I had on today. SCHO. What the hell is this, bro? SCHO. No, it's Katina, man. It's like, it's barcoding. What is this? Oh, it's that's what. Yeah. Oh, I see. It is. I see that. Yeah, thank you. So this is the fund seeks to track the total return of an index that measures performance of the short-term U.S. Treasury bond market. What's going on over there, Joseph?
We got a $10 super chat, my guy, from Danny Nahaj. Sharif and Joe, just want to say thank you guys for all that you do and always responding to the questions in the chat. One more bang there. Thank you for the super chat. That wasn't who sent us all that money for the wings, was it? Was it Danny? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Maybe. I think so. But yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
Thanks, my man.
We try to do our best here with answering the questions. You know that we will be trading at the same time, but we also want to engage with you guys. So thank you for that, Danny, and thank you for your participation. It goes a lot farther than you think.
Remember those participation commercials?
No.
When we were growing up? No. It's like that would always like motivate you to get out and exercise. It was like participation.
Really? Oh yeah. No,
God, here we go. We need another video now.
We gotta pull those up. Yeah.
You guys remember those participation video, Katina, man? Neil knows. Yeah. All right, sometimes we overlap. Like, Al Johnson. Remember? Yes, Al Johnson.
Yeah. So I was probably a legit at that time.
Yeah, I know you were. That's why I never.
You know that. Yeah. So that's that one. I mean. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the iconic, I guess the Sunny D ones, the Kool-Aid.
Oh, those are good, bro.
Right? You know what I mean? The Kool-Aid commercials and stuff like that. But yeah.
Bert66, he remembers, so he's obviously Canadian. Shout out to Bert. 100 Tattoo Practice knows exactly what I'm talking about as well. Shout out to Tattoo Practice. No, man, these are good memories from childhood, man. Guys, I don't know what the hell SLX is doing. Get it, Neil. Sharif should be Hal Johnson for Halloween. I actually agree with that, dude. That's not actually a bad idea, Neil. I do appreciate that.
Who's Hal Johnson?
SLXN. I finished waxing poetic about how beautiful of a rounded bottom this was doing, and we were putting in higher highs and higher lows. I don't know. I think I'm going to move up my stop from that 230 area where I had it initially, because I got in at 235 for the ad. And I'm going to move it up into 234 for this area defend, exactly 1 penny lower than where I got wicked in. So SLXN, definitely in focus. Let's have a look at what the advanced money destroyed. What the hell? No, bro. It's headed back to the high side. It's going to take out that top at the $0.50, man. This is bull flagging here on the advanced money destroyer. AMD is what I'm talking about right now, but we will talk more about that when we get more information from the human algo. Adara, get it.
Thank you very much, Sharif. Get it yourself as well. We're going to take a look here at some of these earnings graphics from TTV Research ahead of our earnings party tonight with Sharif, myself, and Neil. Check that out at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be getting reports from Tesla, Meta, and Microsoft. And so we have a couple graphics on some of these earnings names. This one is Tesla. We just posted on X. Check that out at TTV Research. Basically showing you're comparing the revenue growth of Tesla each quarter on a year-over-year basis to its returns on day one earnings. And there's very actually little correlation between these. So, for example, here back in Q2 2023, we had almost 50% revenue growth in the quarter, but Tesla's stock dropped about 10%. Really, the main thing I got from this graphic is that Tesla has a tendency to either go SSR, drop by more than 10%, or gain more than 10%. So regardless of what happens here with Tesla with regards to the numbers, it is almost guaranteed we'll have an extremely volatile reaction. So remember that over the last 8 quarters, Tesla has not had a single day where it has either not dropped roughly 10% or gained roughly 10%. Be careful tomorrow. Also, on deck here, we have not yet posted this online, but here's a sneak preview of our Meta ARPU graphic showing Meta's average revenue per user growth and contextualizing it with some of its acquisitions and some of its stock changes. That will be on X shortly. Make sure to follow us, TTV Research. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Appreciate you, Adara. Great looking graphic there. Here comes the flat bottom break on KRKR. There it is, man. What a move down from 10 into 9.5. 9 1/3 wick right now, guys. 9 could be in play real quick here. This is an aggressive move. It's the first time I want to say we've breached VWAP since 11:20. So it's 12:40 right now. We haven't actually closed anything below the volume weighted average price on KRKR on a closing basis all day. Well, no, that's not correct. Since 10:35. So this would be the first one right now. You kind of felt it, man. $10 was that gap level that we gapped above during the up halt, and then it kept defending over and over and over, and you kind of felt like if 10 gave way, it'd be aggressive. And there it is. I think we touched 9. 920 is now showing up. So aggressive selling right now on your boy KRKR. But Joseph,
yes, sir.
Miss Lucia,
she
had a great question in the chat, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. That's a great question, Miss Lucia. Sharif, Joseph, if you had $1,500 USD to buy 100 shares in any stock, what stock would you pick and why? Well, maybe not 100 shares, but we'll just go with $1,500. And what would you allocate with that $1,500, Sharif?
Okay. You may or may not like what I have to say. $1,500. This is not financial advice. Really want to stress this. I'd buy IBIT.
IBIT?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would look for something. Maybe I would get in the lines of Rigetti, $1,500, right? Looking for that 1,000x return, right? I would no longer be Joey Option after that. I would be Joey like Turks and Caicos.
You'd be Quantum Joe.
You know, I would be like
Quantum Joe.
I would be Sunshine Joey because I'd be at that point. So yeah, it's a great question, Miss Lucia. Sharif would go with the IBIT play.
IBIT.
He'd go IBIT.
Let's see what the Katina man would say. $1,500, one stock. What are you buying, Katina man?
IBIT. He's going
IBIT.
IBIT.
I said IBIT, yeah.
IBIT, all right, so the boys are going IBIT.
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Tomas, what are you buying? $1,500, one stock, all in. What are you buying? No idea. Punch in NV.
No idea. No idea. Yeah, I would go RGTI just for $1,500. Look for that 1,000x return, and then Sunshine State on the way, my.
I don't know, man. There is a senator right now who's floating a new crypto bill. I forget her name. I think it's Senator Loomis. Loomis. Thank you, Adara. Senator Loomis is proposing what we've been talking about for a hot minute, the crypto reserve, the national crypto reserve. I forget the exact details of the plan. I think she wants to buy $250 million per year for 5 years, sit on it for 20 years, don't touch it.
Is that who Trump signed that executive order to?
No, so that was David Sachs.
Okay, David Sachs.
Yeah, so he's the crypto and AI czar.
Okay, so
he's another guy on the All-In podcast.
So they got to analyze it to see if it's worth doing this.
Well, I think what they have to do for the crypto reserve is it's got to go through Congress.
Okay.
So that's why she was proposing the bill, right? Because she's a senator. So she goes through the Congress there, and then if it passes the House, then it finds its way to the president's desk, and he signs it and becomes law. So we'll have to see what the deal is. And you know how these things are, Joseph. They never end up being their exact original form. They get amended along the way. Your interest got to get thrown in. No, I don't like that provision.
Yeah.
You know, you throw
Switch
something.
it up
Yeah.
a little bit,
So we'll
something.
exactly have to wait and see what the quantum is, how much they buy per year, how long they're going to hold for, yada yada yada.
Right.
But it's floating, Joseph. I think
It's floating. It's definitely in the air. When the news comes out, it's either going to be positive or negative. I know that the states already have about 250,000 Bitcoin that they've confiscated from criminals, etc. So I don't know. Would they include
got about
that?
20 billion.
20 billion. Yeah. Okay. So notional on that. So would that go to the reserve, or are they just going to start something
make
new?
part
where
of
they,
it.
Yeah,
Make
make it part of it.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So I know I heard something thrown in the air there, like 1 million Bitcoin they would want to have in the reserve or something like that. So it'd be something like 5% of total Bitcoin, which is absolutely,
I'm down with that,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
I'm down with that. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, you know, this is probably not going to be an easy endeavor. I mean, I'm assuming a lot of senators are going to say, what's the value other than capital appreciation? This thing doesn't pay us a dividend. It doesn't, have any sort of income generating value like real estate. So I'm assuming you're going to get those traditional criticisms of Bitcoin that we've been hearing for years and years and years, and yet it still averages 60% year increase if you average, obviously, since its inception. It makes it obviously a bit of a tougher challenge, but I think that there is some momentum right now with the new administration, with crypto in general, so we may get this. Who knows when it actually gets tabled and when it becomes law, but we know how these trades work. You don't punch in after it becomes law. You punch in before, anticipating the move. It's buy the news, buy the rumor, sell the news, so to speak, right? So we'll obviously report on that, and I'm sure there'll be lots of stuff about that media. Ruth C. Sharif, why would you pick IBIY over ARKB? IBIT, you mean? I think that's what you mean, over ARKB. Look, it has. So I don't even know what ARKB.
yeah,
Which one is that? ARKB. Okay, that's Kathy's. The fees.
Management fees, yeah.
Management fees are a little bit higher, I believe, at ARK. Shout out to Kathy. She does work, Katina, man. So
Yeah. Kathy.
look, I don't have any problem with ARK. You just charge too much money. I like you. I know. The Katina man, yeah, he's good too. He says hi. She says hi, Katina man. All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah.
But no, but seriously though, all right. Seriously though, I think just IBIT, you get a lot of liquidity in that as well.
That's why the grayscale ETF fund, the trust, didn't do so good because the management fees were higher than the rest, right?
UBTC?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why IBIT has the lowest management fees. So that's a big thing. And at the end of the day, do you want to be paying management fees? No, not really. So.
All right, Adair's at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on NVIDIA and some of these other AI plays. Goldman Sachs now chiming in on that drop we had on Monday that was motivated by DeepSeek, saying that basically this sell-off was apparently just a correction and it's not a start of a bear market. So Goldman Sachs saying that the DeepSeek sell-off is not too much to worry about. But now we actually have another catalyst coming in literally right now here. New York Times reporting that OpenAI says DeepSeek may have improperly harvested its data. We actually have Financial Times reporting this morning. This is not a new catalyst, but New York Times recirculating it. Sometimes we know that when headlines come out again, even after they've initially broken, they can make moves. So just be aware here. This New York Times now recirculating an older headline. OpenAI is saying that DeepSeek may have improperly harvested its own or OpenAI's data there, so be very cognizant of that. With regards to going back here to the DeepSeek Goldman Sachs take, we also had Nicholas Taleb, who's the author there of The Black Swan, which is about outlier events in the market, saying that his opinion is that the NVIDIA move actually could signal something bigger. So we'll have to wait and see here. But DeepSeek certainly still on watch today, guys. Back to you.
$1,500, buy what Nancy buys, says Joseph. I mean, I don't think that that's such a bad thing. Let's see how her ETF is doing there, Katina, man. Let's find it out. Let's bring it in over here. NANC is a ticker for anybody wondering. It's a little on the nose. Unusual, subversive ETFs. It sounds so ominous. Look at that thing. It's up and to the right, bro. All right, can we get a weekly on this? We need to show more than just a year and a half. Nancy's a hell of a trader. We're all just playing for a second. Can you look at that chart? Look at the chart, dude. She is an excellent trader. Why am I not long this stock? This is NANC. Obviously, it's an ETF. I don't know what the management fees are. I have no idea. Here's what the description is. It's got what's the market? How much AUM does it have? Let's see. All right, I'm not getting a whole lot of information. The fund seeks to achieve a long-term capital appreciation. The fund invests in equity securities of publicly traded companies that sitting Democratic members of U.S. Congress and or their families also have reported to have invested through public disclosure filings made by such congresspersons pursuant to the Stock Act. Okay, so this is not just Nancy's then, is it? This is, it looks like, well, maybe they just follow what Nancy does. I haven't looked to see exactly if they buy and sell with her 13Fs or whatever they file there as Congress people. But this seems to be, Joseph, apparently it's all of, or not all of, but Democratic members of the U.S. Congress. But look at that chart. That is the Nancy ETF.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we up?
I know where my 1500's going now.
It's going into the Nancy.
It's going.
So March 2023, if you put your money in March of 2023, you're up at the highs there, 80 1/3%. That's not a bad trade. Obviously, it's a little bit of time that's elapsed since then, but there you go. New information for you, Nancy. Let's see what everybody's saying in the chat. Pacific, SIXN now in consolidation phase. SMH failed the original breakout. So annoying. I'm sorry, brother. Magic Mike. Now, how would you see them saying it is not a bear market? Now, how would you see them saying? What do you mean, Magic? Explain that a little bit more. Shout out to Big Spile. Bringing that compared to the S and... I don't got it. Nimrod. You guys missed 2 of my super chats today and yesterday. Maybe you'll see this one. Which radar software are you guys using to get all these awesome small caps? One software platform, my man, it goes by the name of eSignal. And we are sponsored by them. They're a hell of a software over here. Let's bring it in, show you exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, move, advertisement. So this right here are my small cap gapper trades from yesterday. Over here, you'll see my Mag 7. But you get a bunch of stuff, man. You can have your watch list over here. This is all live data. You can have your scanners. You know I'm using my scanners constantly to scan for these small cap gappers. Katina Man wants me to show something. What's up, Katina Man?
So, where it says hot list?
See where it says hot list. Yes, right there. Say it again.
Down-click the volume and select trade rate.
Down-click the volume and select trade rate. I love that.
Right now.
These are the ones that are popping right now. I like that. Thank you, brother. That is a really good one. So many different, like, pardon me, Joseph?
What's that look like
That's
there?
an options chain right there for your boy.
Can we pull that up or not?
Let's go oh, no, that's options, like, yeah. I'm sure they have options, but I haven't had an opportunity to look at it yet. But
Well, why would they put options up there?
I know, in a trading software. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what they made, yeah.
But we were thinking it was a chain.
This is excellent stuff, dude. This is an excellent piece of software, man. eSignal, you get a nice first month is free, says the Katina Man too. Let's see what everybody else is talking about. Will trade for food. You'd think she had access to info before anyone else or something.
There's no way.
Come on, Will trade for food. You can't be that cynical. Nancy would never do that.
Ever.
She's way too moral and everything's fine. Magic Mike. Adara just shared that Goldman Sachs said it is just a correction, not a bear market. Yeah, I mean, okay, so what was your first question? Let's go back to that. He was saying, how would you see then saying not a bear market? How would you see them saying, yeah, I get what you're saying. No, it's definitely not, brother. I mean, you can just have a look at what we've been doing. Nimrod, you didn't have to super chat again, man. I do appreciate you there. I did see your earlier super chat or your earlier question.
We missed it at the close yesterday, right when we were signing off. He posted it.
Katina Man, Joseph, BNZI, guys, is breaking out again. Bonsai, I should call it that. I don't know why I'm not calling it bonsai.
I like bonsai trees.
Yeah, bonsai trees are cool. Yeah. This one's a bit of a bamboozler for me, though, because I tried to base my initial entry on VWAP, and this one hasn't really been respecting VWAP on the 5-minute. It's been putting in higher lows, though. For now, it seems like it's getting some support up that $1.75. I could absolutely be persuaded to weasel into this at that $1.75. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to catch this off a retracement. Let's sit here. at 76s. We'll see if we can pick up some off there on BNZI. It's putting incrementally higher lows, but it's not respecting VWAP. It's above VWAP, so it doesn't break my rule to enter the trade. But I'm not going to base the entry off VWAP. So that's my look there. Shout out to Tisha. She's looking at the same thing right now. Yeah, BNZI looks good, Tisha, but it's the good part about it is the trend is there with the higher lows. The bad part is the moving averages, the VWAP, yeah, not really factoring too much into that today. SLXN added guys at 40. Now we're moving back into 48, so we defend that mid-30s area, 35s. I'm still holding some sharage here, and I added over here, so we've got more. So I'm going to look to take some out at 52s or 53s just to de-risk after that initial add on SLXN. Let's see what this one brings, Joseph. What do you got?
Hey, good look there. We got some Tesla. We finally got something to start working out for us on the session there, Sharif, but then we got stopped out break even. So here's the Tesla trade. Let me zoom in and see what we got going on. Picked the bottom, took the majority off. I still had about 45% here, but now pulling back into those ranges. I mean, tough day in the tech world. It is one of the worst performing sectors here with NVDA giving back all its gains from yesterday. So a little bit tougher of a look there. Let's pull up NVDA and just take a gander at the consolidation phase that it's been putting in. So it's going to break one way or the other. It's just to determine which way the volume steps in and then take it from there. But here we go. We'll zoom out here. We'll go up to a higher time frame to see what we have. And just look, okay, so big sell-off. This is where we were down 17%, and we're not too far off of that right now. So this was yesterday's gains, what we recovered, up about 7% at the peaks there, a little bit more, and then now back into the middle of that range, about sitting at 122.85. Now, I think that this consolidation phase right now that we are seeing is going to be really key, because if we decide that we want to go higher, you're going to see the volume step in on either direction. So you got to keep an eye out for that, because I know I will be, and I'm really curious to see, like, again, it's the same narrative. I don't know why NVDA has been drastically hindered. Like, I get it. We still don't know 100% about this DeepSeek, and people are like, okay, well, now we don't need as much computing power. We need to have all this capital expenditure on these chips. But again, did it deserve to be down 17% at the lows? I don't know. We still need to use these chips. It's still the best chip on the planet. And one thing about Stargate, too, that I heard that was relatively interesting is that these guys are essentially have pretty much on pre-order 2 million chips, and only about 6 million of these things have been made. So that's 30% of the inventory of 2025 going to Stargate, which is really key. So what does that leave for a supply aspect? Yeah, right? That's
good
huge.
Point, bro.
That's huge, right? So again, the demand is still there. I think it's just the market always needs something to react about, and I think that's just a case here where we kind of overreact and puts in some possibly really good buying opportunities in NVDA.
We're getting movement here on SLX, and something's going on. It's breaking out. So a buyer of note is really pushing this up. We're long 41s. We just got into 60s. I'm waiting at 61s. We wicked off 60 and getting nothing. So we are unable to get through this area crest again, or at least momentarily, showing me 58s. 59s now on the ask. Now we're getting more orders coming in as the activity level increases as we come into technical areas of resistance on SLXN. I'm thinking about moving my order down, but when I've done that in the past, I've always regretted it. So I'd let this cook, whatever. If I get the fill, I get the fill. If I don't, fine. That's kind of the nature of trading. I'd like to be able to pick it up at 61, and then I'm waiting at 69. So rejecting this level for now, kind of predictable because we had rejected it earlier. Whether or not we get continuity this time around, your guess is as good as mine, but there was aggressive movement here and aggressive buying through that 38 penny hold. So I've added at, I think, opportune areas today. I had initially bottom wick over here and then kind of like within the mid of the trough over here, but the prints to the north side, a little bit harder to get, especially since I'm waiting north of 60. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
RFK is currently testifying at the Senate.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I don't say that because to create just conversation for the purpose of creating conversation. Your boy's long mind med. I've got a nice trade on MNMD in the swing. It's kind of a lottery ticket because it all I mean, I think it lives or dies whether this guy gets confirmed or not. He's shown his interest in some of these, what he calls alternative treatments to some, main ailments in society.
PTSD,
Depression, PTSD, there's lots of these. He doesn't really want to go through the pharma route, very distrustful of pharma. And he wants to go through a different route. And some people support that. Some people don't, obviously. Some people think he's a hack. His own cousin, Carolyn Kennedy, came out in a video I think she dropped a couple of days ago on social media, just talked bare smack about him. They're first cousins. Anyway, RFK testifying right now. We'll have to see if they've gotten enough votes in the Senate to get this guy through. But I've got an interesting long on MindMed. I've got a really advantageous price. I'm actually in the money, which is funny because it's been very much range bound.
Did you see when you type in MindMed on TWS?
No, MNMD. It's got it right here.
Wait, give me an interesting thing.
What did it say?
It says the product is provided on an indicative information basis only. IBCAR does not represent that the valuation for this instrument is accurate.
No, did you select the right one? Click it again. So just go back in, type it again. Yeah, because you're not getting MNMD. Is that MN?
Oh, MN.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, let me know.
We'll figure it out there. MN.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that on my thing. All right, guys. You guys got great comments in the chat. We'll talk more about those when we get back from Adair.
We're going to do our little crypto segment here in the afternoon, and we haven't really talked about this earlier today, so other than when it first came out this morning. So we're going to talk a little bit about truth.fi. Do not Google TruthFi. That is a different website. I did find that out the hard way. But truth.fi is apparently the natural extension, according to Trump Media's spokesperson here and CEO, basically saying that this is the extension of Truth Social. It's called Truth.fi, and it's a financial services platform. It's going to allow people to focus on crypto and customized ETFs. And apparently, it's actually the company's board has approved a $250 maximum investment here at Charles Schwab in order to kind of start this up. And the funds might be allocated to some separately managed accounts, customized ETFs, Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrencies. That's according to an SEC filing. And here's the statement from Trump Media CEO and Chairman Devin Nunes, calling TruthFi the natural expansion here of the Truth Social movement. They began by creating a free speech social media platform, added an ultra-fast TV streaming service, and now we're moving into investment products and decentralized finance. So Truth Social going from the social media and TV aspect now hard into finance. Interesting look here for DJT. So I think in the crypto space, it's worth noting that could be a competitor pretty soon here. Now we also have Ethereum on watch. I wanted to look at some crypto platforms that weren't Bitcoin, and I want to continue to talk about how weak Ethereum has been in comparison to Bitcoin, with Bitcoin having these new all-time highs. Ethereum double tops here in December on the daily, then starts making lower highs, lower lows. We're right now trying to hold on to that 3,100, but if we have a drop in the market on Fed, as we just had a market-wide drop here, be cognizant of ETH. I'm also seeing a story here in NVIDIA. Bloomberg reporting that Trump officials are discussing tightening curbs on NVIDIA's China sales. So we have that drop in the NASDAQ and in NVIDIA. Apparently, the Trump officials are discussing tightening curbs on NVIDIA's China sales. It also echoes comments we heard here from Howard Lutnick, which is Trump's pick for Commerce Secretary, during his confirmation hearing. He kind of said here that he wants to really tighten up export controls. Looks like we already have Trump officials discussing that. NVIDIA, the downside on that story, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, there's blood in the streets right now, Joseph. NVIDIA is absolutely tanking, and it's taking the entire market down with it. Where the hell is my charts? Here we go. Let's bring this in. There's a Mag 7, NVDA, which one? There it is. So I think it's NVIDIA that's dropping. It's the one that's down 6.5%. I mean, there's obviously that are on the way down. Maximize, there we go on NVIDIA. Guys, we're taking out lows, 120.18. Let's see if we get any sort of bounce, guys, off that 120. The Katina man is still short. AMD at 118.25. It's now breaking down, Katina man, into 116 and 2/3. AMD technically still up on the day, 2 and change, but it is definitely on the move down now, likely being brought down by NVIDIA. Everything moving down. The only one that's aggressively not moving down is Apple. I mean, it just broke VWAP right now on the way down, but a Tesla is moving down into the low day. Amazon is at the low day. Softy's like very close to the low day. The Future, the NQ is now at the low day. NVIDIA is at 120, and Adara is at the desk.
NVIDIA trying to hold on to 120 here. I'm seeing a little bit more context here. So again, just to clarify, we did have Bloomberg reporting that some Trump officials are in discussions here to tighten the curbs on NVIDIA's China sales, so restricting them further. More details, though. Apparently, these officials are talking about restricting H200 chip from NVIDIA specifically. So H200 restrictions on watch here. NVIDIA currently able to hold 120, but we'll see how this lasts, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. That 120 level for now, Joseph, getting defended, and it probably behooves us to load up. Oh, I got long BNZI there. Okay, I like. All right, we're going to leave KRKR up on there. That's AMD. Let's go right beside AMD. That's Taiwan Semi getting shellacked as well. But we're going to load up NVIDIA so we can have a look at the book there. So the book is flying. As you can see, that's a whole lot of action right there. That's a hell of a trade for anybody who's picking up that mean reversion off 120. I don't know if the guy behind me picked it up, but he saw it. I heard him call it out. I'm talking about Obi. He is the one, Kenobi. 120 right now getting defended. Still down 6.5%. There's the dollar off 120. Let's see if it continues into that 121. There's the $1.25. Do we get $1.33? I'm getting my auctioneer. There's the $1.33, guys. So a good bounce back off that technical area of psychological support. I'm talking about that 120 level on NVIDIA, Joseph. Is this just a momentary bump before we make a new low and we end up giving way at that 120 level? It feels like it, man, because, you know, even bull flags get retracements. Bear flags do the exact same thing as well. Yeah. So this is a lot of blood right now. 6% yet again here on NVDA. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, good look there, my guy. So yeah, the volume really stepped in, Kyle. Yeah, huge volume spike. It was only a matter of time. That price was starting to compress, and I mentioned time and time again and throughout the whole session on NVDA, watch this consolidation phase and then follow the volume. I did not. I took too many stabs at it. But then we have this outlier stock here. We have all the tech selling, but then we got the folks over at Starbucks ordering whatever they may be ordering as the stock continues to be trading higher here. SUBX. Sorry, SBUX.
I like.
There we go. So yeah, continuing to trade higher, up over 7% on the session, closer to 8 now, 7.9% on Starbucks. Outlier stock here on the session. They reported earnings last night. We're all aware of that, and continuing in that strength here is Starbucks as the rest of tech is continuing to sell. Sharif, you did say something though.
Yes, sir.
You're like NVDA 120 bounce, and what happened? Almost to the penny.
Oh, here it is.
Bounced off of 120.
Sorry. Here it is. Trump officials discuss tightening curbs on NVIDIA China sales coming vis-a-vis Bloomberg news. Be careful. We've been bamboozled by Bloomberg before, but that is the headline that we're getting now. The Orange Man and his officials looking to tighten curbs on NVIDIA's China sales. I'm just reading it as it's written. I wouldn't have written it this way, but there is the headline. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so we'll keep tabs on that right now. There is the headline coming out of NVIDIA. Still defending 120, Joseph. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but okay. I got that. I had
a disaster going on right now here, guys. Okay. Yeah,
I've been there, baby.
All right, okay, we're good to go. No, I mean, you said 120 bounce.
Yes,
we should be good now. 120 bounce, almost to the penny there, my guy. So nice call. Let's see, 120.06 seems to be the low, as you mentioned, that 120 bounce, and now starting to recover. So that volatility really stepping into the market. But I mean, do you expect anything else from Donald Trump after what has happened? No. Over 500 billion of market cap removed from NVDA here. This is a threat. This is AI warfare right here going on. Economic warfare. The Chinese have the ability to create DeepSeek at a fraction of the cost. Now, do you think that Donald wants anything to do with NVIDIA sending chips over to China?
That's
probably not.
Joseph.
Probably not.
No. Quite frankly, and it strengthens his negotiating position. We already know he's going to meet with President Xi, if not really soon, and maybe in the not too distant future. Already had a conversation with him, I think the day of inauguration, if not the day after. So he wants to strengthen his hand when he meets with Xi. And what better way than to be dangling these advanced chips? So be like, yo, I'll open it up, but you got to give me this, and this. Right? So we'll have to see exactly what Donald Trump's cooking over there. But that is the headline coming in, guys. Trump officials discussing tightening curbs on NVIDIA China sales being reported by Bloomberg. That came in at 108, but we saw the price action really take a big move down. I'll tell you exactly when the market reacted to the news. I see it at exactly 101. That's when we got that big volume candle and price action candle dropping below that 123 level and bouncing off that 120.50. So far, you had a $2 banger if you picked up that 120 area because it gave you 122 almost in a quarter. It's still back above 122, Joseph. So this mean reversion trade looks like it's still playing, but there is an area trough over here at 122. So a previous area of technical support. Lo and behold, we're at that same area of technical support that we bounced off of at 12 o'clock, and we're having trouble taking 122. That's what we mean when support flips to resistance and vice versa. Good look right now. Whoa, SLXN, yes, bro.
Whoa,
Look at this thing go.
Damn.
Look at this thing go, bro. SLXN, and there is the trade. We're done the trade. Larry, your order is, baby. SLXN just took out the top and then some. We had 79s, HOD, 86, and now I'm done this trade as it comes down aggressively into 70. Shout out to SLXN up 102%. Great flat top break. What I really liked about this look was the higher lows, guys. So good trade here on SLXN, but we're all done there. Let's look for the next one. I got to let you guys know, FOMC, baby. Coming out today, the interest rate decision expected at 2 o'clock. Jerome Powell will be coming onto the mic, Papa, as we call him around these parts, will be coming onto the mic at 2:30 to give his statement. The prepared statement is always released ahead of time on the FOMC website at 2 o'clock. So if you want to hear what he has to say before he actually reads it out, it's available on the FOMC website before that. Then, after he reads his prepared statement, in case you haven't been through one of these before, he is asked questions by the media, and that's when the curveballs can come in. And the things that we may not expect, and the wild card, so to speak. So it's all ears once he starts taking those questions, because everything else has already been telegraphed. The interest rate decision we get at 2, and the prepared statement we also get at 2. We'll also be covering it. The prepared statement, that is, Brendo always has a comparison of the previous statement that was issued versus the new one, and anything that was removed or added will be highlighted. That's often interesting for markets as well, as it kind of gives you an idea of where they're focusing or what their focus is shifting to. So FOMC coming up 2 o'clock. We're going to be sending it to the big boys early today at 1:45. That's half an hour from now. Big day today on these markets. I want to hear, Joseph, what he has to say about tariffs. They're going to ask him that question. I mean, they'd be negligent not to ask him how do tariffs or the proposed tariffs affect inflation. Okay. Joseph, it's the 29th. We're going to get slapped with 25% in a few days. That's on. February 1st is on.
Well, that's why our good buddy Dougie there called the snap.
Big Dougie.
Called the snap election.
Yeah. Hello, friend.
Yeah, hello, friend. Yeah,
That's
we got to battle.
friend.
We got to battle these tariffs somehow.
Yeah, he's being attacked aggressively right now. He kind of brought it on himself. He's a year and a half early in the election, Joseph.
Yeah,
I mean, he wants a mandate. He's talking about like what we call the premier,
well, we had that on
the governor.
We had that in a federal standpoint too during COVID. So
he wants a mandate, Joseph, because he says, well, the current mandate that he has right now with the government that he's got was under previous circumstances. He wants a mandate going for the Donald Trump tariffs. So because he's going to spend up the yin yang. He's talking about pandemic level spending at the provincial level and at the federal level. Someone tell me where we're going to get this money.
Well, I can tell you right now.
It's going to print money. It's exactly it.
Exactly what it.
They're talking
do to
in
the
this
dollar?
country, Joseph, at the federal level, at the provincial level, stimulus, the size of the stimulus we had during the pandemic to counter these tariffs. That's terrifying to me, bro.
Yeah. Well, we could just do a tariff war. Why don't we just slap some tariffs on some of the precious
We
metals
are.
that
We're
got,
throwing
right?
tariffs on their products too. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to be into that situation, but that's the situation we find ourselves in, and that's how they're responding.
Yeah.
So that's a look. Mark Susi, The USA will also see $200 billion in counter tariffs. It hurts both sides. Absolutely accurate. I just finished saying that. My hope is that the spending, this pandemic level spending that they're talking about here, is funded by the counter tariffs and not funded by new money or by deficit spending. Because we're running still a deficit in this province. We're definitely running a deficit federally, way bigger than the one that we had projected, thanks to your boy. So it better be money that's already coming in from other sources and not more deficit spending, because goodness gracious, I don't think this country can handle anymore, bro. What are you looking at over there?
No, I don't think so either. We could just buy the dip on NVDA and then see if we can get a little bounce there. But yeah, guys, I'm not in anything right now. That broke to the downside. The market's slowly starting to recover what it just dumped now. So that's the look. Let's see what Jay Lee asked us to take a look at NUKK, Nuke. But here we are. This thing isn't the most liquid stock. So you said rounded bottom. You're not wrong. It did slowly start to curl over, but there's no liquidity in this underlying. So you have to keep that in mind as well too. And you kind of broke through that range already. So I don't know if it's too late to the dance for that trade. Let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Yeah, it looks slightly bearish here, running into some support levels and maybe some more potential downside. But again, look how much we've been up since the break of these key levels here. And here we are around 6,558% from December 17th, which is absolutely insane on Nucleus. So yeah, hopefully, then this is what I want to put that 1,500 that we're going to allocate on, is just find one of these trades here. That would be pretty cool, but it's a little unrealistic. You got to find those way before it happens, as Sharif mentioned before. But guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Someone said Baba bounce off of 97. Let's take a look at Baba. It gapped up, as ADRs tend to usually do here. Let's see what we got going on from a 5-minute perspective. So a high of 101.26, and now running into this key support level right here. Off of that opening drive, you can see that we were slightly bearish, and then it took some time for us to turn around here. Nice pullback, and then another leg higher. But right now, we know that Alibaba has now released their own LLM. So yeah, I don't know. I think these ADRs are a tough play. But again, right now, Sharif, you mentioned it before. Are they a buy down here? Possibly. But again, if you're slapping an additional 10% of tariffs on top of what they already have, is that going to be a good look for China? I don't know.
Why not?
No.
You know what we forgot to do, right?
Oh, I know, man. With the playmaker,
I'm ready.
17,
I'm ready.
You ready? All right, we got to get this in here. Is this going to be a good time?
I got to take it today, though, not you.
You're going to take it? All right, take it, my guy. Yeah.
You taking it the whole time.
All right.
601.59.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Well, what did the chat say, by the way?
Yeah, I didn't see that. I know I can probably guess what the result was.
Ram, what was the result of the Playmaker poll? You sent it? Thank you, Andre. I'll check. Is it in the midday, Andre? Okay, doing it right now, my man. All right, so Joseph, let me know when you're ready, brother.
Yeah, we're ready to cook, brother.
Ready to cook. 601.52.
601.52.
There we go.
Stop loss at
652.
52.
And we're taking profits at 603.52.
603.52.
And it was overwhelmingly long again, 2/3 to a third, 65% long.
18 in there, guys. So we're not going to be in this one for too long. Here's the results, still positive. Nice equity curve there, guys. But it's some big drawdowns in the Playmaker poll. Let's see if we get that bounce. It's going to be really intense because that volatility might start to kick in. Okay, so yeah, that volatility might start to kick in just running into this FOMC meeting, all right? So just keep that in mind. Things might start to pick up a little steam. This, and Sharif said this, it depends what JP says. Is it going to be hawkish or dovish? If we do decide to go to the top side, then you can just maybe classify this as a large liquidity grab, and then there's moon here in the market, or we can head to the south side a little bit more. I want to take a look at the Qs from a daily perspective as well too, guys, and see what we got going on. I know SPY made all-time highs, but the Qs had the inability to do that. With the tech-heavy sector here, yeah, just shy of everything. NVDA dragging it down. But the funny thing is, though, we had Amazon, Meta, and some other stocks really starting to put in those all-time highs, but yet the Qs did not. So those stocks are heavily weighted as well too. I think this is going to be really important meeting here. Even though it is a pause, I guess it's going to be all about the comments. But I think if we do decide to go to the south side, then we're going to crack 500 here on the Qs, and then I think there's going to be some more downside. So somewhat of a correction. We haven't really hit correction territory. We've had those 5% pullbacks, but I wouldn't be surprised if everything and earnings aren't as hot as we're expecting it to, that we can see that 15% correction in the market, because we have been in a 2-year bull run.
We have. And Michael Noss, I think he brought this up a few weeks ago. He was talking about the third year of a bull run and how it looks relative to the first and the second. And the chart he was showing was quite flat. Like, I should probably get the
previously
PowerPoints off Brendo, because he sends them to Brendo in the morning. But yeah, I mean, that's what it was. His data showed that the third year was not nearly as bullish as the first and second. We know history rhymes, it doesn't repeat, right? So we'll have to see whether that ends up being the same deal. But yeah, I mean, it can't hurt to put the data on your side. So that's the situation. All right, guys, I weaseled back into SLXN. It looked awfully bull flaggish at this level. I'm not going to give it that much room. I've already taken some profits here, layering the orders into 3, looking for a possible squeeze into 3. I got 88s printed. I'm in at 81. I don't really want to add into this. I put my stop below 65, excuse me, because that's a level, right? Reject over here, and then we finally big boy break it up here. So if it doesn't hold 64s, then I want no smoke. Very small size over here. Just looking at participating with the move up, because we're still getting higher lows on every successive candle. So good look right now on SLXN, but we're just going to get into this one because it's breaking out and we need to be in a trade. Can't just sit there on our hands. Jay Lee, Joe, Sharif, bring up Nuke. You already got that one, right? You already looked at it. Shut up. Elon. Hi, Sharif. ASML released good earnings pre-market, but price action is southeast. Bought some more shares in my long-term account. Look, I feel this one, even though they guided very well, and I haven't had an opportunity to look at the full report because I wasn't here this morning, but my understanding was they guided well with overwhelming orders. But as I said to Joseph, if the stuff we got at a DeepSeek is the real deal, does it hurt ASML? ASML says it doesn't. ASML says it doesn't because it helps them even with the production of less advanced chips. Not all the chips have to be H100s. And now, if we've set the precedent that we can use H800-like chips, so in other words, not the strongest or the most advanced, well, then more people will likely want to buy the cheaper chips to build their models with less cost, less CapEx. We'll have to wait and see. But I think the market is cautious because of that whole thing, because of this whole thing with chips and whether or not the CapEx required previously or thought to be required will actually be, in fact, what is required. So I think the market's looking at their guide with a little bit of suspicion. At least that's my inclination. Again, haven't had an opportunity.
Traders, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to look at the entire report today. ASML did gap up. It's still up 4 1/3, but it's down almost 2% since the bell rang. It's down 1.9% since that bell rang. So not a good look, obviously, price action wise, but we can't look at it from such a narrow lens. You know, ASML is an investment, but back down to 713.
What does this do for Sam Altman and company now that you can potentially be extremely overvalued?
The chips?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like with DeepSeek and everything, do you think that this puts Sam Altman, what he's been gathering from that standpoint, do you think that OpenAI is now overvalued?
I don't know. I don't want to put the pressure onto the software companies, because the large language model companies, because they can come up with something more novel, right? And whether or not, well, that's what Altman said in that tweet that I read earlier. He's like, we're going to move forward all these different things that he's got planned. So I don't know. Maybe they outduel him. Maybe they come up with something. Maybe they've got AGI and we just don't know. A lot of people were predicting that Altman was going to announce AGI in soon.
Oh, yeah?
That they've reached AGI and make that kind of announcement. Obviously, that helps with valuations if you're trying to raise money, which he does constantly. I think last time around, we were talking about $190 billion valuation in the private market, Joseph.
Yeah.
Nobody...
yeah, but that's what I mean from a valuation standpoint. Are they potentially overvalued?
I don't know. It's a great question, but I think that because they're not specific. Nobody's having to buy their stuff. They can come out with great models and then use SaaS, obviously software as a service.
I mean, essentially, they still haven't turned a profit yet either, have they?
I don't think they're turning a
Exactly.
profit. No, but they're definitely increasing revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think they're doing okay, but I don't know if they're profitable or not. Nor do they have to disclose that because they're private,
they're
right?
private,
So,
yeah.
let me know what you guys think in the chat.
I put up a new poll, though.
Yeah, are you green or red? Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, seriously though, yeah, throw it in there. Today's
I
been
know
an
that,
interesting
Mark.
day, no question about that. But I also want to hear what you guys have to say. Do you guys think that if this thing with DeepSeek is real, just use that as a supposition so far, yours, make that assumption. If DeepSeek is the real deal, does it affect OpenAI's valuation? I don't know. I think it does because R1 is essentially O1, but for free. And you know how much they charge you for O1? $20 a month.
Oh.
So I don't know.
So
I think
close
it
to it.
does. I think it absolutely does, unless they can come up with a better moat to show that they're still ahead of the curve, that DeepSeek was where they were maybe last year. If they can do that, I think you definitely still have an advantage there.
That's a good point. Yeah, put it in the chat there, guys. Do you think DeepSeek is legit or fake, or somewhat of a scam, or China's somewhat misleading there? So I think they are. Again, spending what you have these major companies. Yeah, you have these major companies spending billions, and then the Chinese turn around and are like, oh, hey, yeah, we do this for $6 million. No, there's obviously some things hidden under the covers here, sweeping some things under the rug. But I mean, the grand scheme of things, it does. I don't know how to put this, but if they can do it at that price, at what point it's open source, you have the ability to read everything that they did to construct this thing. So at some point you have to take it for what it is, and that is legit right now. So yeah,
Well
that's
said.
how I think. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what people are saying in the chat. A lot of comments, man. A lot of comments. No.
No.
Huge, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, says one person there. Let's see what else. Even DeepSeek itself admits it's using the higher end NVIDIA chip. Where did I think his name is Liang Wang. Where did he say that? I follow him on X, and I didn't personally see that. I'd love for you, Oscar, just tell me where you saw that. Tag me, maybe tag Bears versus Bulls as well, in case I don't see it. Yes and yes, eclectic passions. Darwin says faux. Let's see what else. ChatGPT says Ryan Felipe. ChatGPT is about to release more advanced AI. DeepSeek can't do that. I know that they're going to release more advanced AI, but how do you justify your assumption that DeepSeek can't do it? How do you know? But I agree with you on your first part, your first assertion, I definitely agree with. AR31, nothing is free in this world. When something offered for free, you are the product. You're not wrong, my man. Absolutely. We know that they use our data for advertising. That kind of goes without saying. You're absolutely right on that. Trade with friends. Yeah. OpenAI CEO probably pocketing all the money. He just started paying himself. I think he actually just took ownership in the company. He hadn't taken a stake in the company till then. I'm talking about Sam Altman. Dinkelberg, it could make OpenAI more valuable because DeepSeek is a national security issue. Well said, my friend. Good take there, Dinkelberg.
That's what I've been saying about the economic warfare, right?
All right, man. Adair's at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on NVIDIA once again here. If you missed it earlier today, and I brought this to you right as I initially saw it come out. We did have apparently some reports from Bloomberg suggesting that Trump officials are holding early talks to restrict NVIDIA's China chip sending even further, actually apparently specifically restricting their H200 chip. Now we have NVIDIA responding, saying that they're ready to work with the U.S. administration as they pursue their own approach to AI. So I guess NVIDIA is still trying to pursue its own approach to AI, but willing to work with the U.S. administration. I'm also seeing here Pfizer apparently on the move. Keep an eye on FI. Nice push up here with volume. I'm not seeing any news on Pfizer, but we'll keep an eye out, but it is pushing higher with volume, guys, right ahead of the FOMC meeting.
Thank you for that, Adair. Yes, thank you for NVIDIA obviously having to respond. You're not going to hear them say, we're going to war with Trump. They're not crazy enough to do that. They're going to say, we're going to work with them. Guys, SLXN, bang! We take out the top at 3 there, guys. Good look right now on SLXN. Appreciated, Adara. 317 HOD. Right now, coming back into 3. We got into this one because it looked awfully bull flaggish, and it panned out that way. So pleased with this one. Looking to do a little bit better. Now, we're going to see what it does with 3. Does it do the dance with 3, or does it clear it? and just kind of look at it as support. So SLXN on the move, above $3, high day, up a light 128%. I say that jokingly, obviously, but yeah, that's the look there. Let's see what else people are saying, man. Let's see over here. I think it's misleading, says Pilot Josh. What do you think is misleading, my man? The question? Or DeepSeek?
Yeah, DeepSeek.
How is it misleading? I'd like to hear your way. Wrong way. Happy New Year, China. Yes, it is Lunar New Year. So if you're celebrating, Happy New Year, Happy Lunar New Year to you guys. I think the Chinese markets are closed because CNBC wasn't doing international last night where it usually broadcasts out of Asia. Alex Lowe. U.S. government will ban DeepSeek. The point is open source versus closed source. Yes, exactly. I talked about that at the beginning of the show. We've got your Raspberry Pi. You've got your Llama 2. That is what these new models are being based on. Those have already been trained. The money on them has already been spent by somebody else. You get to take the product there because they've made it open source. You get to build on it. That is the point. I 100% agree with you, Alex Lowe. Well said, my man. Shout out to Tisha. Short squeeze coming on SLXN. Yeah. We took that short squeeze, baby. What else go over here? Cling Daddy. In my humble opinion, DeepSeek is like Hindenburg. It was misleading and wasn't the real cost of their whole AI system. You're not alone in that thinking, my friend. Many people making that assumption as well. Many people making that assertion. Some of the people who are not making that assertion, NVIDIA, they say that DeepSeek was done using export compliant chips. Take that for what it's worth. Obviously, they have an incentive to say that because they don't want to raise the ire of the regulator who's going to start investigating their sales to these proxy companies, Middle East. Right there. You know what I'm saying? Abhijeth Rao. You can't say national security issue for everything China does. Altman will face huge competition. You're not wrong, my man.
No, that's a valid point.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
That's a legit valid point. I like that. But I mean, the terms and conditions are similar to TikTok. Did you read through the terms and conditions?
I've seen them. They get to record all the keys and stuff. But I talked about that yesterday. If you don't
TikTok
want
did
that,
as well too.
Yeah, but if you don't want that, you can use the Perplexity. Perplexity allows you to use DeepSeek, and they keep all your information on their side, which is American, obviously. So yeah, you can weasel your way around it if you want.
So the real question is, would China allow a United States platform in?
They don't.
In China?
Joseph.
Exactly. So there you go. You can't even open up Google. You can't even open up YouTube. You're not allowed having Meta there. So why is it that this is going on over here, right? So I don't know. Like again, so yeah, that's my opinion, and that's what
People have been calling about that for years. Donald Trump wants that. He wants that like fairness. Even Elon Musk has come out lately and said that if our country is going to allow your social media platforms to cook, why are you not letting ours? Right. So we'll have to see. I really can't wait for this meeting between Donald Trump and Xi and President Xi Jinping.
It's literally it's economic warfare, man, to the fullest. Like it's Cold War-esque type stuff, dude, man.
Joseph,
and one thing, one thing that I was looking up as well, interesting is that, dude, I don't have a great knowledge about EVs and the vehicle game over in China, but you mentioned this and it was such a great point, and it just got me thinking, like, why aren't any Chinese vehicles allowed over here? Right?
You want the truth?
Yeah.
You want me to get into
no,
that again?
and it is very true. There is a reason why there's 100% tariffs, and I've seen multiple people talk on this subject, is that they would just blow absolutely everything out of the water on a quality and especially a price tag basis.
Bang. Joseph, Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, his daily driver is a Xiaomi SU7.
How did he even get that here? How did he get that here?
Well, he bought it. You can buy it and pay the tariff, Joseph.
Okay,
Like you just got to pay the money.
Double the amount of price.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's not. They're not banned. They're just tariffed, right? Like who's going to want them? And the thing is, bro, I told you about what the social media people are saying, like the Doug Dumouros, the Marquise Brownlees. They speak very well about these Chinese EVs. And if you want to say, okay, China paid them, well, why didn't Ford? Why didn't the other manufacturers they were reviewing
What happened to
pay
Fisker?
them?
What happened to Fisker?
What happened to Fisker? They all but begged Marquise Brownlee, please don't review our car.
Yeah, that's
right.
crazy.
And then he bankrupted the company. So I don't buy the narrative that the Chinese are paying off the social media influencers, the reviewers. I don't buy that narrative at all. I thought if that was the case, then other people could have done it, and they would have spoken well about those cars. So that doesn't fit with me. Big smile, can't fit in no China. My man, you need to see what they've got available there. They got some big cars. China's not a small country. Adara's at the big desk.
I do have a quick piece of news here. I'm just seeing this coming through. The information reporting that Meta is considering testing DeepSeek, which of course is a Chinese AI model, in its generative AI tools for advertisers. So information reporting that Meta is considering testing DeepSeek for its advertising. And I also want to remind you guys, huge earnings night tonight. Yes, we have the FOMC, but after that, we're going to get reports from Microsoft, Tesla, Meta, IBM, Lam Research, Levi's, Las Vegas Sands, Western Digital, ServiceNow. That's so many reports. If you want to see them all, check out the market recap at 4 p.m. Eastern. It'll be with myself, Sharif, and Neil. And you can check out this awesome brand new TTV Research earnings board on X. I'll be making a new one every week. I just dropped the link as well in the chat, so make sure you follow that for market insight and some cool graphics. I prepared some things for tonight's special show as well. Back to you.
That's fantastic infographic. We're going to thank Adara again. Top-notch stuff. Always the best. Let me know when we're ready, Andrea, and we're good to go there. Guys, I just took a bit of a print there on BNZI, but we'll talk more about that once we're finished playing some bills. Guys, new traders, listen up. The first month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite trading experience. I'm talking about eSignal. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. It's got infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code, bottom right of your screen, or check out the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks. Jose.
What's that like that V9000 China? You know what that car I'm talking about is like actually the fastest car?
Oh, is that the one made by BYD?
Or something like that. It's like there's something 9000
I know BYD dropped a supercar.
But anyways, it's a fraction of the point. You want to buy a Bugatti here, 4.5 million, but you get this one car this 9000. It's like 70K or 80K or something along those lines, and it's fast.
Oh, there's a car that jumps. Have you seen the car that jumps?
Yeah, I've seen that car.
That's the BYD. It's like a supercar.
Yeah, what's up with
EV.
that? What's up with that?
I think they're using air ride suspension to make it jump. It's so joke.
But I mean, you got that in stage with that.
Right? Yeah, guys, look, they got some good cars up there. Here's the deal. SLXN is breaking back down now below $3. We were looking for that $3 defend. It doesn't come in. Now the question for me is the straight still on? I think it is. I want to see what it does with 285. 285 was the top end of the bull flag, in my perception. That's why we took a little bit off there once it broke through that level. So 285 in focus. Now, if 285 doesn't hold, I'm definitely looking at 265. 265 was a long, you-know-what, resistance level before we big boy broke it at 110. So 285 in focus for me first and foremost here with SLXN. 285 doesn't hold. I'm looking at 265, but I'm still interested in this monster long. Now, I took a print on BNZI over here, long 76s, took out some at 82s, waiting at 88s. This one, though, I'm likely going to take it out if we pop back into the 80s. Now, here's the reason. We got a flat bottom at $1.70, right? And then we've got lower high, lower high, lower high, and yet another lower high. That's 4 lower highs with that same $1.70 defend. This is yelling, dying for a flat bottom break on BNZI. It feels like it's incoming, Joseph. Up 40%, below VWAP. Been giving you that entry, but every successive high lower than its predecessor. That is not a good look. Every time I've been been in this type of trade, I've paid for it or it's flat bottom broke. Case in point, KR. I told you that $10 level was the real deal, and look where it's at right now, baby. KR is now breaking below $8. So that flat bottom break came aggressively. And then we kind of started trending more reasonably with lower lows and lower highs.
We got the BOC. I forgot that we had the BOC rate cut.
Say it again.
BOC rate cut today with 25 basis points, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, well, it's great for the dollar.
Canada cut interest rates to 3%. What do we got? We got a half point?
I don't know. Like quarter point.
What do you cut? A quarter point or a half point?
Yeah, no, we don't even know.
We gotta find that out right
exactly,
now, bro.
because I don't know, man. I don't know. But guys, we have Sharif. We have 5,000 people watching. We got a new poll up as well too. Red or green? What's your trading session going? Are you red or green? I think that's a good one. You guys are answering that. But just hit the like and subscribe as well too, guys. Let's get those likes up. Let's see if we can surpass 1,000. I'm gonna refresh here. And hopefully we can get back to that. So 537. Come on, guys. We got 5,000 of you guys there. We're only asking for 20%, 25% of you guys to hit that like and that subscribe. You're hitting those votes. So get those likes in as well, too. Does a lot for the channel and much appreciated. So coming up, Fed decision at 2 p.m. You know Brendo's got his slides going on over there. What happened?
I think
No. My jacket's taking a beating.
Taking a beating today. Yeah, it's all right, man. Hey, it'll survive. It's a tough. What is that? A North Face?
No.
All right.
It's a China brand.
It's
bro.
a China. No way! Wow. Oh, you're really. Yeah. Oh no. My guy. All right. That's really. Yeah.
25 basis points is Stevenson,
25 basis
ATN.
points. Yeah, that's
thank
great.
you. I just had to look at
Much
that.
appreciated.
Shout out to Tiff Macklem, who back in 2021 told everybody to load up because they weren't going to raise rates. Then everybody took 5-year mortgages at 2%. Do you know how many?
I think that's criminal.
Absolutely. Will he ever face punishment? Nope.
Definitely not.
Here's the deal. 60% of mortgages outstanding in Canada are up for renewal this year.
Yeah.
60%. All of them are going to be higher.
Yeah.
And we're talking about like $1,000 based on the current rate from the average rate that people took it out at versus the current rate. $1,000 a month in disposable income that's gone like that.
Just like that. Yeah, a tough look here, my guy.
Yeah, it's tough, bro.
It's really
but they have to cut. They have no chance, but they have no choice but to cut because you have to do that for the tariffs. You have no idea how the tariffs are going to hurt this country. If you believe what Doug Ford says, like Doug Ford will make you feel like all hell is about to break loose, like that the entire economy of the province is going to collapse. And it's just like,
yeah, well, not the way that
election,
not the way that Union Station looks. That place is packed at all times. People going to.
There you go, baby.
So, yeah.
All right, what else we got? John DiPietro, Temu brand. I promise you it wasn't, man. It was from Marshall's, man. Give me a break. Come on now. Yang Wang, says Gerson Lopez. All right, bro. All right.
What do you got for likes there? How I said we were at 537. I refreshed, and we're still at 537. We didn't get any likes? Come on.
That's weak.
702. All right, we wanted to hit 1,000, so.
Glenn Smith. Did Canada learn nothing from the USA financial crisis and ARM loans? Look, we didn't hurt nearly as bad as you guys back in 08-09. We weathered it a lot better, mainly because our banks have very stringent capital requirements. We're not allowed to be over-levered in the same way that the American banks were. That was just more from a conservative side. So we did better there, but we don't benefit nearly as much from the up moves as you guys do. So when it's good down there, it's much better than here, but when it's bad here, it's not nearly as bad as it is down there. Does that kind of make sense? That's the situation. Just, we call that Canadian sensibility, or at least I do. All right, so that's a look right now. 2 more minutes until we send you over to the Big Kahunas. Guys, we have the Fed rate decision coming up at 2 o'clock. If you're interested to see what Jerome Powell has to say, go on the FOMC website. They have his prepared statements there in advance to be released at 2 o'clock. He then gets on to the podium at around 2:30, reads the same statement that he released online, and then the dynamic part comes in where he takes questions from the press, and I think that's where a lot of the curveballs come in and the market moves because none of that's scripted. So
yeah.
that's the look right now, Joseph. Nolan Sweeney. No TD is just allowed to launch massive amounts of money. No, TD is just allowed to launder massive amounts of money. Yes, we do know about the laundering. Yes, because they had weak anti-money laundering rules there. They allowed criminal organizations in the States to funnel money
Into
in and out of the country, the States, because they operate in the States too, right? And the situation there was they had to pay a big boy fine to doing that. So the TD stands for Toronto Dominion, in case you guys were wondering. Shout out, I can't say Takiatsu, say Tak. Thank you to Very, Very Intelligent. No, thank you, my man. Appreciate you, and appreciate you for joining us as well. KR is moving. Yeah, okay. It's moving. Not in a good way, though. It's still lower lows, lower highs. It's got to break above this 9 1/3 to kind of break that lower high situation, but I see your point. Any final thoughts, Joseph? It's now 1:45.
No, I just want to say thank you to everyone in the chat. Jaspreet, we'll go over AMC tomorrow. We got FOMC and a big earnings evening as well, too, guys. So be prepared for that. Save yourself some risk if you can, because that volatility will step in this meeting here, guys.
All right, Big Kahunas, take it. Joseph and I back tomorrow. He's got an options lesson. Sorry, we're going to Brendo at the big desk.
Brendo. There you go.
Month has come and gone. That means it's time for everyone's favorite game show of what is Powell going to say in the press conference, because it's going to have nothing to do with what happens coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll get no change on the interest rate itself. We'll get a whole bunch of questions about tariffs. We'll get a whole bunch of questions about what they've done to this point and what he sees as to come later in the year. If you go to the Fed funds tool, you're looking at May, possibly. Better chance in June of a quarter point cut. So we have a long ways to go before we get there. So a lot of people calling this a quote unquote dovish pause at this point. So we'll see how that comes through from the overall market. Speaking of, here's how the overall market is setting up going into this. We're almost back to this morning support here of the NASDAQ, obviously, for tech anyways, acting as resistance currently. We did get above it briefly. Coming back below, however, right now. So under 15 minutes to go here. If you're joining us for this for the first time, welcome in. This is what will happen coming up to 2 o'clock. We'll have a look at this data point right down here. There's the Fed interest rate decision. You can see no one anywhere expecting a change. So 4.5%, it will come out 4.5%. And then following that at 2:30 down here, we'll get the Fed press conference with Powell. And that should be a little more exciting, guys, for the overall market.
Yep, that's how it normally goes. I mean, when you don't know, when you know exactly what's going to happen with the Fed, then I care more about 2:30. Certainly, you can get that initial volume wick and trade off of this. Sometimes for the rubber band action, as I like to call it, like I look for a little bit of a mean revert type of situation. Like just a quick example. Like I'll say. Like NVIDIA here. NVIDIA does a pop into resistance and maybe look for like a quick little short. If it bottoms out off like a 120 even, like maybe you look for just a quick revision. And then at 2:30, look for a little bit more of a directional play. Like my eyeballs are IWM, IBIT, NVIDIA, AMD. Those are the ones I want to trade. I mean, AMD's been a rocket ship today. I shorted a couple times. Thankfully, it's worked out, but it's been a rocket ship today, whereas NVIDIA's been tanking. And then Bitcoin is looking relatively solid here. You know, I'm going to be tracking IBIT as it's pretty much pushing these highs. I feel like if we get bullish, that's a place that I want to be. Maybe we get through some of yesterday's highs. It's been chilling out at this 103 area for quite some time. So you want to be looking at the right things is one way to look at it, but be focused on, 2 or 3, like where do you want to express the trade? Where do you like long? Where do you like short? But I don't want to be too wrapped up in anything but scalp trading until 2:30. When he hits the podium, when Powell hits the podium, is answering questions, that's when you get the trend. Last time it ended up being a downtrend. If Adair was in the red, and it was definitely a downward trend after that 2:30.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. It should be a fun and exciting Fed That's because we're here. I don't know if the Fed's going to be that exciting, but we'll wait to see what happens. The only position we took on in the afternoon is when we got back, and we put this on right there, short on AMD. We had it at the top, covered it right here at basically 118 was like some of the best covers there. We did get stopped out back in a little bit at 118. It didn't even break 118, so a little bit out at the top, and then this fell in on, I don't even know what was going on right there, but nice move down in on AMD. There was a story, I just can't remember what it is. And then there's the cover at 1. So I was telling Joseph and these guys, my short was at 118.40. The stop was at 55 or whatever, so 15 cents worth of a stop. And all of a sudden, we wound up getting $1.50 there on the last 10%. So it was like 10 to 1 on the last 10%. So that was absolutely huge. And then the other trade that we have on right now is still this one, where you can't even see my entries because the money cloud, there it is right there. So we're still short NVIDIA like we want to be there from the beginning of the day on VWAP. We haven't tested any levels again. But yeah, what's been done in the past is the past, so who cares? Let's move on and think about what trades we're looking for now. All right, as Neil said, how do we know that there's going to be no movement on interest rates? Well, right now the Fed funds futures have predicted 99.5% chance that we stay right here. There is that shot in the dark.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. I'm saying there's a chance. But I'm saying there's no chance. But the data is saying that there is a chance of some kind of a rate cut. And if there would be one, it would only be 1/4 point. So that is the Fed funds tool. You can get it at CME Group completely for free. Go grab it. I was looking at the NASDAQ and same type of thing here. I don't think the Fed has too much to say anymore, but again, we'll have to wait to see what exactly they're going to be talking about here because you're stuck in the middle. You're not at those highs of exuberance, and you're also not at those like lows of DeepSeek, basically. So you're kind of in the middle here. We did wick down to 21,400 basically, and up to 21,700. So there's a 350 or so point range that I think we could experience here today. We could get to somewhere near some of those bottoms. I'm sitting on a bunch of fresh powder waiting to buy some dips. Wish we would have got some in on NASDAQ. And not feeling really great about the NVIDIA buy the other day. We talked about that. I don't...
Time frames ever, though, right?
I
don't want to speak.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It doesn't matter. I don't care. What the time frame is important, but not that important because it's not to make right decisions. And it's like, if you buy NVIDIA here, you could say, oh, well, I'm buying it at 120. I don't care because I'm not looking at it for 10 years. But the thing is like, that's fine to say that, but why would NVIDIA then be a better buy than like AMD or a better buy than an index?
Oh, yeah, relative to something.
Yeah, it's just like, if you're holding everything forever, at some point you're going to be...
Well, you know what? That's why I went with the Qs the other day.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Because with the index, I'm not I just tried to keep it simple. I wasn't sure what the right pick was going to be on Monday, and it is what it is. And we talk about our PAs all the time, and I like the Qs better than trying to suss out which thing was going to be good. But I think for today, try to keep in mind and temper your expectations a little bit in terms of volatility. There's a few names, and I think we all know what's happening aftermarket with Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla. They all report aftermarket. I am reluctant. Those stocks, let's wait till aftermarket. I don't even think I want to trade them. We'll definitely look at them, see how they react. But those are the ones that I kind of want to stay away from because the big money has some decision making to do after the fact. And for those that have maybe insights as to how it's going to go for Tesla, Meta, I'll leave that to them. I just think you want to stay laser focused. I know the chips are going to move based on what we've already seen today. Obviously, I was literally filming something when AMD happened. I just happened to be on the bid in front of VWAP, so leave bids out there when you have the chance. But Trader Forever in the chat here, 1/4 point rate cut. So I know it's not 0, but we're not getting it. If we did get it, obviously, that's going to cause a little bit of volatility, but it's 99.5%. I've never seen it do that in 20 years. I've never seen us be that certain and then actually have an action. So this is about as close to a lock as you're going to get. Usually I'd say something about the Bills winning as well, but their season is over.
Did that work out?
Their season is over, so I can't make that quip anymore.
Okay.
But we're not.
Wondering if it was an equivalent thing.
No, but we're not getting a cut. What'll be interesting to see is if there's any kind of indication when Powell's talking as to how quickly they might cut again, or not at all. That's the other side of it. That's what we want to be able to hear, and we're not going to get that till after 2:30, if we even get that at all, right? So
I think Powell, people are saying it'd be nice if he does not sink the market. I think he does. I think this goes short here.
He punked it last time.
I don't think it has anything to do with him. I just think that I don't think he's going to talk too nicely. We know that Trump wants a rate cut. That's why I almost think that he might go the other way on that one. I just want to bring up one thing here. This is the e-signal. You can right now get a free month with e-signal. Make sure you go in the link in the description and go check that out right here. But this is the trade rate indicator. And I mean, I just looked at Starbucks, which is number 4 right now, moving around. Look at this on a 5-minute chart, just kaboom right there for Starbucks. Beautiful move up to 109 today as that keeps going. The reason why I bring that up is if Starbucks falls down here, so what I'm doing now is I'm looking through scanners and I'm trying to find out things that are moving around and then looking right here, like NVIDIA down 6% today. If there's going to be a red play for me, like if this does sink the market, we want to look to NVIDIA because it's already red. We want to look to the NASDAQ, obviously, as it will be the leading indicator. So maybe we don't trade the futures immediately. You want to look at other names, right? This KRKR up 100. Like you see what I'm saying about e-signal? Here's a name right here, KRKR. I didn't even notice that one. Disney's it's changing. Disney's up. Walgreens is here. A bunch of different names to look at, but looking for strong names into a potential weak market to pick up something near the bottom. So Starbucks definitely on radar here as we do expect no change. So maybe we can go back over to Brennan, shed some light on some of this, but Neil and I just waiting sort of on hands. And then I had Google up there. I think that could be another buy because there's a nice bottom there around 194.
Yeah, they're strong.
No, Neil, to answer your question, that was last time around. And Neil was asking about the dot plot and the economic projections. We got those last time around, so it won't be this time. So just a regular old boring Fed decision and press conference. But I think the press conference is actually going to be pretty interesting because of tariffs specifically. Will there be any questions outside of tariffs specifically? I mean, it's Saturday. This is supposed to happen.
I get, yeah, I know. We're 3 days, and the media here and the politicians here are panicking, Brendan.
Yeah.
There's so many unknowns. Is he going to keep it at 25%, or does he do like a gradated thing? I mean, and the thing is, we're going to respond with our own tariffs.
Of course.
So they're going to have inflation by default because their products are going to be bigger unless they go to a different market. Who knows? You can't do that thing so easily in the short term, maybe in the intermediate term. So I think he's going to be pushed on that. The reactions to tariffs by other countries, Mexico, Canada, obviously, and how the tariffs themselves, affect these trading relations. Obviously, that's not really his scope of competence.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a sell-off going into this in the dollar. The value of the dollar has just been insane since the middle of last year. Coming off the highs where that was 110 or 110 and change. This is a daily chart. We're back to 107, 108, 107 and a half, 108, which is that last support level here for the dollar. So this will move definitely coming up here in about 2 minutes.
And to think about it as well, I know he chimed in on crypto last time. It's not his biggest thing, but he was challenged about the US dollar's hegemony. So crypto could be in focus again. Obviously, it's been trading at above 100,000. Maybe he says some negative stuff. Last time he said it wasn't his jurisdiction to build that kind of crypto reserve or the national crypto reserve or whatever it was. It had to be an act of Congress. But I'm sure he'll be asked about it again. What's to stop them?
Yeah, it's such an interesting point in the market. Here's the treasuries as well. You got to keep an eye on these. Green right now, this is the 10-year. Green back to 4.5. Remember, we got to 4.85 at the highs. We've come off a little bit from those, but we're still, if you zoom out a little bit here, we're still, chopping around the top end of the range here, going back to, when this inflation mess was starting, really.
And it's been really interesting to watch these rates, Brando. If I can show the 10-year here, Ram, we're actually defending the area that we kind of rejected off last time, that 4.5 print on the 10-year. We've been defending that for a number of days now, Brando, and it was an area that I kind of was looking at because we had rejected off it before we dropped down to about 4.1. So holding about 4.5, you kind of feel like it's been holding at this level, waiting to see what Jerome Powell has to say.
Yeah, about 90 seconds here to go before we get absolutely nothing. So strap in, it'll be exciting. It's 4.5%. I mean, everyone's expecting 4.5%. It'll be 4.5%. It's worth noting, tomorrow morning, I'm just seeing on here, we do get a GDP reading as well down here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So on the back of what's to come here this afternoon. We'll see how that's shaping up. I mean, it's an interim read, but...
When's the last time Canada cut rates or the rate decision for Canada and the States were on the same day? I don't remember.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
Yeah. If you missed it this morning, quarter point for the Bank of Canada. Again, because why the heck not? Our economy is nowhere near as strong as the U.S. at this point. I mean, what was it? 1.5% was the inflation rate
Yeah,
on the last reading, and
wasn't bad.
They were pointing at the GST holiday for basically an entire percentage point coming off of that. Side note, I was at a dinner last night and realized that it does actually make a difference.
Yes, it does.
On food and bar bills and things like that.
Especially if you're like 4 people, a couple of people, and you're going to a nice place.
Yeah.
It's like $50-$60 sometimes. That's not small potatoes. So
Exactly.
it's not. It's a good look.
It's worth it. All right, 30 seconds to go here, guys. We'll make it official, and then we'll see what the market's reaction is. Again, stick around for 2:30. Powell will take to the mic at 2:30, and we'll be asked back-to-back questions on what Trump's tariffs will mean for inflation. Remember how other countries respond to what he is going to do is going to make all the difference here. So 3, 2, 1, there's 4.5%. So it hasn't updated here, but yeah, 4.5%, guys, as expected.
Thank you there, Brendan. So, yeah, no expectation there. I did layer some offers into NVIDIA, but we never got that bump up. So I was going to go short if the market goes the other way. So interest rates unchanged, of course, as expected. Inflation remains somewhat elevated, we're hearing right now. We'll get these reviews as well. We still are short NVIDIA as this makes its move down into the bottom of the day. What about a 120 break? How are you guys feeling about that?
It was unanimous.
Yep. Okay. Unanimous. All right. So of course it was. We'll have to wait to see there what happens. I mean, that's important to know, I guess. Here comes 120. So I'm just getting the updates. They're talking about the language that's involved in it. I think I like the NVIDIA breakdown, honestly, of this 120. Might be worth looking at it. We did bounce off that area before. It's not liking this. The NASDAQ is making that move down right now. Amazon, 237. I mean, this could be a nice pickup as well if you think this is overblown. AMD. All right, so we're just hearing a bunch in our ears. As soon as Brendan makes his way through all of this, we will get it to you. So, yeah, AMD looks like it wants to bounce off VWAP, actually. Maybe a strong name right there, bouncing right now, VWAP. So unless there's something crazily here in this report, it seems fine to me.
Nothing crazy's happening.
Market didn't even really move. And there it is, man. I think we nailed it right there, as expected, with not too much movement. AMD might be a buy off these levels. Yeah,
I mean, Bitcoin didn't even get back into VWAP on that. You can't call it a dump on that pullback that we saw. So IBIT was at the high of the day here. Bitcoin at resistance at 103. Kind of felt like maybe you'd get into VWAP on this. So there's nothing groundbreaking. We did a bit of a dip and dive. And yeah, if we're going to come to the upside.
Anything or?
No, I was bidding 58.20s on Bitcoin, on IBIT specifically off of VWAP. That's not going to happen, at least temporarily.
Let's go.
AMD, if AMD wants to pop in here, we can short off these lower highs. I don't know if I want that VWAP play on AMD. What else is popping that we could fade? Yeah, VWAP or 123 on NVIDIA looks like an opportunity as well. The long I want is going to be Bitcoin. I just felt like it was already strong. So I'm going to go IBIT long off VWAP.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I thought Bitcoin holding up all day was definitely a good one. All right, so we're into AMD. I just took a little bit there. We'll wait to see what happens now with AMD. And just quickly, if you're watching my NVIDIA trade, I'm getting out if it breaks this 122.50. That is the 200 period moving average that we have not breached all dang day. That's my out. What's up, Brando?
Yeah, this is what has changed. Just go right to that. There you go. So they're talking about the employment situation and inflation, and basically the changes going from remains at a low rate to stabilized. Ta-da! And then there was a few Fed members down here that changed what they did the last time, essentially, and that's really it.
Ta-da!
No ta-da.
Market going down.
No ta-da.
No ta-da for you.
NVIDIA, that's
all right, so right now we did get longer into AMD. So here we go, man. No ta-da for you, AMD, as we are now long at 92. So it goes up another 20 cents. Neil already mentioned that we sort of might be in scalp city, yo. So that's kind of what we're in right now. We wanted to find strong names that bounced. And AMD, I don't know if it's going to bounce, but that's a good one. We'll see. This could moon. We've seen the futures really start to go one way or another, especially on earnings. Let me check out my favorite company as of late, Starbucks. Nice move to the upside there as well. Obviously, no push down to the areas that we were thinking right there. And just looks like a 50 period moving average take again. Look at that. SMA, 50 period SMA. Nice move to the upside right there for Starbucks today, but here we go. Okay, AMD, everything's going to start to get ramped up right now. You just got a fade of the 50 period moving average on the futures. They tried to go there, spiked a little bit higher, and now right back down. So I don't know, man. I think we just keep on the same trajectory that we were thinking before. And that is to see if support can hold some of these names there. I want to get back into AMD because it's strong today. My stop is right here, like a break of this 50. It's not even, that break is 60, but I put 50s. So we'll see if it gets back into here. We'll take another piece to average this back in at 65. And then if we lose 50, we're gone on AMD, and then we'll try it again. So we're using a decent amount of shares, but nothing too crazy because it's a very volatile period.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I want us holding VWAP. If we're under VWAP, I'm talking about IBIT. If we're under VWAPs, then I'm bumping out of the trade. I don't want to lose more than we make in the morning, especially before 2:30. So we took a couple of shots inside when I saw bids step in off VWAP, but each time it made a fresh low, we jumped out, and it probably would have even carried further if it went underneath the 58 level. But you're starting to get a little bit of a hold and a check up here. So if we can close above, I want to close this 3-minute above, and then we can look a little better. I did throw a Hail Mary offer on NVIDIA for the short, because we're still coming down here. I threw a Hail Mary to try to grab NVIDIA off 123. Seemed like an obvious spot where there was some selling. If we're not going to get up there, then 122, see like 122, how it's holding, I might take a little bit of a pot shot. So I want to be in that scout mode, at least for now. Not trying to fight things too hard. But now we're going to get that close above VWAP, I think. That's a better place to get in on Bitcoin and go back to Brennan, I believe, another update.
Just solidifying, guys, not much of a change here, but this is the Fed Funds tool, 52.7 now for a hold in May. So May was indicating maybe there was a chance they'd go that early, but now it's looking like definitely going to be June before we see any kind of cut.
Hey, I mean, I thought we'd go, okay, yeah.
like
So we had sort of talked about that for the summertime. I did that yesterday or a couple days ago with Adara on the recap show. We looked at like where the probabilities lie, and it was, so I guess it's kind of the same thing there, June, July for that move. Look, I thought something would happen. I'm not sure. We are now 25, 30 pennies now in the money on AMD. So, I mean, this is a banger. Might as well do it. I mean, whatever. We're just scalping it out as we keep on mentioning right there, buying VWAP up into the 200 period moving average. So there it goes into the 20s. So if we can get more out there, that'd be nice. We will figure out what is going on with that. AMD, we still have that target. What's going on with our friend Apple? Not much. So earnings a couple days from now. Tesla as well. Tesla, guess who reports tonight? Guess who's back? Back again. Elon's back. Are we telling a friend or not? Because, I mean, right now, it's all about robotaxi. It's all about, are they going to get that nether model coming through? What's going to happen with the tariffs? What are the decisions there about China? But right now, Tesla into a buy zone of, I mean, we saw it yesterday. It came through twice. Today, we tested that buy zone and broke it down to 385. So I think this is not a smart area to go look to trade right now, only because of the fact that there is that report in 2 hours. Might be a little bit skeptical there. Like I feel that on this recent run, Tesla right now just under the 50 period could be in trouble. But, you know, we've got 99 problems. Right now, trading is not, I actually really don't have that many problems, but right now, trading definitely not one of them, because there goes AMD, another move to the upside. Let's take out some more here into 24.25. And I have to say, happy 13th birthday to my Baron.
It's Baron's birthday. Happy birthday, Baron.
We're going to try to go to some Brazilian steakhouses. This man eats a lot of meat.
Well, he's a growing boy.
I'll see if I can find a picture.
He's a growing boy, and growing boys need their
monster.
Protein, no questions asked. Shout out to Baron. Oh my goodness, I remember when he was running around on our trading floor.
Yeah, and I'll find. Oh,
like it was.
Yeah, here we go. It was.
Yeah. Anyway, no, it's no, that's awesome. We were shooting some stuff, and I was actually talking about some traders' kids as well. Like you hang around the floor long enough, and it's like everyone grows up. It's so cool. But we're coming back into 58. Just quickly on IBIT, we're coming back into 58. I have bought once back at 20s and one back at 10s. Once we get out of the 20s, then you'll see the price at 10. So average price right now is going to be at the 2.0. We're holding VWAP. We didn't on the initial move. We did a second time and got back into 30s, but we could lose the bid again. If we lose the bid again, I'm going to jump away. I still can't get filled on NVIDIA. I want that one to the south side. I was just scanning for other weakness for what I like short. And I'm right now coming up with NVDA under 122. I was looking at Amazon because Amazon is under VWAP and been bleeding all day long. this could be a decent one. The range only 70 pennies. I think that's the problem. Like there's not a lot of volatility relative to what you're seeing usually on a Fed day. So I think being a little bit patient, if we don't get a pop back up to be able to fade on this, then we could be in a little bit more of a wait mode for what kind of a short that I would put on here. So I'm kind of in a wait for this short. If it's not going to be NVIDIA at 122 or at VWAP, then yeah, going to have to start looking elsewhere. Let us know what else you guys are watching. And Hugh in the chat just saying it's their mom's birthday as well. So happy birthday to your mom, Hugh.
All right. I want to go into some trading quickly here, but this is him when he was so small. I was number 6, he was number 6.5, right there. So that's when we used to play some beer league. Yo, Kevin O'Leary, why are you looking so upset, my guy? There he's looking upset. There we go. Warm him up a little bit there. One more. Oh, there he is, right here. So here's Barron right here. This is going golfing. This is I think a year and a bit ago. And I want to show one more. Oh, here's my brother, by the way. All right, just one more pitch, and then we got to get to the markets. This is when they were here. Last year. So here we are doing some work. Too cool for school right there with his headphones on, not AirPods. He now has AirPods, of course. Okay, so AMD, nice move to the upside there. We did cash some out, not much happening. So happy birthday to everybody who was out there on January the 29th. All right, what's going on with Palantir? I just came across the scanner. So $78 on Palantir. Why did we come across the scanner again? Oh. All right, well, that's a surprise. I may have got to cancel that. It just touched VWAP. So again, I thought we have, again, scanners with eSignal. Make sure there it is, right there on the screen. Scan the QR code there, get a month for free. There it is, man. Palantir coming on the VWAP scanner alert for me. That's more of an alert scanner, so it'll just pop up when certain things are hit. Like it's telling me to have a look at Netflix right now to see what's going on with them. And the same kind of a thing right now, hitting its moving average. So not much happening in these names. Let us know if there's anything in the chat that potentially I'm missing.
IWM.
IWM, you're in Bitcoin?
No, Bitcoin lost 58. We're out of it. We'll slap the fail on BTC losing. Okay, 58's IBIT. That's not. It's not Bitcoin, but it lost.
Bitcoin lost 58,000. Oh my God!
I know. If we lost 58,000, we'd have some other problems right now, and it wouldn't be that. No, it's the Russell that's really moving down here, man. So obviously. Look, they didn't change the rates, but you're going to get some outsized moves this year. And if we're feeling like we're getting less cuts this year overall, the Russell is going to be a good place to play. We've done it before. It is also at a pretty big inflection point. You're right at a major support level. As a matter of fact, you might be losing major support, like 2-day support here on the Russell breaking down 225. It would be breaking a rule to punch lows before 230. But if you can't reclaim this, if Powell comes on and we can't reclaim this bottom, yeah, the Russell's got a nice gap in here, and obviously I don't want things to go to the downside, but it is what it is, man. And if Powell comes in and we're still hanging out underneath 225, this looks like a little bit of a short. I was just going back over to Amazon, which it looked like maybe it was strong enough to give you a pop and fade. It's still hanging off of these lows, so still going to be a little bit of a wait and see on AMZN. And as far I'm surprised NVIDIA's it's really not moving as much as I would have expected
I might
here.
just stop out of this.
Kind of thought there was going to be a little bit more action. Used to either you're breaking through the lows or you're retesting VWAP and you can make a play and a fade on a weak stock. It just has not given you that setup. So I'm just basically scanning some names that I know I would prefer to the short side to see what we can get ourselves into. Intel broke the lows, so that kind of triggered. That could be an opportunity. At least it's doing something new as opposed to hanging out in the range that it was before. So if there is any kind of a bounce, playing some higher lows on Intel, Amazon, or NVIDIA is going to be the play. Not believing in IBIT longs unless we're over 102. I like that starting point as a reference point. If you don't regain it, we don't regain VWAP, I don't want to necessarily catch that falling knife.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look here. I have a new position. I'm going to try DraftKings right here. That came on the alert as well. And the thing about this one was we just came into the 200 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. So a little bit of a drip down here, down 50 or 60 cents on a name that really wasn't doing anything all day. So if it's going to drip down again on a report here of not much, in the futures, then I think this is worth a buy. So we're going to buy this name right here, DraftKings, against 41.50. Just this little gapped up area there. We did flip down. I'm not going to hold it down to there because if the futures do go down, then it's not worth the hit. So I'm just trying to get this back up to the upside. A quick little trade here on DraftKings. We'll look to see if it can go. We're long right now at 41.67. My offer's right here at VWAP at 80. So we need to get going there. We got a little bit of a drip down here for AMD. I was waiting for more shares basically at that low of 65. We didn't get 65. Instead, I had to take 72s because I was like, oh man, if it gets down here and I don't get anything, that's not going to be great. So let me take out what we just got down there up here in the mid 90s and see if that will continue to sort of be a massaged trade here on AMD as we just wait. I mean, look, Powell's coming in 15 minutes. So that's when the prepared questions, the remarks, so on and so forth will hit. And Neil and I will be able to sort of react a little bit better to the market when that does happen. NVIDIA, I'm waiting for the 200 period moving average. We can now change that. It's now down to 122.23. And again, this is a monster trade from the open. I wish we still had many shares. We have less than 5%. We talked about it. We haven't done anything since we last left you at 11 a.m. I'm using the 200 period. It hasn't breached it at all. And when it does, we are out. That's 122. I'm just going to put it at 122 now. If it breaks 122, I mean, that 200 period, by the time I look back at it, it's probably going to be there anyways. DraftKings gets up to 10 cents in the money. We didn't take it. So I'm wondering if we should have took something there. Let's see what DraftKings wants to do, though. I'm here for it. Long AMD, long DraftKings, short NVIDIA with that. And look, I wish there was more happening. Honestly, I don't know if you're seeing something. Let me just check TLC.
I just saw Apple has a buyer at VWAP.
Okay, the treasury.
Like this entire time, Apple's had a buyer at VWAP. I was just scanning stocks, right? Like what's at an executable level or giving you a trade setup? If we're not flushing, going crazy to the downside, I mean, Apple, it'll give a trend reversion too. So you've been trending since 130, very slightly into VWAP. I feel like if it just breaks this trend, that gives me a scalp trade before 230 because that's what I'm looking for. I want like a scalp trade. So if we can close this bar above the trend line, give it to the local bottom, and that gives you a relatively simple execution that I don't have to necessarily worry about what my plan is going to be. And then on top of that, if we end up trending upside, I have something which is relatively strong. Might be down on the day, but it's down slightly less than the market. They're not reporting tonight, they're reporting tomorrow, and it's holding on to VWAP. I like north of VWAP. Like I'm looking back over, and it's a good thing we got away from iBit because it's just holding, consolidating underneath VWAP. I don't like that kind of weakness. If I'm going to look for a bounce play rubber band, it's got to be something like this. And then we're talking about the shorts. Intel just keeps on stair-stepping it down. It doesn't seem to want to pop here.
Boo, I bought some Intel there at like $20.
Well, they report tomorrow. If they announce a CEO, this stock is it's probably going to the moon.
Wow.
It probably matters who they announce.
Moon?
No, I think people just want them to figure it out, get a leader on the board, and then I think it'll be okay. So, and moon is all relative.
Yeah.
For that stock, moon is highly relative.
I feel like people might moon the new CEO there because this thing is
that's
been in a problem. All right, guys.
Impossible.
Yeah, look, just real quick time here. Over 7,500 of you watching, so we say thank you to that. We hit the sirens for that. And here we go, guys. 7,500. Let's get those likes a little up there. Only 400 likes. We want to thank everybody for watching again here today and join us tonight because tonight, oh boy, we have the bangers are ready to go. Trader TV Live Research has prepared this. We got the request in and it was done immediately. Thank you to Adara for this. This is what's happening, man. Pre-post. You no longer have to go to something.com. Who knows what that webpage is? But right now, you could just go over to Trader TV Live Research and every week for the major earnings season, we're going to have all of this. So here we go, man. Properly put out here, only the names that are the big ones most likely to be traded here live on the show. So tonight, is right here. Post-market, bang, bang, bang. International business machines as well, Fabian, coming through. Lamb Research, man, get your, get the equipment right. Levi's, Las Vegas Sands, and Western Digital coming all there today. And then tomorrow, join me and Adara as we'll go Deckers. Super exciting. Visa, Intel, and then something like this. We hope that Apple turns green.
Who is that?
Tomorrow. But okay, by the way, we just got, get out of here. What am I doing? I don't need to resize that. All right, AMD goes to the downside, and we bought some down there. Now our average price, we got that low. We're not going to layer into this. We are now done with AMD. If you break below this, then we are gone. We were hoping that this move wouldn't really happen until Powell came, but for now it looks like it is happening, and we're starting to drift a little bit lower. Will the NASDAQ hold that low? I don't. Right now, it's just a matter of like, basically throw your hands up in the air, kind of like I just did, and
wave them like you just don't
yeah,
care.
I mean, you wave them like you just don't care. Make sure you got stop orders in and everything before you wave your hands. But here we go, upside move for AMD. Because right now, 76, we always try to take at least 10% out for 10 cents if it can come back up, especially when there is VWAP sitting right there. So we'll see if we can get some outside VWAP, and then we'll see about this. But it's not looking great here. I should have just gone short, I guess. I picked long. We're not going to die on any swords right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to punch any bottoms yet, but Picky Eater with a good suggestion here, and we'll see what we can do about this. Is it possible to add implied moves on the earnings calendar too? Well,
No.
Here's the thing. It's on the graphic, maybe not, but we will always be able to give you the implied moves.
That was from Adara.
Adara said it'll be a little tricky to get on the graphic, but believe me, we'll always be able to go over those before the earnings. You just have to, if you're tuned into us, we're going to make sure you get the goods as it is happening for sure. Oh, I could kill for a warm beverage.
Yes, a tea. Would you like a tea? Would you like a tea, fine sir?
My hands are freezing. Peppermint tea?
Would you like some mittens?
I owe you a beer, Rob. A mint.
Rob, Neil owes you a beer. Maybe two. One for me, one from...
Stop it.
Neil, you owe him 2 beers.
No, you guys have seen I've been like waving my hands like that. Why stop? Who hit that key? Why you got to hit the Michael Jordan stop or stop it?
Well, the more you know. Is that what he... Okay, here we go. Now here goes...
Stop it.
Oh, blocked. Powell. Oh, here, we have this
Okay,
too.
now Apple pulled me.
Yo, what's up, Jerome? Oh, don't you got to be on the podium pretty soon? Yeah, give us a call after. How bad? All right, okay, so here we go. So AMD, we get out a couple fills there. It actually went a little bit higher than that, so we get some 85s and some 88s there on AMD as we just been buying the dips. We're long at 73 right now as it's just been sort of late. What? President Trump now speaking live.
I don't want any orders.
I know, but I mean, come on, man. Like Powell's going to be speaking in 10 minutes, maybe saying one thing, and then we're gonna find out right now.
Yo, that's a power move right there.
Yeah, it's probably planned.
Powell going to hit the podium?
Yeah.
Shoot, I'll just step right in there. Everyone going to listen to me first.
All right. I just got out some more here at 80 on AMD.
Kind of gangster.
Just because. So let's just wait to see. Hopefully, I just worry because Trump's already said stuff about national security and stuff like that with NVIDIA and this and that. So we'll get more. Oh, he's highlighting federal spending. Oh, he's mad about the cutting in spending. I don't know. Anyways, I'm not going to talk about it until we know more about it because I don't want
Yeah,
to
so there's some things I'm seeing on the line. So he's informed federal workforce they must show up on time.
Right.
Funding, Trump on funding freeze, merely looking at waste and fraud. So basically where they want to target, I guess, reductions in spending, which, I mean, I think we kind of know that. So
makes sense.
I'd say that's a bit of a nothing burger. Let's go to Brennan at the desk, see if we get more of it.
Yeah, just to confirm, guys, this is not market related at all. They're just talking about some of the cuts that they've made so far and the amounts of each of those cuts. So just following along on the Doge side of things, but it's not market related.
Yeah. I was just kind of trying to make it a little market related.
Government spending is market related. There are some schools of thought that inflation actually comes from increases of the money supply and not necessarily things like tariffs. And if you know anything about the money supply, then when the government spends more, they borrow more, creating more debt, which is where money creation comes from in the first place. So that would be.
You're saying buy Bitcoin?
Well, I already tried to buy Bitcoin already, and it was a bit of a fail. Hey, yo, you just bought me. Even for the tea bag too, which I don't
told you. See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta.
Yo, that's
you
legit.
mention the beer, you get a little.
I usually just it's a dripping all over the place.
Saucer.
I won't get too much into that, but I have a certain view about the way money works. But maybe it's not mainstream, so.
No, it's probably not. All right, so just for everybody's point of attention here, I'm holding out, that AMD can go higher, but I'm just piecing these things out, making a little bit of money, trying to stack up. Oh, by the way, for everybody joining us, we do have pretty cool animations every once in a while. And if you're just joining us, here we go, AMD, let's go. To the episode, if you're joining us for the first time, make sure you do follow all of us, all on our socials, at Trader TV Sean, as we approach 50,000 followers as well. 50,000 followers coming up. We have the Tesla earnings story right there. We have our AMD trade that we talked about this evening before we got out. And then we also have our sticky note trade that happens every single damn day. But who cares about that right now? We had a $4 winner on Alibaba. But look what's happening right now, Neil. This is live again. People always question They don't always, actually, they don't question at all. I'm the one that more hypes this up. Here we go, 116.90. We just got filled at 116.96, I believe. Yes, 96s. So we just got 116.96. So put 30 pennies in our pocket there. All we did was buy that dip. It's a well-traded name. This is actually moving up the ranks right now, AMD. And we did not. Unfortunately, we weren't here when this came back into 97. Actually, that's not true because I asked Joe when I came back, I said, where's Alibaba now? And even Wayne in the back. And Joe goes 97. I'm like, what? And then I actually did look it up and didn't trade it. That's too bad because that low was the exact same low from earlier, which we rode up from 97 to $100.50 basically. And then remember where we set our stops. And again, to be a risk manager is to be everything in my opinion. This broke the 50 period and we got out. So we got out of our last 10% or so, but we painted a nice little picture here to the upside for Alibaba earlier. Looks like we got a couple good outs here. I'm gonna take out a little bit more. We talked about risk units. I'm getting out of 10% right now. Every out that I get will be about 10% of what we have left. And we have about 70% left of sort of the beginning of this trade. So let's wait to see. Only 5 minutes now until
Powell hits the podium.
Yeah.
And look, we don't know what he's going to say or what questions he's going to be asked, but let's see. Hopefully, he'll probably talk about tariffs a little bit. And if that moves the market, then I think you don't want to fight the trend. So there was that. I was waiting for a trend break. I just wanted some kind of a defined entry sort of setup. Apple held VWAP, Bitcoin did not. So that's one. Two, it's relatively strong on the day, and then the setup was pretty clean. They closed above the trend line, some line of best fit. If we lose the prior bar low, it's an easy out. I still think it's a fade on Intel until proven otherwise, but this stock, it's not bouncing. I don't know what is special about Intel, why it's not bouncing, but it's got a little bit of a flat bottom break on it. The low is 18, you're $1 away from literally 52-week lows on this stock. So there's some room if it decides it really, really wants to bleed in here. I keep thinking we're going to get a pop and we can fade into this pop and this keeps on breaking low. So yeah, it is what it is.
For something to happen.
I'm going to give it to I might just give it to 75s and be involved in this one. I don't know. It's just I like this short.
So again, look at this. I just want to say, everyone, and thank you to eSignal. Go over and get your free month right now immediately from eSignal. Look, here's PAC. Someone just said, guys, PAC is going crazy right now. So I was like, PAC, like the Green Bay Packers, like they made a deal or something? But no, it is this company right here, PACK. So let's go have a look at this one and figure out what's going on. PAC, Ranpak Holdings right now starting to make a move to the upside. So here goes Ranpak Holdings right now. Nice move. They're into $8 the top. And as you can see, we always try to zoom back out a little bit to see where we're going. That $8 may be the top in PAC. So if you can find yourself into, or sort of get yourself into a short there, this could be it. And then the reason why I stumbled with $9 is that was the top previously. So we've seen this name move before. There goes PACK. PAC, nicely done to the upside. Take advantage of more fills here. I'm going to get a 5% here of AMD. If we can get another 88 fill, it's a 20-cent winner. That's all we've been doing, man. DraftKings, unfortunately, I mean, to have waited for that level would have been pretty sweet, but I didn't know about it, so we missed that. So that would have been pretty cool to get that there, but yeah, we don't have that fill on DraftKings. So we're going to have to wait and sit on our hands a little bit. The highest this ever went to was basically the minute after we got it, 75. I like the level here. I want to see a bump up. Here goes AMD, guys, 30 cents plus now in the money. You know where the stop is, 122 for NVIDIA. So far, so good there. AMD, let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Neil. There we go, man. We're putting it here, man. The traders are here to trade right now. And there goes AMD. We leveled into it. It's the only trade. This and DraftKings right now. So here's 40 cents in the money. Let's take some more out here on AMD as it comes back up. Yeah, we'll take Devontae Adams. Okay, so there it is.
No, you won't.
Yeah, he might come back and play with a real quarterback like Jordan Love. Okay, here we go. Nice move back up to the upside. We're taking some out at 117, and then we'll take some more out upside if we get going. But right now, out of 50% of our AMD trade as we just massage a little bit here.
Ooh, that was the more Trader TV board in there, which will show live positions. There you go. So if you're ever looking at the other channel and you want to know what we're involved in, or even the last executions as well, it's always
The
a
only
great
thing wrong
resource.
is last trades.
Oh, yeah, that the last trades
Because, I
things-
mean, look, I've been selling AMD.
Yeah, okay, so that's sort of, yeah, the position board is fine with that. And of course, a lot of updates, like TAN's going to be up to 2% and URA is going to be up as well. We're in Apple. I'm trying to get short Intel. It doesn't want to pop. I'm trying to resist the temptation to be short right in here. But Powell's about to hit the podium.
Come on, Jerome.
In 1 minute, you know what? Okay, fine. I shouldn't have. You can be in position with a
Jerome.
stop, but I don't want to be on the offer when he's hitting the podium. And it's not like he hit at 230. It's right away going to be a big kind of move. But there's always that chance that, like the first question, there is some kind of reaction. But I don't want to have an order sitting out to get into position. If it's at VWAP, maybe. If it's like NVIDIA, which was part of the pre-plan, I think that makes sense as well, like to the 123 level for sure. So we'll see where he is in the next like 15 seconds or so. And remember, it's generally a trend at 230, not just whatever direction it goes after 230. It's more like what is the trend that develops after 230. We need to put them. I don't know if we're going to do that thing. We're able to put the picture up.
We're going to try.
I know last time we were able to do this. We put the picture up, and then we'll have captions in there.
I mean, it's
as
not
he's
like we
answering
could, right,
questions.
as I say, yeah, the caption. So, again,
Well,
it's going to be a
captions work.
prepared speech. Brendan will go over the document, and then there'll be like redactions and things like that, and we'll just get that all figured out. And, like, you know, they'll use the words like aggressive, and then they'll remove it,
Yeah.
and whatnot. So there's no dot plot. I heard you ask that question earlier, so we'll just wait to see what winds
we
up
got that
happening
last time.
so far. So people want, I mean, we can look at Intel quickly. And again, as this happens, it's not, apparently he's on board now, so we'll figure it out at the podium. Intel, like I said, okay, Powell.
Oh, he's on the
what's up, my
podium.
guy? There he is.
Walking a little slowly there.
Right there. Yeah, he's kind of old man. All right, so here we go. Questions time. We'll see what winds up happening. So I'm just going to go to the stocks that I'm actually in. Let's watch out for Intel here. Let's watch out for DraftKings. And then NVIDIA, we already have that plan of action. So not much. We'll just basically watch out for AMD. All right, economies make significant progress towards their goals, so on and so forth. So I'm not going to keep on repeating everything we're hearing. But here we go. I'm going to take out another piece out right now at 01s. Yes, sir. Here we go, man. Let's go. It's a chicken dinner winner right now there for AMD. So we'll get rid of that so we can still continue to watch Powell. Go, Powell. Go. Right now, 117 O's coming through right here for us. So nice move up. Let's go. Here goes AMD, man. It's a 50-cent winner. We've got it. Neil's got Apple.
Jerome,
okay,
put on that
50
Bobby
cents.
Womack.
Yeah, let's go, man. There goes AMD. We've been buying this one. Again, what did we do? We went and bought strength. We knew AMD was up today. Obviously, we can see numbers. And then there it goes. Nice move now back up to the upside for AMD. Guys, if you're with your boy, let's spin, man. Let's start spinning. Nice move right now up into the 30s. Can we get 28? Yes, we can. Right there. It is. Another one. And thank you, Powell. We'll see what he says now, Neil. I hope Apple can get going. But it's a 70-cent winner right now for you on AMD.
Yeah, AMD doing 70. We're only about 50 pennies up here on Apple. It's the same. It's off of VWAP and it's looking pretty good. Oh, you know what? I said I would cancel the offers when he hit the podium, and I still have that offer canceled on NVIDIA. Didn't want to be sitting out there. If we go trend up, I don't want to get run over after 2:30, so I just cancel the NVIDIA offer. But it's just a VWAP bounce here on Apple, pretty standard. I still feel like the fade on Intel could be a little bit of something as well. This one. Yeah, it's weak, baby. This stock stinks, and it looks relatively weak to me. Bitcoin is now starting to go. That's what we took at 2 o'clock. And look at it fly. That said, do I want to hold it a full point? Like going all the way to the lows from a VWAP trade? No, but if we can hold on to VWAP again, that looks a little bit better. M-Sense, I'm not in NVIDIA.
I'm going to punch out.
No, like I'm not. I haven't been in NVIDIA since the morning. And I wanted to get in at VWAP.
That's
the idea. So we're going to hang on to the longs. NVIDIA and Intel were relatively weak stocks that I wanted to play to the south side here. So we're just getting some numbers. He's just talking about, he's just talking about PCE. He's talking about GDP and just going over numbers that we already know. Like, do we not know these numbers as they get released? I mean, come on.
I mean, look what's happening right now to AMD. It's almost $1 right now in the money here for AMD as we continue to go just a little bit higher. Let's punch something out here in the 40s and then wait at that 56 level that we just touched out at. There goes AMD, guys. It's a nice one. You ask about NVIDIA. I'm out now of NVIDIA. I'm going to cancel that trade. I thought the market had a good chance to go there. We will end the NVIDIA trade right now. And those of you asking about that, that was a 126 in to be out at 121.64. That was a big trade, man. $4.55 in the money there on NVIDIA and now out. Good outs there in the 50s, obviously. Let's get out another piece here at 30. So AMD, the big money maker right there. AMD shoots up the board for me right there. P&L number 3 on the day there for AMD. So I mean, we're pretty happy with what we did there. We shorted here. That was a big one. Then we went long right there. So AMD today, NVIDIA will be P&L number 1. That's pretty obvious there. Apple will be P&L number 2 for me, despite being short there. We just had hundreds of shares. It worked out well for us. DraftKings trying to go, but then stopped again at 75. So not much happening there. Yeah, everything is all good, man. I just, maybe we should not have got out of NVIDIA, but I felt like NVIDIA had a chance to fly, and I just didn't need it to break the 200 period, and just felt like giving a little bit back there, especially when we're already long AMD. So let's just cheer for the long. We're offering some more 38s here to get out. It's a good winner, man. It's 70 cents. Bang. It's 75 cents now in the money. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and make sure that you join us every single day as we do this every day. Like, I'm here, we're here, we have a great midday show, we have live news on the desk, and then even for tonight, you're like, man, this show is great. What about tonight? It's coming again tonight with the recap show.
Oh, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, man, Stock Blitz tonight. I didn't do that. That's a good one, Sharif. I like that one.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
Because we only have Powell's face on there. We don't have ours. So we'll just continue to watch whatever's happening there with Powell. Yeah, it's all good.
Looks like in the...
Yeah, that looks nice. I like how that's on there for the spot. I'm not hating it. It's all
No,
good.
I think it's good.
I mean, we're pumping out the winning trades over
It's
here.
good.
You know? I'm just trying to, yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is, you know. All right, let's go DraftKings. Let's go AMD. Let's go Apple. I mean, we're just long. That's all, basically.
Well, I think we're starting to pull back a little bit here, and oh my goodness, and that was real fast. Why can't you just get to VWAP Intel? It's that bad. We're right back at the low of the day on Intel. This stock is an absolute, this thing is a dumpster fire as we speak. So this doesn't even want to give you any kind of a bounce. Lower highs, and more lower highs when it comes to this name. I feel like this should be a fade. I was just looking over at Alibaba because that was most people's big stock today. I think most obviously was pretty good. The problem with it, and I was looking for, you said the long at 97.
Yep.
It was down there before, but then in the back of my mind, hey, it's after 230. It's a Chinese ADR. Volume might not be where you want it, so I think I might back away from this, but I'm going to have it up. If we do get some kind of a bottoming wick like we did before, this was it was a monster bounce level previously on Alibaba. Look at that double bottom. I wasn't at my desk when this happened, unfortunately. But if we get down there again, it seems like a pretty solid buy zone. So going to throw that one up on the side chart.
All right.
Obviously, it doesn't necessarily have to move as much as the overall market being a Chinese name. But Intel's still looking weak. You know, we went from like that $5 on Apple to right back into VWAP. We grabbed some at 37s. Now we're just trying to hold back on to VWAP again here with Apple. So it's still good. Like, it's still holding on to VWAP. We like that. But you're coming right back in. It's not massive. You know, like, this is the futures here. Yeah, we're down and we broke the lows, but you're not cascading to the downside. You're not breaking the trend back to the upside. We're still gliding slowly downside. So I think you got to be at least a little bit cautious with the longs. Ideally, I would get a short, but I'm not going to force the action. I don't want to force any short trades here, especially with the longs continuing to work out. The questions are now coming in.
Guys, just real quickly here, man. We make a lot of money on AMD, but we did make we made maybe not a great decision there with NVIDIA. So we got out at 121.50. It just fell down to 120.50. Powell's getting questions about the president and everything like that. You better watch what you say, Jerome, right there, because your job is going to be on the line. Okay, so we'll have to watch out. I'm just playing around. All right, here goes. Well, it is on the line anyways. If you don't think that Trump can get rid of Powell, you got something else coming. All right, there goes AMD right now to the upside. Right now, 117.60. Bang, there it is, man. It is $1 right now in the money for that one. So we'll spin it one more time as here we go. And by the way, Neil, people thought that maybe we were only trading AMD. What about us, says DraftKings? What about us, says DraftKings? And there it goes right now. Nice little move upside for DKNG. Neil's got Apple. We're starting to bump around now just a little bit. Let's go DraftKings. I don't know why you're so disappointing, but you appear to be that way. So let's go DraftKings, see if we get some nice outs. We just got an 80 out again there on DraftKings, so a couple outs there. As AMD is really, guys, really starting to go. I mean, look, if you're long with me, man, congratulations. Along with Neil, congratulations. It's now $1 plus change. It is another one given to you. And it was tandoori chicken dinner winners for lunch. We had pork on top of it. I threw that in the garbage.
You didn't eat your pork? It was all right.
No, I've requested no more pork. To me, that was too much. I don't like cold pork tenderloin. Pass. Unless it's in a sandwich. I mean, I like sandwiches, you know. I mean, okay.
I need the protein.
Here we go. Yeah, that's the part that's missing when you do that. You don't get the protein. Okay, so nice move up there for AMD, man. We are getting closer and closer to being out of this trade as it's just a monster. So now AMD just rockets up to like number 3 on the whole show, period. And we just started taking this. So nice move to the upside, man. Let's go. Great trade on Apple. This guy's got Alibaba now. I mean, we're all over the place. We're really rocking and rolling. Thank you, everybody, for watching. This has been a great, great Fed meeting.
Yeah, so far so good. Although, we'll see. Alibaba, we just got into. We just held this nice little consolidation. No dump into that 97. And the last push down, you're able to see it hold. But local stop here. Keep it really tight and then play it into VWAP, which if you're doing, got to get some orders out into that VWAP. You know, last I checked, if you don't throw orders out when the stock goes to that price, you don't actually get filled.
Look at
And I learned that on day one.
Oh my God.
It was a great lesson. And, you know, it is what it is. But I do think, look, we're going to get to a double top here, and the market's getting to those highs. So I like the fact that we're trending. I'm going to be buying back into VWAP, but I think you just want to like let it fly here. When it's going in your direction after 230, you definitely want to let it fly. I'll check back over. So we got the 2 longs, and I mean, Intel gets to VWAP. I don't want to ignore it. I still think they stink, and VWAP is going to be a bit of a thing for me. But we got to be more careful because the trend is to the upside. So let's see it curl off, and then that's the only way I will get into Intel. I'm glad. I was looking at it. I was thinking about taking at those lows because I felt like if it flushed, it could be a disaster for them, which they already are. But I'm glad I backed away from that because you'd just be getting run over. So the new positions, Alibaba, that's sort of just off this little consolidation that it made. Play it into resistance and then play it into VWAP. Apple, will let it fly into the high of the day. Oh, look at NVIDIA. Let's go to, we're going to go to the desk with Adara.
We're $1.50 in the money.
I just want to contextualize this push to the upside. There wasn't anything super dovish just said here. Basically just said that they basically need real progress on inflation or a weaker job market in order to cut. He was asked, do you think inflation would remain sufficiently restrictive, or would your policy remain sufficiently restrictive should you actually cut by 25 basis points? And he just said, this is what we need to see in order to do the cut. So QQQ is rising here despite a fairly, I guess, cautious comment there from Powell, guys.
They like it.
Thank you, Adara.
They really like it.
Bitcoin's 104. Nice move.
Who said that?
But look what's happening to AMD. Short on AMD right there. I just put this out on Twitter. Fits like a glove, man. Short right there, boom. Then long right there, boom. $2 in the money right now. And then what about DraftKings? Hey, like, who was talking about DraftKings down there anyways? But there it goes. Nice move to the upside on DKNG. And I would say this one more time. Another one. All right, but there it goes. Let's see. We still got to get out. I mean, it's a nice move up. Our best fill there is 95s. It just went up to 05s. So far, so good. As we get more and more out of DraftKings, we out of now 70% of that fill because we get this fill. We wanted $42. We sit in front of it. We get it. It's a nice move. It's not huge. It's 67s to O's. So 30 cents or so. Nice move there on DKNG. So yeah, man. I mean, it's everything's working. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I think it's been great. Right now, we're going to get more questions and answers from Powell. I just want to say to everybody, thank you so much for continuously supporting the show. I'm actually going to pull down, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let me find out how many. 900 right now. Thank you so much. Let's get that to 1,000 if we can do that. 6,500 of you. If you haven't done it yet, let's go. Let's get that a little bit ramped up. We do have a big after show as well. Sharif, Neil, and Adara will be bringing you Meta.
Brand new.
Brand new recap show. Meta coming out this afternoon.
Tesla,
and what am I missing? Microsoft.
Well, Microsoft ain't what it used to be.
The thing is, Microsoft's going to be good because of the hyperscaler, right? We want to find out what is their CapEx, how is that going to affect NVIDIA?
Spend, baby, spend.
Yeah, exactly. And has that spend come to a little bit of a close, or not a close, but slow down because of DeepSeek and what that means to potentially building models on top of other models for much cheaper. But again, Azure for me is going to be the big one there as we wait to see the cloud and how that's been growing for Microsoft.
Quick update.
Yeah, go.
Quick update. The NASDAQ just wicked the top, which you can see on my chart here. Not the high of the day, but just the resistance. And at the same time, I should put this T down. At the same time, Apple
Put your T down.
wicked its high of the day. I actually tried shorting this level in here. Would have been good if I had stuck with it. No, but it actually just wicked that top. So I'm jumping out. We'll look for the next available trade. And then Alibaba, which we also took. It's a Chinese ADR. It's probably not going to move as much as the market. So if we can get it inside the range, that's fine. Looking to see if we can't get more down in here. The better long is actually like 96.70, 96.80. But this is as far as Alibaba wanted to go down. So I want to be ready that if we lose this bid, that this is where I'd much rather be taking the long. And sometimes you're not at your desk. And I don't even know what happened to Alibaba at 1 o'clock. That doesn't even make it's wild. I don't understand why it would have dropped that far, but there must have been like a market shock or something that caused that move. So we're out temporarily for Apple. If we get another chance at VWAP or maybe even a higher low in here at 37, we'll look to see if it can round it off one more time. That's a good song. That brings me back to university because it was at one Friday nights at the Laurier bar. There was one DJ who always played that same song. He had the same set he'd play over and over again.
Yeah.
And it always started with that song.
Yeah, these guys.
We're going to celebrate. Yeah.
We're going to celebrate it.
Oh, yeah.
One more time. All right, so we got another piece out one time right there on AMD. Many times there as we go to the upside. Now, remember, I don't have to be clear about this because I think we are all the time. Like I'm adding liquidity. So like so right now, just for example, I'm offering 118.40s right here. So if we rip up to that level and fills me, then I will be getting what we call a rebate. So we are producing right now, some educational material that will be hopefully coming out and be helpful for many about that kind of stuff. But we'll talk about it live on the show every day anyways, and that's what I'm doing now. So it's adding your orders into the market instead of removing trades. So that's how it works, and that's called adding and removing liquidity. And so if you sit here like right now at 19 and someone comes up and picks you up, then you get a rebate. You don't have to pay for that trade, which is why brokers if you're wondering, how does IBKR make so much money? And how does some of these places make so much money? It's because they're still charging you $4.99 a trade, but meanwhile, sometimes if you're sitting there offering, then like Neil, put like a stink bid. So let's just say you did that. If it comes in and fills you, then you're going to pay your $5 a trade or $10 a trade. But realistically, IBKR collected rebates on that fill. So I'm not just calling them out as a broker. I'm just saying this is how the market works.
Yeah, no, that's just fair.
In general, I mean, it could be for anybody. Robinhood, SoFi, all that. And that's how Citadel with GameStop and all that kind of stuff, started getting in a little bit of trouble because they were, obviously, I don't need to tell you about this, but rerouting orders and sitting in the middle and feeding liquidity and so on and so forth. So that all got looked at. And
the easy way to say it is your orders weren't getting to the market. Like they were getting, you hit enter, you send the order, it's never actually going to the NASDAQ. It's getting offset and then it's staying internally, staying internally into their books. They pick it off and, you're not interacting with the market like you're supposed to be. It is what it is, but the IBKR is good. Oh, I forgot to mention this.
I mean, it's allowed to do that.
We talked about this. I couldn't wait. I nibbled into Lockheed Martin. It's small.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind that trade.
On the long term, we were talking this morning about Lockheed and how far it was down. I was like, okay, I might just wet the beak on Lockheed. I just think it might bounce.
I just think it's risky to do it ahead of Fed. If it's just for a nibble, I think.
I think it was probably, I got ahead of myself. It was probably way too early to have done it. But
what am I saying though? Ahead of Fed, it was 99% probability. So the Fed market is actually it's a nice move by buying. I mean, we're up on the Nasdaq.
Well, I mean, to point, like you actually hear Trump talking about like spending. So this is why. And again, I understand completely if people have ethical reasons for why they would never invest in Lockheed Martin, but it's at monster lows on the daily chart. And something like we're live trading our prop accounts here, our personal accounts. Like I don't mind saying, what we're doing and, what you buy, what you sell. And again, I just think this is at a pretty solid value level. I'll let it settle down before I decide adding to it. And if it can't hold on to 410, this back here, like if it can't hold on to this support, it's an easy out, risking 10% on it. And if we can catch some bottoms in here, I may play back into the 50 period, 200 period moving average makes some sense to me. Let's go back on over to the market. The NASDAQ is holding out pretty well. It's still pretty slow on Bob, but like it just kind of drifted 20, 25 cents in the money. Apple's right where we left it. So that dip, like it came right back into the high, right back into the low a couple times. There has not been any play back into VWAP, which if we get it, that's what I'd like. Or you can just put in a lower high off of, or higher low off of 27. 237 would still be good. We're getting a little bit of resistance here, that's all. And as long as we're gonna be in like a waiting zone here, either we're gonna pop the top and look for some continuation, or we're gonna look to see if we can't buy some dips on Apple. That KRKR, what was that?
I found that. I don't know. I found it on eSignal that one time. I'm gonna sneeze.
Which? Bless you.
Damn man,
Bless
could
you.
not get the.
Hey, we're live, man. It is what it
get
is.
the mic
It
there.
keeps it real.
Oh, man, whew. All righty then. All right, we just took advantage of, I want to go over this again, DraftKings. It went up to our price. We got filled again. That's again more adding liquidity. This one we punched out because it was breaking back down below 42. So I wanted to make sure we got some out right there. And on that note, I did not get filled. Okay, let's sit at 02, see if we get it. There it is. So we get the 02 right there. I'm going to cancel. I want to get out some more of AMD. I was actually sitting there at 10s. I thought I got the fill. Looks like So punching out there at 02 there, got a little excited. Maybe we did not need to do that. But again, just taking some more profit as we go. I want to look at the Treasury because we had talked about that a little bit before I wanted to look at it anyways. Yeah, nice move to the upside there as, again, no interest rate cut. So you can see the TLT making its move back up as, again, short and long-term Treasuries maybe looking a little bit more interesting now that you have a rate decision look like, I guess certainty until the summertime right now for TLT. We've had some nice moves back in and trying to hold out right now as we talk about money supply and so on and so forth. So watch out for I think the TLT, I think it's a 20-year.
Yeah, the TLT is a 20, but that's the best one to.
Treasury. Yeah, it has the most liquidity. Yeah. And we often see that. Let's just have a quick look at the imbalances. Not that anything's going to happen right now. I just want to see if there was anything interesting on here. So USB. Are they reporting? Maybe. Okay, so Reddit there as a buy. These are just early indicators right now that we're going to fill out in an hour. So there's lots of time left with no NASDAQ names at all. So Reddit, what's Reddit at? 203, man. Wow. I should have just bought that one on IPO. I'm really looking forward to Discord coming out. I think that should be really special there. I don't know if we'll buy it immediately, but that would be one for sure to look at. All right, the only red stock that I have on today, and I was actually showing Tomas because he came over here wanting to know how I was trading. It's our friend from Hungary helping us film some of these videos. I said, bro, this is the only stock that we had lost on today, and it was an in and an out right there at 237.
What is Amazon doing?
Been a little disappointed. Yeah, not much.
It's not even
hovering
up today.
around. Oh, man, I'm going to sneeze again. A good time to go over to Dara. Or Neil, whatever you want.
We do have Juniper on watch here. JNPR, Juniper Networks, fell a couple minutes ago here. I couldn't find any news, but yesterday they were trading lower here. There were some reports circulating that there's a Department of Justice lawsuit which could obstruct the company's proposed acquisition by Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Also here, in terms of Fed Chair Powell, from what I'm seeing and hearing here, it really seems that the reason the market has kind of pushed higher is because he's not really being cautious in the way that was necessarily expected. There isn't a ton of hard hawkish talk. A lot of it is kind of wait and see, saying that there seems to be a setup for further progress on inflation, but it's a matter of waiting to see if this progress on inflation actually comes to fruition. So very much wait and see here is the name of the day here from Fed Chair Powell.
So the bad news for that if the Juniper deal falls through, it's going to kind of suck because then they wouldn't get bumped from the S&P 500, and then you wouldn't get someone added, which I think is more fun. There's somebody else that's going to leave the S&P 500 this or the next quarter. At least when I looked at the research, I forget who it was, but I'd love to
That
be able
won't
to
be happening
speculate.
till
No, we're talking about
March.
Yeah, we're talking about March at the earliest, and then possibly, and then
Who is
of
it?
course
Who's
June.
supposed to go out?
I forget the other one. It was a company I wasn't that.
What about a Robinhood or a SoFi?
Well, that's what Apple Evans one. Robinhood,
right.
Robinhood over SoFi, I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
No?
it's whatever the
Yeah,
Well, I
Robinhood-
don't know. It's whatever qualifies. You have to have 5 straight quarters of EPS
Yeah.
profitability. I don't know if they have that.
I don't know if they got that.
That's what really sparked this name right here.
Palantir and Uber.
Yeah, where's my Palantir investor hat? Palantir right now, nice move up off the Fed. I mean, we picked AMD, which I'm glad we did because AMD is still a mods. AMD is even going higher right now. AMD is $1.70 now in the money. DraftKings now 40 cents in the money and at the highs. That's been really well traded for sure. We've only put on 2 positions since Fed. This and a $2 banger, which goes right back up. Wait a minute. How come I'm not sitting here? I must be sitting here. Yeah, I'm at 43s. Oh, remember that example I said I'm at 43s? Okay, so if this comes up and fills me there, NASDAQ gateway, then we'll get a rebate to add liquidity to here. So as Powell keeps talking, Adara's on the desk now, so if she sees anything flying through on Twitter or any unique comments from Fed Chair Powell, she'll bring that. So you guys are in the right spot if you're doing that. We do have it on the top right corner right now. You can see with the captions and then a couple charts. As you can see, the NASDAQ and the SPY both really did take off. So thanks, Ramin, for getting that going. That looks pretty cool up there right now. What was going on with Uber today? Because we saw something in the midday where it was just like, whoops.
Waymo added, Waymo's operating somewhere new. And then there was a big downward candle, and Uber's getting beaten up for all
I'm
this
really
nonsense.
tired of those stories, but we know Waymo's
look, we know exactly the point. So Waymo's expanding, which we already knew, and Uber's just going to shock downside every single time. They're still making money. They still have lots of possibilities there. But yeah, it wasn't a good look. So we're coming back on trend here on BABA, which I would have liked to get VWAP before it broke trend back in. But this is a range-bound trade, and if it's a range-bound trade and we lose the trend, then I'll jump out. And remember, I still like it a little bit better down at the 96.70 to 97 is like the real go zone here where it got like monster bids. So this is a little bit far away from it. If we do lose the trend, I'm going to jump out of that one. Still think we can hopefully get a dip on Apple, but it's not really happening. It's still, Apple's exactly where it was when we left it. So we haven't broken the top, we haven't carried through, we haven't pulled back, neither one of those two things. That's why the focus is going to be on Alibaba. And I still think Intel could be a short. I've been pretty patient with it.
Amazon SMH.
And now now you're getting the rejection of VWAP. There hasn't really been much of a consolidation, but I think this might be it at the 19.8 level here on Intel. Yeah, it's still a dog. This one can't carry through and is losing what semblance of support it had. Market at highs, this wants to press lows. If I'm going to take a shot in a short, then this will be it. So it trailed out of Alibaba as it doesn't seem like it wanted to hold on to that trend. I won't go long at the same price, the 97.5. I'd like it to break that and see if we can get 97 even. Because that was a huge missed opportunity early on early at 1 o'clock. Alibaba should have been, I don't want to say free money, but like if it bounces once and you've been trading it all day, and that was the bounce that we like, I'll go back to Alibaba. So there's our trail. If it bounced once there, if we get a shot to trade off it again, the triple bottom, I'm going to take it. But I'm not going to hold it through the low. I'm not short. I guess I had to take profit out when I punched out of this one. So that's just me getting out.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get out of some AMD right now at 118.18s, just because not much happening. We did have a nice move up. I just want to look at the NASDAQ quickly because if you're going to talk about zooming out, I mean, we just did it right here, right into the pre-market lows, right into this level that held again, and then this drop happened. So we're getting out of everything. Like we had to move up, right? We do the Barry Horowitz. We pat ourselves on the back. It was a good move up. We put some damage on the board for NVIDIA, and AMD and DraftKings, and that was it. And now we can just sort of watch to see what winds up happening. And look, I mean, we just got that fill. So as Neil just mentioned, look at that. There's the 18 fill that we just got. Well, now it's coming right back in. So there it goes, right through the top side. And that's an example of adding liquidity. So we are sitting there at 18. It comes up, it fills us. We get the fill. The money comes into our account as a fee, rebate, and then we also get the gross, obviously, of $1.58. So nice move upside now. As here we go, we're starting to go. Now remember, oh God, the policies are having a meaningful effect. Let's go to Adair for the full story.
Keep an eye here on Robinhood, HOOD. We actually do have here apparently Vlad Tenev, who's the CEO of the company, saying that Robinhood has started to roll out futures trading on the platform. I just saw this here from a source on X, but this source has interviewed Vlad Tenev in the past, so fairly reliable here. Robinhood, HOOD, reportedly starting to roll out futures trading on its platform here, guys. Also still seeing comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I will continue to keep you apprised.
I don't want to look at the daily chart of Robinhood right now. It's just going to
Of what, Robinhood?
No, it's just going to make me. No, it's just like it's.
I mean, we have SoFi anyway.
Yeah, it's up like no. But SoFi is up like 2.5 times when Robinhood's up in the same realm, like 6x. And it's like so you make a choice, and it's not just whether it wins or loses. It's the opportunity cost of the thing that you didn't buy. So that's the reality. You have to be able to look at things from that frame.
That's my whole thing about Nvidia. It's like there might be better stuff to buy. I don't know.
I don't know.
How much
I bought
you like the company. I don't know.
I bought some ARM and some Qs. It is what it is,
man. Okay, what's
so we're still in the same range. I'm looking at Apple, same range. Nvidia, not really. Here's Nvidia right now. I'll go from that to Nvidia holding underneath 123, but it's above the 50. We've stair-stepped up. Don't know how much I like that short. Note the difference between. Obviously, Apple's strong. Nvidia is not super strong, but the difference between Nvidia to me and the difference between Intel. Like Intel has no problems busting lower and breaking prior support. So it's definitely a weaker name. It's about the only thing I see that is remotely a short right now that I'm liking. So I want to get the reload, like we said on Apple. Baba probably has to flush a little bit more. Like Apple's not doing anything. It's 3 o'clock, it's power hour. It's got to make the next move so we can make a play off of the next move. And Baba's still looking like it's drifting to the downside for some kind of a dip buy. Let us know what else you guys are trading. Maybe just going over and seeing what Robinhood can do on that catalyst. It was already strong before this.
You know what name that I'm starting to like a little bit more for solar? I've never been in for solar. It's just, again, like that LMT, it's dropped quite nicely right now. We should look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's up again too a little bit there. But First Solar is just coming into this area. I don't know. I got to do a little bit of research on this. Like, what are some of the subsidies coming through? Is there going to be funding for solar projects? Are they cutting, or have they even been in place right now? They're not subsidies. They're like rebates and stuff like that for solar. So this could be something if it does pick back up. FSLR. We'll wait. I mean, you could see we talked about the destruction, and maybe Sharif. He's not here right now, but he always talks about sort of a play on nat gas. I'm looking at this right now for FSLR into this area. So we'll have to wait to see. There's the TAN ETF, and look how beat up this is as well. So some downside plays here in this space. Just wondering if it's a little, maybe take the ETF, but the name itself, you get sort of the juice on. So maybe we do get a nice little upside move in the TAN ETF, but I would rather have FS. I love Starbucks. Yeah, it's on the sticky note, but I missed it.
$110 Starbucks. Do you?
Yeah, man.
For almost 10% to the upside. That's a beautiful looking chart. We're talking continuation plays in the middle of the day. No, there was someone in the chat asking about Starbucks, and it's like, that's a nice linear move. That's when you get that nice program buying and nothing's out of whack and nothing's going crazy. You never want to short stocks like this. Like, it's weird to say, but typically it's better opportunities if a stock goes up, does a parabolic wick, and gets you an entry point. There's just nowhere you'd ever want to short. It's easier to trade when you look at something like Starbucks, so congratulations to them. Still basically in the same range. Powell's not giving us anything crazy here. Like, he gave the one jolt to the upside, and now we're just sort of working in the same area. So I'm just bouncing, like, what is going to make the next move? It doesn't seem like it wants to be Apple yet. We're still holding the same spot in here. Just what else is worth looking at? Reddit is popping, apparently. Is Reddit doing something new? I mean, Reddit's doing its thing.
203.
Yeah, but it's sort of like, this is sort of, it's not really different from Apple's chart. Hold VWAP, and then hold a bull flag to the top. So you're in the bull flag stage. That doesn't get me off of Apple as the next opportunity, but it's a good look. It's certainly strong for sure. So, you know, I like the fact you identified a strong stock. I like the fact it's above VWAP. Reddit's been an absolute banger. I would have some concerns when Discord comes to market that could be like a take profit spot for, you know, Reddit shareholders. Could give you a buying opportunity. You never really know. Think Kava and Chipotle.
Yeah, I really like Kava. That's another name. Oh man, let's check out Kava quickly here. We just got another piece out of DraftKings at 93. CAVA. I remember when we had Ayo guy. Where was he from? Mike,
Ayo.
I think. From something. Anyways, all right. So yeah, Kava. There was earnings, but you know what? Like, look at this. You take a look at that. Like Kava, nice dip down.
Oh, no.
I didn't even realize this had just happened. Kava down to 110. Like that could be a name for sure. Look at that. What about the read? Look at that, 110 and change right now. All right, before we go, I just have to ask people one question. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from $5,000 to over $500,000. And you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms, I have no idea how you'd be able to find out which ones are the best. Well, what a coincidence. We have Prop Firm Match right here. It's your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed. Oh man, I should just read what's written and not worry about it. Esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payout histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews. Explore payout histories and discover the best current deals. You guessed it, all in one place. So there's a big fancy QR code right now on your screen. Make sure you do scan that and find the perfect prop firm match for you. PropFirmMatch.com, your one-stop shopping for prop firm matches. And now, with that being said, only one show has a DARA, and it's ours.
Thank you for that transition there, Sean. We do have NVIDIA and some of these AI names on watch because Powell was actually asked about AI, basically asked, what did, if anything, what did that drop on Monday say to Powell about the state of the U.S. economy? He said that AI is a, quote, big development for parts of the stock market, but the Fed isn't really paying too much attention because they're focused on macroeconomy. So Powell kind of not really commenting there on AI. We got a little bit of a drop here, though, in NVDA below that 122 level, though, guys.
I just got out, I'll give it back to Neil in a second. I just want to tell you because I just made another play there. I just got out some more DraftKings at 89s. We've tried to sort of, I offered it, we were able to get it, or 88, sorry. So that was a good fill there. I'm low.
Apple
right now, yeah. And Apple, Apple, will it bottom tomorrow? We will find out on that one. But yeah, for right now, this is what we're doing out of some DraftKings. And really, I'm going to offer right now, okay, well, we offered 41s and got some more out there on AMD. So just to let everybody know, man, we are like under that 2%, or about 2% now, maybe a little bit more on AMD, and then under that 5% right now with DraftKings. So we'll look for some more names, but for right now, that's what it is for me.
How do we just dip and Apple didn't dip at all? So this still looks relatively strong. It's weird. Like the market just dropped 50 points or handles, and Apple did absolutely nothing. Everything is looking still relatively bullish here. Look, Robinhood obviously is a strong one as well. We're still not breaking the highs. Maybe Robinhood decides it wants to go for a jaunt next. Got to be able to throw that one up. And in the midst of that, see, maybe we should have just chased Intel all the way down. It is at the low of the day. It does look like absolute trash. But I see Alvin Ng Wang saying, look at Alphabet. You were saying this earlier.
XYZ.
Square? What's Square? No, Google holding the highs. Again, not different from Apple. And I would venture Apple is a little bit stronger. But yeah, holding VWAP, holding 195. Bit of a tighter range if you break it out here on Apple than I see over there in Alphabet. Swagger saying, what do I think about GME? If it's breaking resistance,
that's some swagger.
Then we like it when it can squeeze. Right now, GME is doing absolutely nothing, and it's a Fed day. So, strike one, it's a Fed day, so it's not the day that I would ever want to look at GME. Strike two, it's not moving. Volume's non-existent on GameStop. Never mind trading anything. I don't care. We'll trade DJT if it moves. We'll trade GameStop on the days that it's going. But it's not really doing anything. I think that's what matters. You want to be able to see something give you an opportunity. We got an opportunity there on Apple. Maybe tomorrow, whenever they report, maybe GameStop will be something, but not right now. Not that I know when they report.
No, I don't think so as well. I was just looking.
They don't report today, I can tell you that.
No, they report February 6th. Sorry, was that what you're asking? Yeah.
No, I know. I just said I didn't know. That's
I know. Yeah, February 6th. So I'm trying to carefully watch out for that. And yeah, so Google is what you're talking about, right?
No. Someone was asking about GameStop.
GameStop.
And I said I had no idea when GameStop
let me look it up.
reports.
Okay, so here's Google's. I was only looking earlier. That's why I know right there. Sorry, Tuesday, February 4th in 6 days. It's Tuesday, February 4th for Google. Let me just check out here what GME is doing. This is according to GME. What? GME. What am I doing? There it is right there. I have the mouse on it right now. All right, so they don't have an earnings date on here. We'll load up the calendar
about right.
and figure it out. March, April 2025. March is the next one. All right, March 25th is the next one that I'm seeing here on GameStop. I don't know. It says unconfirmed.
Yeah, let it sleep.
That may be right. I don't know. So we'll have to find out for that. Did they already report their quarter? I think they already reported their quarter. Did they?
Did they? This is the thing. Like, I don't know.
I'll have to find the timestamp.
We don't own it and we don't regularly trade it. I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to know what they reported last time when they report.
Looks like
this time.
we made a mistake
on GameStop
here.
Apple's
I just tried to
still
get
not
up more
doing much
draft
of anything. Roblox is making a bit of a move. I see in the chat. Is it really going to be a break of the low here on Intel? It could be the point. It could happen next. Eric Bishop is asking about Netflix. Don't mind going there as well. What's going on with Netflix? 975. Bull flag, but weaker bull flag than what I'm staring at in Apple. So you're holding VWAP, and since Powell came on the podium, you've got a nice little bump, and you're holding like everything else is. That's the pattern I'm seeing everywhere, and there hasn't been a move off of this pattern yet. So I don't want to rush into any moves, but we'll check anything if it's making a bit of a move. Oh, there's something. This is different. Roblox is a little different right now.
Hopefully it's up.
Yeah, grinding higher at the high of the day. This is not. It's breaking a bull flag more than anything else. It's a fresh 52-week high. Is that an all-time high on Roblox?
No, not even close.
No, it can't be close because it would have been. Yeah, it's not.
All-time high on Roblox is like $200.
Yeah, this is the only thing I see breaking the top when the market isn't. Now Apple wants to. Okay. Back to Apple. Apple's trying. This is like the 7th time Apple's tried to hold this high. And look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, 8 times. And for a half an hour we've been here without any follow through. That is the problem. So I'm not forcing my way into anything just yet. Any guess if Tesla would sell off at 4 o'clock or before 4 o'clock? We don't know. We've seen it move. I think usually I want to see what the imbalances look like if anyone has any kind of a tip as to what's going on. But we don't get the imbalances on NASDAQ stocks until they come out at 350. So there's no early look for us on Tesla. So we can't guess on that. But we will let you know what the imbalances are on all of the big names in about 40 minutes or so.
DeepSeek is now available on Azure, says Microsoft. I just tried to click on ChatGPT here, and it's not working. So load. So I don't know. I just tried to go over there and see what was going on. As I'm just hearing in my ear that Microsoft has, I guess, is now supporting DeepSeek on Azure. That's what I just heard. We'll find out. They've uploaded it. All right. What I was saying I was wrong is I guess I was wrong on DraftKings, but we'll take advantage of this one as it just comes right back up right there again. Again, we'll go 3 for 3 here so far this afternoon with AMD was over $2 winner. And then DraftKings right now is at the highs. It's not super exciting. It's 40 cents, but we'll see where it does wind up printing out for us now on DKNG, ready to rock and roll. We do have a big after show ready for you as well, so get ready for that. Powell's still talking, Neil.
He's talking about the labor market right now. So he just said businesses that rely on immigrant labor are having difficulties, is what he just said. So he's opining on the labor market there. Again, not going to move anything. Well, what's wrong with opining? Opining is the correct word there for Powell. It's not really moving the market. Word of the day is not opining. You got to throw that one out there. No. The word of the day is when it's like bigger. Like I got to use a real school word. Opine is not a school word. No, you got to go. You got to go a few levels up.
Catching shrapnel.
A few levels up for it to be the word of the day.
There he is. What's up, shrapnel guy? All right. Yeah. We used that. That was a fun segment. Why don't we bring that back? The word of the day.
Well, because the professor doesn't actually say any interesting words anymore.
What?
His vocabulary's gone down.
A lot of.
I'm saying.
The professor says no interesting words. That is pretty shots fired.
You just step his game back up.
Okay. Step your game back up on the vocab there, Professor Sharif. Okay, so just real quick, we're having some fun here today, obviously, as we always do. All right, so, I waited for 118 again for AMD. We only have pieces left of that. I think we've done a good job of talking all about that. All right, yeah, federal grants. We talked about that, NATO, in the chat there. Trump is speaking. Can you believe this right now, Sharif? Trump is speaking at the same time as Powell, I think. Yeah, you know that, yeah. So funny stuff happening right now in this market. All right, if there's any other names you want to look at, we did look at Alphabet. I did sort of say that would have been a long that we liked before the announcement. I chose AMD and glad to have done that. Amazon, another super strong name, man. I mean, I don't care it's down today. Just looking at the way this chart looks, I love Amazon. Obviously, I'm talking my own book. I've been loving this for a very, very long time, and it continues to work, man. I mean, just now taking out all-time highs today, up into that 240. I don't know if we probably didn't wick that. I'll have to check that out. But anyways, all-time high close could happen today if we get above that 238.50. We may not. We're still down 0.4% with not that much time left here to go. So we now have less than 5%. I'm going to probably just punch out of DraftKings. The market is just a funny thing right now, up and down and around. So I'm not in love with what's happening here. So I'm probably just going to, you know what? Probably this, probably that. Let's just offer this out on AMD. We're going to sit at 36. If we get it, we get it. Oops, sorry, this is AMD here. We'll get out at I just offered 36 to make that rebate. Hopefully we can get that. I'm not liking what we're seeing right now.
No, we're starting to turn a little bit here.
So I'm going to exit out aggressively. There it is. We punch out right there. You can see we get a little bit of a mashed print there on DraftKings, but a nice out for us as we'll finish that trade on DraftKings and do this. It was a good idea, right? We're able to take some money out of it. Anytime you have a winning trade, it is a little Barry Horowitz action. We pat ourselves on the back. We are getting ready to get out of AMD. Actually, you know what? Forget that. We only have 2% left. We just got out of DraftKings because we're a little bit nervous. Let's just see what happens with AMD. Maybe if we break VWAP, we're light on it, so Adara has something.
So we had a little bit of a drop there in the market. Fed Chair Powell said that the expectation is that the Fed will continue to make continued progress on inflation, but saying that the broad sense within the FOMC is that they don't need to be in a hurry to adjust policy stance. So that could be a little bit mixed there for the Fed, guys. Back to you.
Yes, I might have missed that because it got choppy in my ear there. But a couple of things. Low of the day broke on Intel, just very barely. I think I got dark pool wicked into that one because it printed but did not get through. It triggered anyways. I'll give it to the local bottom. And then Apple, it did come back. And so it broke out that 238 area. It just came right back into support. And we'll see if it can't get back into the high. Now, remember, today's high is not the end story for Apple. Yesterday, it resisted in the afternoon, 239 late in the day, and then a 240 top. So there is some overhead resistance here in Apple. If we get back into the 239 level, would want to be able to jam out of that one. So we're finally in Intel, though it could be the wrong spot to get in. And now looking for the long again here in Apple, although it's not really the same price. Like long VWAP, this time we're long off the bull flag consolidation. But if we lose that bottom, going to jump out, and maybe we have to go back and revisit VWAP. Robinhood, for all of the, it's just still going. Robinhood up at 51, looking very, very strong as well. Maybe should have gone into a Hood, or you still range bound on Apple. With Hood and Roblox are doing new things. Let me come back to that. Oh, never mind. Roblox just pulled back big. Throw that one out. Yeah, throw that out the window. Roblox just reverted. That's not a long. Roblox. Come on, Roblox. That's not a long at all.
All right, I changed my mind. I'm allowed to do that. All right, so we just got out of half of what we had left. Now we have an amazing 1% left, and I almost don't even want to talk about it because it's going to just bug me. You know what? I'm going to get out now. I don't care. All right, we're out at 28 right there. We're close our AMD position. I just don't want me looking at this as if it's a real position. So we are now out of that. That was a really, really good one for us right now there today. I want to look, maybe PayPal. If there's any other questions in the chat. Yeah, I'm hearing right now something about X, which is US Steel, getting some volume. Just what I'll look at there. We don't have the eSignal scanner up right now, but you can go over and join us with our eSignal platforms. Here is a trade rate scanner. There goes X right now, moving into the upside. So this will update with names that are sort of moving around. There goes letter X right now, up to 37.40, 37.50. So we'll find out. But we're bringing this news to you right now. Adara's on it. Letter X right now starting to move around. You can see Tesla's moving around as well. IBIT, Apple, everything right now. Rigetti down 4% today. U.S. Steel right now, Neil, starting to move around. We will get that story from Adara very, very soon, as I just heard the call. So we'll wait for it all being set up. And she's set up now.
I'm not hearing anything about X here, just so you guys know, I'm not seeing anything yet. But when Powell was asked about the March rate cut, he said that there's no need to hurry. So Powell really kind of giving this vibe now that we're not going to get any cuts for a little while here. As we hear that, we get a drop in the market. I have not heard anything about U.S. Steel, nor seen anything about U.S. Steel as of yet, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, we
fine.
know the deal. We know a deal is pending, obviously, and with Nippon, and also there's the potentiality that
Potentiality.
there's the potential, of course, that.
There we go, Neil. See?
Oh, come on. Yeah,
The professor liked it.
I walked right into that one. Now, there's a potential that Cliff.
That might not even be a word.
I don't even know, man. I just threw it out there.
don't
You
know.
guys tell me. I'm not.
He's a professor.
My mom put my butt in Scrabble every time we used to play, and she would.
Scrabble. Oh, yeah.
Well, we played it as
Yeah,
a family,
yeah.
and my parents, they pulled no punches.
Potentiality would be a great word, I think.
No,
Scrabble.
it's a Nucor and Cleveland Cliffs were thinking about teaming up. Maybe there was an update on that. My first thought, so I just canceled the bid. My first thought was try to punch long if that was the news. But now that I haven't heard any news, I'm not going to sit on the bid. I just thought I was going to try to get it through 37. But if there's something legit here, then I don't mind jumping into the long. The same way Juniper went to the downside. Why not? Let's go to Adara.
Howell being asked here about crypto and Bitcoin, asking, what are your thoughts on basically this risky or unregulated asset? He says that he thinks banks are able to serve customers as long as they can manage the risks, but saying that for banks engaging in crypto, the threshold is a little bit higher. I actually was reading recently, apparently a specific rule with regards to the threshold being higher for banks has been removed by the new SEC, but regardless here, Powell saying that banks should be having a higher threshold with regards to holding Bitcoin, but they should be able to serve, or they're perfectly able to serve crypto customers. So BTC, pretty high on that.
9:18. All right, that's good enough for me. I just wanted to see here, 59.20 would be the high of the day break, right? So I'm going to go long. Powell's over. So that's it. So he's over now. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with crypto. I'm going to go long a little bit if we take out that top, and then we'll just play it back into sort of where we started, 59. I mean, I feel like that's fine if we do wind up taking that out. So we'll see what winds up happening there with IBIT. Yeah, we're done now. So out of everything. All right, so now that Powell's done, I sort of like to look back and say, okay, so when he stepped on was right here. We were at 21.4. Wow, that was a key level. We talked about 21.4 before. Nice move up, about only 100, 25.580, about 180 handles. That's not a big enough move for me to worry about like it retracing back down or anything. I feel like pretty much nothing, to be honest with you. The futures are right where we were at earlier this morning. Not much happening. We got the Fed rate cut pause, I shouldn't say cut, that we were expecting. So I'm not expecting much to happen other than potentially something with crypto. And I actually, before I even knew he was talking about crypto, we haven't looked at it in a minute, so I wanted to bring it up. Here's that 15-minute chart that we like to use. You are now above the 200 period and above the 50 period. So for me, that's a let's ride moment. So we you want to try to watch out for that play coming through on BTC, and it looks like right now it might be there for that break higher through 104, Neil. So that's a great little level there, 104 on BTC. So I like that play, and I think there's some juice here to the upside for crypto now. So let's wait to see. 104 break gets you into 105 right now, and then we see from there. So yeah, I like the chance. So that's why we're going to try out for, actually not Amazon, or not AMD, sorry, for IBIT. If we take out that top, let's see if we can ride with it. We'll go in. We talked about this. If a full position is going to be 10 units, this is going to be like 3 or 4 unit play. I just want to see if we can get going there on Bitcoin, and then we'll drop it back and get out maybe at the 50 period, something like that for a break. We only have 30 minutes until imbalances, so I'm not trying to get like too juiced up about this, but we'll still wait to see where it goes for crypto. So if it goes, we'll be there into the close and see if it carries the day.
Yeah, exactly. I still haven't seen any. I want to go long on U.S. Steel, but I just can't pull the trigger on it. Still hasn't been a news source. Obviously, something happened here. 100% something caused this to
Powell
spike.
said something would be my
He
guess.
must have said something, and it's right back into where it broke out from. This is generally a trade I like. Anything with buyout speculation that gets this, if it pulls back either VWAP or into the prior high, you get these implicit floors that happen on these stocks. It's in a relatively tight range anyways since the last updates that we've gotten on this deal. So I might nibble in front of VWAP. I don't know. I'm not really seeing a... Like Apple just... Oh my goodness, Apple.
No.
Oh, Apple. We flatted
We're going to
it.
be in Bitcoin soon.
Oh, wow. Okay, Apple's gone.
Yeah.
All right, so Apple just went again. Did not give it. Okay, I didn't give it a lot of room in there. Like got some profit when it went 20 cents in the money. Took it out when it went 15 cents against. But now it's wow. Okay, Apple's still on one. Now green on the day. Apple. Oh, what is Robinhood doing at least? It's all good in the hood, and Robinhood is taking names for sure. That one's looking like an absolute rocket ship. All right, I'll give you one more chance, US Steel, because it's still holding this 37 level. Let's go to Adara.
Oh, you're tired? Oh.
I can really not find anything on US Steel. The relative volume on this is less than 1. It's 0.57, so not a ton of volume actually coming into this. The most was under 400,000 shares in that 1 3-minute candle. And the most recent story on it was from yesterday, more than 24 hours ago, around 12:45. Basically hearing that one of US Steel's major investors opposes a proxy proposal from an activist investor. That was it here, guys. There's nothing on X. There's nothing on social media. On X, I am not seeing anything that can even remotely contextualize that move we had for US Steel, guys.
It is a... Let's see if we can get... Oh, yeah, what's this say? What's up to our friend Max? Okay, so watch this. So we're going to put it in our stop order right now. So we're in IBIT, by the way, if you were wondering. We are now long Bitcoin right now. Look, I'm trying to show you trading futures, trading everything here today. There goes Bitcoin breaking that top. So our stop is going to be right into here. 50, wow. Okay, 50, I got to maybe get out of something here. 58.80, 85. So let's just go 58.89 or so. Following the Powell comments, we do see a nice little bump up here in Bitcoin. So let's get out of, again, we'll get out of 10% or so of what we have if we can get it. It's now fading back just a little bit. We're only in here at 21. All right, we just get some 30s there. Now we're starting to go back. Oh, we got more than 30s. What am I talking about? We just sort of... what just happened there? Oh, we got 35s, actually. Sorry, we got some 31, some 35. So a nice little wipe there. Look, we told you we're taking it, so guess what? We're in it. There we go right now with this position. So let's see now what winds up happening with our friend IBIT. Look, we told you we're taking it. There's the take. Like, I don't see any other shows that are anything like this, where we're literally like buying Apple, P&L number 1, buying AMD right in front of everybody, P&L number 3 right here. And that was traded right in front of you. And silly maybe getting out right there. That was taken right there. Amazon, the only red name that I have today, right there. Like, if you're looking for trading, boom, Baba, that's the trade right there. DraftKings, no. All right, well, we had it anyways. Congratulations, anybody that held on to DraftKings. We him and you are him for holding on to that one. IBIT. Oh my, Neil. IBIT right now, she be climbing, boy, all the way to the high side right now. And there it goes again. IBIT, bang. This is our best day of the week. Like, I'm saying that every week, but if we could show P&L, you'd see it. There goes IBIT right now to the north side. And then we haven't even talked about the biggest P&L name for the show today, period, and that is NVIDIA. So, like, this is the kind of stuff that we're doing every single day. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Not only that, you're going to have our best show coming up in only 30 minutes when we talk about earnings and our market recap show. So if you're live, you want real trades, you want live trades, you want to follow traders, I mean, here it is right here. Today, Neil, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 6-1 today, everybody. So I hope you're enjoying the show. And if you're not, that's fine too. But it's been a big one, and we're happy to present it to you.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. MSTR has a quadruple top here if you go back to yesterday in the afternoon, like literally right now. 343. You already saw it tag it once this afternoon. I have the 3-minute chart up so you can see what happened yesterday on MSTRs. It looks like it wants to just now break through. Cool. Okay, so it has broken. Come on, chew through it. Want to give it to the half buck here. Oh, hold on a second, I got stuck orders. Give me a second here. I have a stuck stop I can't cancel.
Yeah, no worries. We're just
I'm going to get this store. I have a couple of stop orders that I don't need to be filling when we go to the aftermarket. So anyways, we broke in the top here on MSTR. I'm going to give it to that $0.50. It's obviously got like 44, 45, 46 to the upside available here. So we'll see where it goes. It just tagged it now. The last time Bitcoin made a breakout, MSTR in the afternoon kind of put in the range. It did not break the 50s there. No, it didn't. All right. If it holds on to the evens, I'm just going to get back in again. It did not break 50s, unless I keystroke.
All right, well, that's fine. I mean, there's another trade there. I mean, those of you want to follow me with Bitcoin, we took IBIT. You want to follow Neil? He's on MSTR right now, so just take it for what it's worth. All right, so I'm out of already 40% of this trade right now. Again, we'll see. We'll see what winds up happening. Taking a little bit more out right now to the upside. We're always playing off this level, so as we come higher and higher and higher, right now it's only 20 cents as our stop. So the fact that we're in the money there, 30 cents, we started to take some out because remember, we're watching out for this 50-period moving average. So that's now at $59. So let's put that out right now, $58.99. That's going to be our new stop. We have to just keep on adjusting these because it's working and it's going upside right now. There goes IBIT again. We have to maybe put an offer somewhere else. Let's put an offer now at 54 as we start to get more and more out of these positions. So you know what? I'm going to offer some 47s. Okay, nice little fade back. Okay, there we go. We got 47. So that was a good one. Another example of adding liquidity. Yeah, so far so good here into the close. It is another one. Another victory there, right there. Guys, AMD was $2. DraftKings is unbelievable move. I just wish we were still in this. But we had this from right here. And out. So these are real trades, not like little baby scalps back and forth that I'm generally used to. As we'll just do this and we'll put it up. We'll put up a big number today. But here goes IBIT as well, trying to take out these tops. We're getting lighter and lighter. We just took out a 48 there.
Oh my goodness, Apple. All right, cancel the bids on Apple. This one's, it's now gone. We're not going to be able to catch a dip buy in Apple. It's completely gone at this point. I just checked my CPU usage and that is the reason. It was just slow messaging. That's all. Like the fills are coming in, no questions asked. We're just getting some slow messaging. Taking the breakout. We'll see if it's going to be able to hold. It just wicked to the bottom again. So I jump right back in. We'll give it the prior bar low and see how MSTR goes. The last time this happened, it made a clear breakout trade. So we're going to give this one a shot. I like MSTR in these circumstances. But at the end of the day, you only have about 15 minutes to go, 20 minutes to go until the imbalances come out. I said 15, but 20 minutes to go. It's like if it doesn't go on this push, like it just pushed again and filled, you can see it sort of filled up there just above the $0.50, and it's immediately right back down. So breakout trade is always on a bit of a time limit here for MSTR, and it doesn't look like it wants to give another fill there. Yeah, no, I just took it out one more time. It did break in the money. I'm not scalping it out the whole thing for a 50-cent win. Not going to be worth it. No follow through whatsoever on MSTR. That was so much better the last time. Like the last time it went, and this was like a couple of weeks ago, we got it clean and it went like $4 for us. But MSTR immediately running out of steam on that long trade. Thought I had so much room to go here, MSTR. You just don't.
Yeah.
You're stuck with Apple, I kind of feel like.
Well, yeah, I mean, the market will tell you if you're right or if you're wrong, but that's why you don't want to be long for too long. That is for sure. We stay true to what we've been doing here. We called this IBIT play, and IBIT has been huge. So right now, the fact that this is at 59, and again, 1-to-1 risk to reward right now, as Neil just said, you have to have that kind of a target in place or else you get caught, right? So we're going to watch out for that here.
It's dropping now.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. 46, 47. I'm going to get out some more here at 47. Bang. Right there. This is the only trade that we have. 25, 30 cents now in the money right now for our friend and yours, IBIT, right now. So that's a nice one there as Bitcoin continues to go. You're welcome, everybody in the chat for this. I see you guys talking about thank you for trading IBIT and thank you for looking at Bitcoin. You're welcome there. Neil in and out of MSTR there and Apple. I still only have IBIT. So that's it. We just got a 55 fill, so that was another fill for us there on IBIT. So let's just review what I've given you so far here today. AMD, boom, now $2, but it doesn't matter. We're out of it. And then DraftKings, nice upside move. We should have maybe stayed in it. Amazon, not doing much, but I do like it. I mean, I think tomorrow this is a great break level, 238. Let's discuss what we're talking about here today in the after hours. So with Darren, Neil, and Sharif, we'll be all over these, right? Right at 405, it should be the very first one coming through, should be Tesla. They're looking for just a small little revenue number of $27.6 billion. for the quarter with an EPS estimate of 75 cents. So we'll see where that comes through right now as Tesla makes a big boy move back there to the upside. So, so far so good, man, as we continue to go. We love Apple. We love our long-term accounts blasting through here as well. We bought some NVIDIA the other day, yesterday at the we bought it at I can't remember the day. I don't even remember what day it is anymore. We bought this name in and around that 119, something like that. It is Wednesday. So thank you for that one, Ramin, as we are, well, you know what? We just get excited, and I apologize for it, man. I mean, you guys saw me take a swing and hits a couple home runs, honestly. There's IBIT, another huge move. We gave this to you at the break of the high of the day. A very, very simple trade, easy to talk about, in control. We're here, and that's that. Quickly, we did get a super chat. I don't know, we didn't even read this. Thank you, Zolia Gonzalez, your very first one. We want to thank you for that one as we put some dollars up on the board and you put some dollars on the show. So thank you so much for everything as we go, man. We're here every day to put up things like this, man. Neil, this is a 3-1 winner right now on IBIT as it continues to go upside. So looks like we picked the right look here instead of Mar or anything like that. IBIT continues to go, man. Play the pure play. There it goes. What's up, Adara?
We do have earnings tonight. Our earnings watch party. Check that out with myself, Sharif, Neil, 4 p.m. Eastern sharp, because Meta, Tesla, and Microsoft are expected to report at 4:05 p.m. We looked at the Tesla earnings graphic here earlier today from TTV Research, but I made some for the other 2 Mag 7 names reporting tonight. We have Meta here. I did preview this a little bit earlier, but really just showing the growth in Meta's average revenue per user, or ARPU, which is a huge metric for social media companies, and kind of contextualizing it with various Meta acquisitions. Then there's this one, which I'm really excited about. A look at Microsoft's revenue here, incorporating Microsoft's 4 brand colors, and how it's really grown starting in 2000 and all the way up to 2023 or 2023. Steve Ballmer here named CEO right at the start of the millennia. Then we get Satya Nadella replacing him in 2014. The company reached $1 trillion in market cap for the first time in April 2019, all the way up to their Activision Blizzard acquisition being completed in 2023. So exciting stuff here. Check this out on X at TTV Research, working really hard to create innovative and fun content for you guys every single day on X. Make sure you give that a follow, guys.
I love that timeline in there. And we were talking a little bit about Microsoft. We were filming some things about our trading journey. Well, I was filming today about the trading journey. I was sort of talking about some big deals in the past and how it used to be. You knew the ones that would go through. Larry Ellison was the champion of that. No, just come quickly over here for a second, because someone asked me if I had any swing trades, because MSTR might take some time. I'm only looking at day trades here. I don't own MSTR. I've never owned MSTR. I own Bitcoin. To me, it's just a hodl type situation. It's just a matter of a breakout trade. There was a setup like this on MSTR, very similar a few weeks ago, that was an instant winner, right? So I took it, but it's not going, right? So like at the end of the day, you just got to be able to come to my chart for a second. Can we come to my, thank you, there we go. But it's not going. I want it to break right away. Could it go tomorrow? Sure, but that has nothing to do with today. Like I can't hold this position overnight. Right? So even if MSTR is at 350 tomorrow and I've wicked it out here, that's completely irrelevant. I just don't want it trailing back into VWAP and then all of a sudden I'm punching out because it's 350 and I got to get up to the desk and we have to close our positions at the end of the day. So yeah, it might still be good. And I don't begrudge it anything here. Like if you look at a 15-minute, it's got room. Maybe even like a 350, like it's still holding some higher lows. Like I like the general trend, but it's not a trade that we're going to be able to play one day into the next. That's just not the game. 100%. Danny Naha saying you strictly play options in MSTR and no long-term holds. I think that can be a good way to go. Oftentimes, it tends to give you outsized moves. Today, it's not. Sometimes it does. Today, it's not.
Traders, listen up.
Uh-oh.
First month free right now with eSignal. I can't believe I'm even saying that. What an opportunity for everybody. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. The platform, it's everything you need. It's infinite data, it's instant trading, it's lightning fast. It gives you market insights as well. We talk about the scanners all the time. Game-changing charts predict with backtesting. The backtesting is the most incredible backtesting you'll ever find. Potentially. Reliable real-time data as well. Global markets at your fingertips. That's right. It's eSignal. They partnered with us. It's a free month. Make sure you do scan that now. Execute your best trades now. Elevate it. Scan that QR code. Link in descriptions. It's eSignal. And oh boy, is it great. All right. So we only have right now, we have 15% left of IBIT. And my stop is right here, right where we got in. Because we ain't taking no losers on IBIT. No, thank you. We've already cashed it out. It's already been a profitable name. We told you now. We add to it now. We were 6-1, Neil. We are now 7-1. What's up, Weed Batman? Right there, 7-1 today. So a big opportunity there for that, and it's been another one, Neil. We've been putting up significant numbers this week. We've been having great ratios of winners to losers. We've been having great ratios of like our losers P&L compared to our winning P&Ls. And I mean, it's just been a great opportunity again to share with everybody how we're trading and going over different levels. Like you just saw Neil there with MSTR and AMD.
And it's still this is the thing.
Apple.
Just for a point,
Yeah.
if I give MSTR more room, then
That's your trading
instead of it being a half of what I lose on a good stock, then it would be the entirety of what I make on a good stock today. That's the problem. And again, it could still go tomorrow. I'm not saying it might not go tomorrow, but not going to hang on to it past that. That's a very specific breakout trade. It's no different from, it's no different from NVIDIA off of the open. Like if I'm not holding NVIDIA into 128.5 when we're short at 126.5. No, that's not going to be the play. So we always got to try to keep it in the pocket. We got 10 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. Alexander says, let's go DJT. Why? Can't even imagine why. Did you get the super chat? I was going to...
Just 20
You got
bucks.
Zolio?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
Zolio.
you for that.
Remember, after market, it's going to be fast and furious. So we're going to be doing a lot of going over the numbers and then analysis for you, but still don't hesitate to throw your questions in the chat at us. All three of us will be there, so it'll be well monitored, hopefully even better than ever in terms of monitoring the questions, and then we'll be all over the earnings live for you guys. So speaking of that, I'm not in anything new. I don't really see Apple setting up anymore. I'm going to get away from MSTR. Tesla just lost VWAP in here, and I only pulled it up now because we're going to talk about earnings. Somebody's selling at 391, 392 bucks on Tesla, it looks like. So worth seeing if it can hold above. I always like these inflection points. Someone's buying off this support in the morning, someone's selling off it in the afternoon, and on Fed, that's going to be a significant level. So watch this one in the aftermarket. At the 392 level. If it goes over, I think you've got some blowout. Obviously, if it does like a false break over there, Tesla has been drifting a little bit to the downside. So this is going to be the first one. It's probably the biggest volatile name in terms of earnings. I mean, I'm excited for Meta, no questions asked, but I'm expecting the most volatility out of Tesla.
Yeah, I could see the most volatility out of Meta. I mean, here, let me check out what the implied volatility is on all of these names. So the implied volatility, here, we can actually call up our earnings report right here on the Market Chameleon and go over some of those things again. Yeah, look, guys, I mean, no matter, like you guys were saying there, no matter your trading style, you want to make sure that it's consistent, and that's it. And then you can figure it out from there. Okay, here's the expected moves. Let's just zoom in a little bit here because they're all going to be the top ones. So here we go, man. Microsoft, expected move 4.5. Meta, expected move 7. I can't believe it only moved 4% last time. Tesla, expected move 9. ASML, we already had it. Disappointing on the expectation right there. T-Mobile, what else? Oh man, there's so much today. ServiceNow tonight, expected move right there, 6.5%. IBM expected move 7%. So just get ready. It's going to be a big one coming into the close there tonight with many different names reporting, and you definitely own some of these in your portfolio, 100%. I would say. Okay, so IBIT, nice move there, back up to the upside. Let's see if we get a 35. That's what I'm waiting for. Give it to us right now at 35. 35. Oh, we did not get it. You see, this is the thing about removing and adding liquidity. We missed that fill right there. So that's not a great offer by me there on 35. We maybe should have been a little bit earlier on that one, but okay. There's IBIT right now trying to get back upside. We are stopping out if we break through 20. That's the stop order for me on IBIT. We'll just see if it goes or not, but we're going to stop out on there. That's too bad. We just missed the 35 offer. Come back in and give it to us right now on IBIT. That's what I'm looking for right now. 35 offer, and then we'll offer again. I'll put another one around 40s, see if we can get that. It's just struggling a little bit there with crypto. With only a couple minutes left, let's have a quick look on the imbalance, see if anything got interesting for us. All right, Pfizer's there, Reddit's still there. These are all names that we've seen before. Oracle, what has Oracle been doing lately? Still 163, okay, down that 1%, so there's nothing there. Alibaba, you had Alibaba long at one point there, I believe, and that's sort of making new lows right now, so that's kind of...
Oh, by the way, Alibaba, it's too late in the day. I'm not taking... No, we played it. Here's Alibaba. It's cratering right now. We played it from 50s into like our best out was like 97, 90, and then look at it. It's just falling. This is where it bottomed out twice today. But at 343, it's just a different beast, man. If it gets there at like 320 or a little bit more time for it to bounce, there can be a setup. But I'm not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. I'm kind of disappointed in Alibaba. I sort of felt that. On that strength, if you could have held above 98, that would have looked pretty good. But still, look, it's still great if you're holding this one in the long term in the 70s or 80s. But that's a bit of a disappointment for Alibaba. I don't know what that WIT was, like this one in here, the 4 million, but I double checked. I don't see it. Well, if I see 4 million on an imbalance locator early, my first thought is whether or not it's going to be something there. It's a 14-cent stock. Throw that one out the window. So forget about this. Maybe care about the bigger names when they pop up. Reddit looks interesting.
Reddit? Nah, forget it. No, I love Reddit. All right. I mean, there it is again, guys.
Another one.
So again, we don't have to sit here and justify any of our trades. You can see them right there. Another one just came out. We talked about offering back in now. I mean, look where this 50 period is. Our stop is now where we're in. So we're getting lighter and lighter on IBIT. We still have about 7 or 8% left on this name. I like the stock there. So we'll have to wait for that. SLXN, people want to talk about quickly, so let's go over that. Another mover today, obviously, with over 300 million shares going through. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any halts on this name, but SLXN, a nice move to the upside, which is kind of strange. There should be some halts here, but I guess not. There it is, nice move up, 340, 350. Looking to take that out. If we zoom back outside a little bit of on SLXN, it looks very, very similar to those DJTs and everything that we keep on saying. Watch.
There is a halt here.
Oh, there is one. You got one now.
It's DGNX is halted to the upside. I see the tap at now $40 on this thing. This is the one that's halted multiple times. It wasn't SNX. This is now 5 or 6. 5 times it's halted. So it should, when did this halt? This should open up in a minute or two. If it halts again after 350, then it won't open till 4 o'clock. But for everyone looking at DGNX, whether Tish is still here, some of the low float runners out there, it looks like it wants to open up. I can't even scale to that because it hasn't gone to $40 today, but it's going to get $40 at the open in less than 1 minute, it looks like. So 350 is coming in a little bit hot and heavy. Still nothing crazy on the early look with the exception of, it's not a huge imbalance on Reddit at 700,000, but you've got to remember that Reddit's only done 4.5 million. So that's a good 15, 16% of the day's volume is the current buy imbalance on Reddit. So it's the most likely guess as to what could have a significant imbalance for me. I'll have eyeballs on that. We'll keep that DGNX up for you guys just to see what happens. I'll update you on the tap if you happen to be in the long. Well, I mean, whether or not you're in the long or considering where to get it out, no one ever went broke taking profit. Like this stock was $15 to close yesterday, $13 here earlier on in the session. No one ever went broke taking profit. It does look like it wants to open higher. Be careful for the aftermarket where there's less liquidity than there even is here.
All right, a couple more outs there on IBIT. DraftKings, let's have a quick little check on that one, 42.10, so it does get as high as 42.30s there. DraftKings coming in, another report there. I think Meta probably will. I think Meta will have the biggest move there today. Or Neil thinks Tesla. Sharif, you have any opinions? Microsoft, Meta, or Tesla? The bigger percentage move. Tesla. Okay, so both these guys thinking Tesla. I think Meta there today, just because Meta's at this all-time high. If they say one thing about CapEx, I worry obviously about NVIDIA coming into today as well. NVIDIA's not reporting for a very, very long time. Like, what if Meta does say something about cutting some kind of CapEx? That's going to be bad, because then you're going to have hyperscalers like Microsoft, obviously the same day, but then Google coming out next week, Feb 4th. That's going to be a problem then for NVIDIA, as will Amazon. So as some of these big sort of, again, hyperscalers who are the ones what do we mean by hyperscalers is the ones that are buying all these chips to use in sort of these large language models and other applications apparently. NVIDIA, I can see why there's nervous hands today. But again, it's like a tale of two stories, right? Because if NVIDIA comes out and all of a sudden, sorry, not NVIDIA, Meta comes out and that CapEx is huge and they talk about like building Llama and expanding it and buying H1s, Blackwells, all this, then the next thing you know, NVIDIA could see levels that, we had visited in the past into the 130, 135, 140 or so. All right, Ramin, we are going to go over to Neil now.
As a matter of fact, we are, because it's back, everybody. The campus program here at Real Trading, where you get a chance to trade real money and gain a real experience, just like it says. You want to trade on a platform just like we do here at P Pro 8? Well, then this is going to be for you. The key thing is it's free. Right? It is a step-by-step process to learning the markets, trading in the markets with a professional platform built for traders, by traders. You'll go into a simulator, which is a great reflection of getting real fills, being able to hone your skills. It is a week-by-week process where you're going to get one-on-one coaching with the same managers that work on this trading floor. Then you get a chance to go live with the ability to become a funded trader in a structured program. This is what everybody wants. You're going to have the opportunity to all the tools that you see us use here, your stop orders, your breakouts, all of that good stuff, all in one spot. The only thing you have to put in is time, everybody. This is something that is going to require your time and effort, but is free, right? So if you're passionate about trading and you are interested, make sure you check, scan the QR code in front of you. You can always just check out realtrading.com/campus. One thing, it is not available in the United States, although maybe someday we can always stream, but not right now. But if you're interested in trading and you're passionate about it, this is definitely for you. With only, how about, we'll go to Darren in a second, but imbalances are going to drop in about 20 seconds. So I'll show you guys the imbalances when they come out live, and then we can throw over to the desk. I want to make sure we get any imbalances that do drop and give this to you live like we always do here. So only about 15 seconds to go. WIT, penny stock, you're not going to care about that. Reddit does have an early look of 700,000. That is significant, at least relatively significant. Pfizer tends to pair off every single time. Ford, pretty cheap stock, usually will pair off. So I'm not too interested in those. Let's see what NVIDIA does. Okay, we got Paramount as a 2.1 million to the sell side. That could be some kind of an action at the close. Cisco 1.2. I'll leave it up, but right now, no biggies there. Amazon's the biggest of the mag at 850,000 to sell. I do remember NVIDIA was not there when I first looked, and sometimes we'll pop it up later, and there it is. NVIDIA just came in at 1.4 million. Kaboom. Always give it like 5 to 10 seconds for some of the NASDAQ stragglers to come in on the imbalance locator, but only 1.4 million there on NVIDIA. We'll keep you guys abreast of any action that you might see, but kind of a nothing burger on those unless you're interested in Paramount. Let's now go to Adaro. Wanted to make sure we got those for you.
For one, I can give you guys the total imbalances that I just heard here, courtesy of Financial Juice. Market, I'm seeing 200 million to sell. NASDAQ, 500 million to sell. Meg 7, 363 million to sell. So sell's a little bit heavier here on the NASDAQ. I did not hear the exact Dow number, but it was a sell, and I believe it was under 100 million, so nothing super significant there. Now, here, I want to show this graphic with regards to potential expected news for Meg 7's names. We posted this here on TTV Research. Check that out. This is the earnings history of Tesla over the last 8 quarters. And what I think is significant is that we have had at least a 9% drop or 9% up day on every day one return over the last 8 quarters. So I think that lends itself to a probably larger expected move than some of these other Meg 7's names. Currently, from what I'm seeing here, the implied move for Tesla is 9.6%, Meta's is 7.4%, Microsoft's is 4.5%. So both history and the current implied move suggest maybe a larger move for Tesla than some of its Meg 7 peers reporting tonight, guys.
Okay, so I'm corrected. WIT is not technically a penny stock. It's a small cap $3 name.
How dare you?
Yeah, no, it is what it is. I will tend to group these things together, but either way, it's a nothing burger on the imbalances unless you count that 1 million on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is falling a little bit here on that, but nothing gigantic. There was not really much of a trade. If it was 3 or 4, maybe even bigger, you might take a shot at it. Shredman, Tesla, 9%. Is what they say, just because it's the implied move. We like to look for those levels, like 9% in either direction is key price levels, especially at the on the close when the earnings drop, and we'll be involved in those live and showing to you real time. Won't be actively trading it, but certainly you're going to see the movement in real time here on Tesla. I think Tesla and Meta, those are the ones I'm the most interested in, obviously. But Microsoft and Meta, you do care, as Sean said, about that spend. Like, what is that CapEx spend? I just heard Sharif said Alphabet, no Alphabet. Alphabet just dropped $1. I didn't see it on the locator, but Alphabet falling and now going red on the day when it looked so good most of the day here. Boo, Alphabet, boo.
Yeah, another piece. I'm kind of jealous. I'm not. It's not my turn today for the recap show. We'll be doing it tomorrow. It should be a very, very big show as we've bringing in the big guns. We've hired the big guns. Right? Not that Neil. I mean, it's great with each one of us. But we've got Sharif today coming through. We've got Adara coming through. We've got Neil coming through. We've got bodies on the flow. We'll wait to see. Get those bodies on the flow. All right. So IBIT, we took some out there at 45. Sorry, right there. Now we're going to stop out if this does break below where we're in, and we're in right now. So get ready for this to drop through right now. Just have 5% left. Wow. So we're going to wait to see what does happen right now with IBIT to the downside. Potentially, we're going to stop out of that trade. Again, thanks everybody for watching. I mean, it's been obviously a big day. Let me just show you right here how many people are watching and what's going on right now. 1.2K. Thank you so much for all of the likes. Now, you will not have to switch feeds at all. At 4 o'clock, coming right away at 4 o'clock should be Tesla, followed by Meta. They're all like 405, 410. They're all coming back real quick. Thank everybody for watching. I want to thank everybody for being here with us every day. So just come back tomorrow, regardless of the Fed, man. We're doing this all the time. Like, there's Bitcoin, good trading again. We're going to offer out some 37s there, that's fine, although it just rips up to 40s. So those have been some decent opportunities there for BTC with only 5 minutes left until the imbalances potentially, 1 minute until the imbalances flip, but 5 minutes until the market is over. We are getting a little bit of an NVIDIA bump up right here. Was NVIDIA a sell or a buy? Because, Small sell. So maybe it's about to turn over right now. Nice bump up right there on NVIDIA. I don't see it. I see Intel, yeah. So watch out for a bumped up trade here, potentially coming on NVIDIA right now. If we get a buy, there it is. So it's still a sell. I'll highlight it right here, see if anything changes. So with only 10 seconds left, if this turns into a buy, this thing's going to rip. So we'll have to wait to see what happens right now with NVDA. IBIT still a buy, so we're in that. We just got a piece out. You just saw me get that piece out at 37s. We're going to see what happens right now. 3, 2, and 1. NVIDIA does flip over to a buy.
There it goes.
There she goes. Bye-bye for that, and bye-bye for IBIT as well. Nice trading, man. Nice trading into the close. Again, just talking about it, and it was a good one. Let's see what happens now with IBIT there into the close to wrap it up, man. Great opportunities with AMD and a great opportunity with DraftKings as well into the close. But it was really IBIT that held the fort in the last half hour, basically. So good trade there.
Bitcoin looking real strong.
Yeah, I love it, man. Great opportunity.
And someone asked how Mars is doing. Not good, relatively speaking. It was the same thing as MSTR. There wasn't a follow through on the, what's the word I like to use? The ancillary names adjacent to Bitcoin. Now I'm just using school words for the sake of it because I was made fun of it. That stock, okay, this might halt again. If DGNX halts again, you have to wait till the aftermarket. It just went to $50. So for everyone that was asking about this stock, it reopened. It's now pressing. It's at the halt band as we speak at 49.18 and is very likely to halt in the next few seconds. It will not open till 4 o'clock. I'm pretty sure, I've never seen one in the last 4 minutes, but 4 o'clock when you halt in the last 10 minutes is the time that you're supposed to jump back in. Looks like Apple He's going to close at the high of the day. I think Apple's the bull. You know, it took a little bit of a day off today, but it's still looking like an absolute powerhouse to the upside. I think we might get that breakout tomorrow at 240 on Apple. There's your 50-period moving average. We've liked the longs, kind of tried to stay long the last couple of days. I tried one short on Apple and was down. But I think we get this 240 breakout, maybe 240.20 tomorrow. Unless it's gapped over, I'm pretty sure that's going to be on the note tomorrow. But you never know. We could sit down tomorrow and Apple's at $242 because Meta blew it out and Tesla blew it out and Microsoft blew it out, and this thing is already through that level. So you can't know until we get there. But I'm probably not thinking short on Apple, I can tell you that much.
Thanks, Marty. You're welcome, man. I mean, I often talk about that. You've seen me make many, many plays, obviously, on the imbalance locator, and that was a good one there. He gets crushed that play again, Marty. I'm assuming that you mean the imbalance locator, as you're always commenting on that. And we'll welcome a new member. Welcome, Mike. Anybody could be a member for $5. Help support the show. So, okay, yeah, what a good day today. We'll go 7-1, wrap that thing up with a bow, and then just move on to bigger and better things. Hopefully tomorrow. I don't know if we can get better, but we'll definitely be there. It should be bigger tomorrow because we are going to have Tesla coming through and Meta coming through. All right, Neil, get up there with only 2 minutes to go. We will have Adara ringing the bell. All right, so here's Tesla. Right into that area that we thought could be a buy zone, right into this, sort of where we were yesterday, some of these lows. Sorry, no, down in here, what am I talking about? 385, 386. So we got into there. We'll see where it can go with only 2 minutes left right now.
I'm going to head on to the desk.
Yeah, exactly.
Get
out of
for
here.
It. Good trading, great day. It's going to be a wild one.
Yeah, man, it is. It is going to be a wild one. That is for sure. And it was a great trading day. I mean, again, here today, it'll be one of these. It'll be one of those trophy days. But we don't have many things to complain about other than this trade on Amazon, which was a joke earlier on, where we were able to get in and out of AMZN. Let's just see if there's anything popping here at the close. So Meta, let's have a quick look. With less than a minute left, a minute and a half left right now. Meta, nice bounce here. Nice little move up, $6 on not much. Nice move up for Meta into the close. Meta will close the day green on earnings day. Tesla, where will Tesla close on earnings day? Bad, down 2.25%. Watch out for Tesla today. We have one of my favorites from a long time ago, IBM. This is one of the very first names I ever bought. I remember that as a child, actually, probably a teenager, I guess. That's been really working out the last couple of days. IBM, nice move there, upside. Look at that move into the close for International Business Machines. All right. Microsoft into the close. Nice move down that 1.16%. Hey, everybody, get ready. We're about to have a watch party that I'm not invited to. It should be a lot of fun here into the close. We got Sharif. We've got the cream of the crop with Trader TV Live. We rise to the top, okay? Adara's getting ready to go, ready to ring that bell in only 20 seconds. It's going to be a good one, everybody. So get ready for it. It is Microsoft. It is Tesla. It is IBM. It is something else coming at the end there. So with only now 10 seconds, countdown is ready to rock and roll. We're going to get out of some IBIT with only 3, 2, and now. We are now closed. Thank you, everybody. Without any further ado, if we are ready, thank you to everybody. Bears vs. Bulls, Fabian, Ramin, the whole crew here. Thanks, Brendo. Thanks, everybody. Let's go over to the desk. What's up, Fabian? See you, bye.
Welcome, everybody. You got the watch party for earnings. We got Tesla, we've got Meta, we've got Microsoft, we got Sharif and Adara. Hey. We're locked and loaded, ready to go. There are a few other names that are reporting. Hey, Lamb's not a slouch either. We should definitely pay attention to them. You saw what was going on after Fed. The market did rally pretty precipitously there in the close, especially Bitcoin, as you saw with Sean and IBIT. Right now, Tesla is actually trading lower. We're expecting at 405, they're all going to hit 405. Meta, Tesla, Microsoft, Lam. I like Lam. I think they're a good company. Of course, they make the stuff that makes those chips. So we're going to get all fast and furious for you. We're going to do some analysis live for you. We'll see the price action in real time, and we'll guide you through what is the biggest earnings day or one of the two biggest earnings days of the entire quarter.
Guys, it's going to be a huge one. I'm looking here, especially for Tesla. I want to hear what they have to say about the Model 2. I think that this is the one that moves the needle. Elon Musk projected 20 to 30% increase in deliveries, in electric vehicle deliveries this year. How do they do it? Well, they got the new refreshed Model Y. We call it Juniper. Sure, that could move the needle. We got the Model 3, the refreshed one, last year. That didn't move the needle towards the end of the year. So what will? A cheaper $30,000 model used to be 25. Now he's talking 30 post-inflation. So we'll have to see how
Microsoft is tanking here.
Okay, so let's have a look.
I don't have the numbers yet on Microsoft. Microsoft is now down $14 and still falling here. Clearly the numbers have got to be out. Still have not seen anything hit the wire just yet. So I'm seeing reported here, EPS 323. Revenue looks like it beat at 69.7 versus 68.9.
Wow.
Cloud revenue coming in a little bit light, 40.9 versus 41. I'm not seeing the comparative on that EPS. Looks like the EPS is a beat though. 3.23 would be a beat. So
Sometimes
it looks
there's
like
adjusted numbers.
Yeah, there might be adjusted numbers. Certainly we'll have to look for a little bit of a guide here, but you're down now 6% on Microsoft on what so far is top and bottom beats. The only miss, as I said, that cloud revenue was very, very slightly under 41.1 versus 40.9. As we're 0 for 1 right now going to the upside with Microsoft. Now keep in mind, Softy's implied move was only 4.5%. So we've already exceeded the expectations for Microsoft, and this is the one this one's concerned me because they weren't able to monetize AI. They hadn't been able to get off the schneid. Every one of their peers had been able to get back into a fresh high at some point in the last quarter or so, and they're the only ones that really couldn't. Even whether, look, Google didn't break it out, but Google got there. Amazon got there broke. Meta got there broke. Apple got there pullback. It's Microsoft that's been languishing a little bit. And I think we're seeing a little bit more here. But we haven't really broken down local support. There's still the 410 level to watch. Yeah, like I said, 0 for 1. They came out a little bit early, and they've disappointed.
Neil, and they were predicted by Zacks and a few other rating agencies to be at a higher likelihood of missing expectations. They have what we call here the Zacks rank of 3, which is hold, and basically what they signaled are there lower odds that they actually beat the EPS. So analysts were expecting 6.5 year-over-year earnings growth and 10.8% revenue growth for the quarter. We'll have to juxtapose that in a second. They also plan on spending $80 billion, more than Meta, about $15 to $20 million more than Meta on AI data centers, surpassing the $10 billion that they spent previously. They also expect Q2 revenue. Neil, I know you touched up on that, 68.1 to 69.1. Not sure what they got. What's the situation?
Well, the situation is Tesla's headed to the downside. It's not 405 yet, but Tesla's already down another $12 here. We're down 5 points on Tesla. This one, look, the expected move was 9.5, and last time it was 21. It was 21 previously. So this, I haven't seen the numbers yet. It's entirely possible that someone has fat-fingered this one, and we haven't gotten the report. It's not that big of a move yet on Tesla. It's catching a little bit of a bid at the 380 level. It's around that 50 period on the daily chart as well. But you're already starting to bleed. You saw Microsoft, even with a beat, Microsoft was able to go higher, and Tesla not looking too good as it's continuing to crater. I'm not seeing anything on the wire.
Nothing, Neil. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Sometimes you have to give it a couple of beats here, but not looking good so far for Tesla.
No, absolutely not. Dropping into that 375, Neil, but there doesn't seem to be much of a bid right now. Real widespread, 5 1/3, 5 2/3 as it drops back down into 575. This is the look on Tesla's chart right now. If you guys want to have a look over here, we were talking about that before Microsoft dropped their earnings a little prematurely. We're also waiting for robotaxi stuff, guys, and we have the earnings call. I believe they're at 5:30.
Usually, around 5 or 5:30.
5:30.
Okay, they've missed on EPS.
Tesla?
They've missed on EPS, 66 versus 76.
We're really
that is a big miss. And you've missed on revenue. Revenue 2.57 billion versus 2.75. Margins are at 6.3. That's operating margin. Gross margins at 16%. Free cash flows at $2 billion. But that's a top and bottom miss for Tesla. They're not going to like that whatsoever. Maybe Elon can save us on the conference call. Everyone wants to make sure he's focused. But
did you say the revenue was 2.5 or 25.7?
I see. So I've got 2.57.
Because their estimate was 27 billion.
27.2, yeah.
So I'm a little
Yeah.
confused by this.
I'm having to go to Twitter here because I don't have.
I'm
the
not getting
numbers.
any-
Yeah, because I know Tesla's.
I'm going to
I wanted to put that out there because
Yep.
Tesla's revenue estimate was 27 billion. It usually does double-digit revenue as well.
This is disappointing.
So I'm a little bit confused by those numbers, but
You're right,
I can't really look across.
You're absolutely right. 27.2 billion.
that source probably moved the decimal place.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I figured.
$27.2 billion in revenue. They were looking for operating profits, Neil, for more around that level, $2.7 billion with an EPS
Bye-bye.
expected of 75. Guys, we're really bleeding here on Tesla. Down into 365. I was talking about this at 375. Trying to find a bit of a bounce now, trying to move back into that 370 area, but we are now down 7 1/5, Neil.
Yeah, it's exactly right. 227 instead of 2.72 it's 27.2. Either way, you've missed that by a good 5%, and this is a market where you're gonna get beaten up when you're missing by that much.
Absolutely.
This is a stock which, like it or not, I don't like it because I own Tesla shares. What up? I don't like it, but this is now underneath major support levels on Tesla. We've just lost the 50-period moving average. You've lost the local support here from December underneath 372. This is something that you could easily. It's not crazy to think you could see the 325. Now, remember, the conference call is going to matter here. Maybe we can say a few things that will actually get us a little bit more strength. Just last one for you. Meta, at least Meta's bouncing here. I see Meta already to the downside, but it is bouncing a little bit here off of the initial move. It's Microsoft and Tesla were the disappointing ones. Meta's at least flat for now, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Which is better than I can say for Tesla and Soft.
Absolutely, Neil, and we're expecting all three conference calls for all these big boys to start at 5:30. Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla's conference calls will all be at 5:30. For Microsoft, I want to hear about cloud. Azure has been dropping in market share. It's been losing mostly to Google. AWS and Azure have both been declining in their speed and the growth rate, I should say, and Google's has been picking up. So we definitely need to listen out for that. But will their AI spend or will their AI revenue offset what they're losing for cloud? So I'll be listening to that as well. So lots over here, Neil. I'm still not getting anything on my platform on Tesla. There, now we go. So here it is.
Now you're getting more.
Yeah, now I'm getting a lot more. So if you want to come to my screen over here, EPS, 73 pennies. Missed the 76 the street was looking for. Sales, 25.70 billion. They missed that 27.25 billion. That is a market miss, Neil, on sales. $2 billion miss right there, and a 3 penny miss on EPS. I wonder if that will be able to be made up with the new coming Model 2. Definitely waiting out for that 5:30. Elon, better talk about that.
They've got some comments here, and it looks like they're saying FSD, Tesla saying FSD to begin launching later this year in parts of the U.S. They're continuing to work on that launch. Big shout out and thank you to Kyle Burdett. We like it when stocks go up, but he's saying let them eat cake. So we appreciate the super chat, Kyle Burdett. Will you ever hope that stocks go up, my good friend? But hey, you can make money in both directions. Let's go on over to the screen. We've got Adara.
We actually have Microsoft being discussed right now on CNBC, just so you guys know. But right now, we're going to take a look here at Meta's ARPU. That's going to be one of the biggest metrics to watch for social media companies, but especially Meta. That's the average revenue per user. And this graphic here for TTV Research really shows how Meta's average revenue per user has grown from single digit in billions here in 2011 all the way to above 40 billion in 2023. So because these aren't just Q4, they're also the annual reports. We'll have to wait and see what Meta gives us here in 2024. But if you want to look at this graphic in a little bit more detail, including some context with acquisitions, check it out on X at TTV Research. That's TTV Research, guys.
Thank you so much there, Adara. All I got to say is lamb. That's what I'm talking about. See, it's so much better when stocks go to the upside. Kyle, not to at you out there. We love all our reviews, but the lamb is up 7%, just like ASML, the babies that make them, the things that make the chips. They make the machines that make the chips. It's not sexy, but it makes money, and lamb is continuing to make more revenue of 4. I don't have the compare. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like 4 1/3 for the revenue. It was a beat on the revenue. It's a beat on EPS, 92 cents versus 88. I haven't seen any guidance for lamb, but 7% move when the market was expecting 7.8. let's just say they stayed on target just like the Rebel Alliance did.
And what a profit here, Neil. Net 1.19 billion. I know you're holding that and you're pumping your fist that I couldn't be happier for you, my friend. Lamb Research, what a beat already. 7.25 to the upside. Beat on revenue, beat on EPS. The street was looking for 91. They beat that as well. So we'll keep an eye out on this one as it starts to come in. Here we go. Lamb Research, Q2 2025, EPS 92, beating the 88 expected by the street. Sales of 4 1/3, 4.38.
We got
up
more.
from 4.31. What do we got, Neil?
Before we get to Adara, IBM International Bodman up 10%, now 11%. Are you kidding me? 3.92 versus 375. They got a beat on sales as well. Top and bottom beats for IBM and a dividend to match. Why not? So you can cry your tears about Tesla and Meta. Well, maybe not Meta and Microsoft, but IBM and Lamb doing a little bit of yeoman's work. Let's go up to the screen. We've got Adara again.
Yeah, sorry. IBM also had a slight beat here for non-GAAP gross margins I just saw there as well. But we're going to take a look at Microsoft. This graphic here combining the yellow, red, blue, and green of the actual MSFT logo. Again, check us out here. TTV Research providing all of these earnings context you really need to know. We're starting here. This is really just a look at Microsoft's annual revenue. Every year, starting in the new millennium here in 2000, we had Steve Ballmer become CEO. Then we go up to 2014. Satya Nadella replaces him. What's really interesting, too, is you can see the evolution of the company's acquisitions and brands. They first launched Windows Azure, which would then, of course, become their Microsoft Cloud Azure in 2010. Switched the name in 2014. You also hear there's a lot of acquisitions along the way. They acquired Skype in 2011, GitHub here in 2018, LinkedIn 2016, and of course Activision Blizzard pretty recently as well. So lots of context here. Check that out. X at TTV Research, guys.
Here are the numbers for service revenue dropping huge here, 12 1/3. Here's the details. Revenue, 2.866 billion in Q4, representing a 21% year increase in constant currency. Total revenues, 2.97 billion in Q4, representing 21% increase. Even though these are marked increases year over year, it is below what the street was expecting. Let's see what, here, just shy of estimates. They report strong AI demand. Not enough, though, to keep this one afloat. We're down 12.5%. Here's the look. So adjusted earnings of $3.67 a share. Consensus was $3.65. They beat there. Revenue for the quarter, $2.957 billion compared with the consensus of $2.963. So it's a bit of a miss there. Subscription revenues, $2.866 billion, also slightly below estimates of 2.879, Neil. So a bit of a miss there when it comes with revenue, but they were able to shore up costs. It looks like they beat on EPS.
That's a great look for them, and I'm kind of hoping maybe they can get a bounce like Tesla's trying to bounce right now. So after they digested this on Tesla, shout out to Yatube37, took $3 on a bounce. Well, Yatube, I'm going to guess you looked at the daily chart, saw the support down in the low 370s, and took a swing at it. But it is coming back in pretty heavily. There was a nice bounce, 65 into 80s. Tesla's pulling right back in. So service now is a bit of a miss. Obviously, we had a big, strong move there for Lamb and IBM. Very mixed so far. We're still waiting. I haven't got the numbers and the deets on Meta. That's another big one. But let's go right back over to Adara on the screen one more time.
We actually have here, this is an older TTV research graphic here, but I thought it'd be pretty timely because this is really tracking the net worth gains over the last 10 years of Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. There's also Jeff Bezos of Amazon in here as well. But I think what's really interesting is you see Elon Musk kind of had a very slow and steady trickle to the upside here until we get to 2021 when his net worth jumps pretty exponentially. And then at that point, actually in 2022, he usurps the net worth of both Bezos and Zuckerberg. By contrast, Zuckerberg's a little bit more rockier to the upside. As of right now, 2025 year to date, when I made this, which was early January, they all had net worths of just above that $200 billion line. And of course, Elon Musk, the world's richest man. So interesting look here, just as you see, 2 of the 3 CEOs here are involved in companies reporting tonight. So I think interesting stuff here when you think about how these larger drops and gains can impact companies' net worths. For example, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang reportedly lost about $20 billion of his net worth when NVIDIA had that drop on Monday. So just something to think about when you really process these large earnings gains or drops. They really can impact the wealth of those CEOs. Again, TTV Research on X.
Thank you very much, Adair. I just want to point out, if you think the stream is lagging and you're looking at the real-time price that we're giving you, just hit the refresh. Sometimes YouTube, it should be like maximum 10 seconds of a lag on YouTube. If it's more than that, then try to hit that refresh button. That should correct the problem. Look, Meta, I don't have any numbers. We don't have any numbers yet for Meta. Meta did dip on sympathy when Microsoft and Tesla came out. Meta's now back to green, and we still don't have any numbers for Meta. Just to refresh here, we are expecting, it's a pretty decent, we're expecting 46.98 on revenue, and EPS is 68. We have not got numbers yet for Meta. We're expecting a move of 7.4%. There was a sympathy drop when Microsoft came out. Now you're right back to essentially flat here on Meta. I just want to circle us back over to what is, it's International Business Machines. I was joking around with maybe they could change the name to International Bodman. That would be nice. But it is holding the highs, up 13% on IBM. And as I said, it gives you a nice little divvy too, so not too bad there. IBM is going to show you guys a daily chart. I don't know, where is it? That's a blue sky setup here on IBM. And we talk about the safe ways, and we did our picks. IBM was one of my picks when we did our 3 on that holiday day, or the half day, or whatever you want to call it. But the key thing here is you want a safer way to be in the long term for quantum and a quality name. Well, to me, your choices are to be in Alphabet or into IBM. And if you already own Alphabet, this is one of those plays. It's not going to do what a D-Wave or a Rigetti would do if there's a breakthrough, but you don't have to worry about it cratering on you. That's what I like about IBM.
And it's not putting all your bucks in or all your eggs in one basket, because IBM does a lot more than quantum. But I was going to say, I don't know how you feel about this, but basically when I think of quantum, I think of IBM. They were one of the first to market with quantum, trying to really boost it. They had the money to back it up. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Definitely IBM is really interesting here, Adair.
I think, too, what's interesting with Google's quantum announcement is the fact that it actually kind of went unnoticed by the market at first. So for people who don't know what I'm talking about, the move for Google, the massive quantum move, happened on Tuesday. On the Monday, midday, it actually was announced. I checked the stock. It did absolutely nothing. So it took a little bit of time for market to process that move. With that in mind, there could be other plays. I believe Honeywell is additionally a little bit into quantum. There could be some other quantum plays that have a bit later, I guess, of a go time, for example, because the fact that it took us a day to digest Google's announcement is, I think, pretty significant. I think the more we learn about quantum, too, the more people will be on these plays.
As we wait for Meta, Neil, we should probably mention some of the market expectations. I've got it all right here. So Meta is expected. Meta has a higher likelihood, according to Zach's over here, for an earnings surprise, an upside earnings surprise, more than the average. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for Meta. Their EPS estimates rose 15 cents this past week, signaling to you, obviously, strong investor confidence. Expected 29% year-over-year earnings growth and about 17, give or take, of revenue growth. They're also exceeding EPS estimates on average by 11.33%. That is them beating what the street was expecting on average by 11.33. They're also expecting Q4 revenue of around $45 to $48 billion, with Zuck announcing, I think about a week ago or so, that he wants to spend about $60 to $65 billion in CapEx. That's markedly higher than what they spent last year, which was about $40 billion. They're flat right now as we wait, still trading at around 674. This one did, I think, breach all-time highs yesterday. It wasn't quite able, Neil, to breach those highs today, but got awfully close, above 680.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't want it breaking highs before the earnings. Well, look, I own Meta shares and I want them to go higher, but as a trading opportunity, let us get in. Let us fly. Now, obviously, I don't know why we're still waiting on Meta. The expectation was 405, but we'll be locked and loaded to it. When the numbers come out, we'll definitely be there for you. Just another one of a recap for you, because I know a lot of people are here. And hey, Tesla, it's a big deal. We know the earnings call is probably going to be a big deal. We also saw those really, really cool driving themselves off the lots there. The update, but you're now holding a higher low on Tesla.
Yes,
so the things are starting to calm down. They're still down 5%. I do like the fact here that the implied move was 10%. You did get, look, it made the move. There's no question about it. Like it definitely went from like the 390 down into 360, 364. So you did get that move, but you're actually holding a little bit higher. So it is the most volatile, at least for now. And I see everybody talking about it. And I see NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is actually moving in the aftermarket. Now, it would make sense to me if Meta had come out reaffirmed even after all of this DeepSeek stuff that they had actually said they're still spending on that CapEx. But we have nothing from Meta yet, and you're still running higher here in NVIDIA in the aftermarket. Let's go back to Adara.
I think NVIDIA is really interesting. If you do remember that drop we had around 1 p.m. that the market bounced back from pretty quickly. Basically, Bloomberg reported that the Trump administration is trying to crack down on even more on NVIDIA's chip exports and chip controls, specifically with regards to the H200. We also had Howard Lutnick, who is Donald Trump's pick there for Commerce Secretary during his confirmation hearing with the Senate today, saying that he really wants to crack down on AI spend, I guess, within China, making sure that the U.S. remains the strongest AI competitor. And that also includes by beefing up U.S. spending and cutting down on chips that are being sent or arriving there in China. In the meantime, we're going to take a look here at this Tesla graphic, though I showed this a couple times in the show, but I still think it's really interesting. What I found here, that the silver line is revenue growth, and the black is day one earnings returns for Tesla over the last 8 quarters. Really, regardless of what the revenue does, whether it's extremely up or extremely down, Tesla will make a large move, usually roughly 10% in either direction. So the point I'm trying to make here is Tesla's extremely volatile. This is not a type of stock where you usually get a less than 10% move either way. So the fact that we do have, as mentioned earlier, about a 5% move right now in Tesla is really significant because that is not generally how the stock moves. And to recap, the implied move today for TSLA was 9.6%.
That's a really big point there, Derek. And I think on a down day, like for it to be down less than the expected move is probably a decent thing for the bulls because, hey, if it was going to extend past 10% down, that would be extra terrible. But it's the fact that it's not complete disaster when the market reaction is weakness can be good. This one's for you, Nimrod. We love all of our viewers. We appreciate you all. And Nimrod, you've been sending a bunch of super chats. We love the super chats. All we ever ask, hit that like, hit that subscribe, share, bring this community more together, and let's grow it together, and let's make more money together and trade better together. Wolfspeed beat earnings. I know you took a shot because you mentioned it to us earlier. So here's a shout out to you. Wolfspeed with Wolf. I know this is not a name that most people are going to be in, but Wolfspeed beating 95 versus, so they lost 95 versus losing 102. So accustomed to companies that make money. Sorry, guys. And sales will be 181 million versus 179. So Wolfspeed is moving. They're only up 5 points, but a good one so far for you, Nimrod.
Microsoft
we're
recovery.
still waiting on Meta.
Yeah, we are.
It's right back to flat. Microsoft, much like Tesla, only better. They're buying the dip on Softy here.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great sign. Just like that in the aftermarket, you've now managed to regain the 50 and the 200 period moving averages in succession on Microsoft.
Big moves, Neil, in the aftermarket here. Be careful trading this, guys.
Yes.
The spreads are really wide. It's an expensive name. It's moving dollars at a time as I'm watching it. Microsoft was back almost right back into that 442 area ever so briefly, trying to reclaim that closing print before all hell broke loose and we broke down into 417. Microsoft still down 2% as we await Meta. Meta still trading flat right around that closing print, $675. Let's throw it to Adara at the green screen.
As we assess these Mag 7 earnings, I want to take a look here at this graphic from TTV Research. And really what this assesses is the earnings surprise on some of these Mag 7 names over the last fiscal year. So starting with Q4 2023 and ending with Q3 2024, the most recent quarter prior to this one. And what's interesting here, this is, again, the surprise. So if a name came exactly in line with EPS estimates, it would be 0%. What I think is interesting is Tesla tends to be the one that outperforms or underperforms these EPS estimates the most radically. So we've seen at the bottom here, this summer 2024 number down 20% from the EPS estimates. Then they beat about 20% for the most recent quarter. So Tesla's very volatile. A lot of these other Mag 7 names are pretty stable with regards to more or less coming in line with EPS estimates. But then you have Amazon, actually, Orange, not performing or not reporting today. They report next Thursday. But AMZN seems to be the name that most consistently has higher than expected earnings per share. So just an interesting graphic here as we continue to assess and reflect on these Mag 7 earnings. Check us out here, TTV Research.
Thank you so much again, Adara. Tesla might go green.
It's
here,
ridiculous.
Sharif. What a bounce here on Tesla. You're now above. Now remember, it was down on the day before the close, but you're now above the close. You're above the moving averages. You're above 392. You're heading to 395. You're absolutely pumping higher here on Tesla. That is what a recovery looks like. I'm not going to say a V shape because that ain't a V shape. We got to give it another name, man. You got to give it another name because that's way too good to just be a regular V shape recovery. You got to love it here. All the Tesla bulls are going to be happy if we can trap some shorts and release some weak hands. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Look, it was a miss.
Yeah.
It wasn't absolutely horrible. We definitely are looking forward to the conference call. Should be at 5 o'clock. But I love that they're getting some dip buyers in here for it to be able to get back to flat and hopefully hold on to green. So you've had Tesla bounce off the lows, come back for us. You've had Microsoft bounce off the lows, come back for us. You've had IBM moonshot to the upside, dragging NVIDIA with it. You've had Lam moonshot, dragging NVIDIA and other chip names with it. What was interesting, and you pointed this out, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
was a sympathy play. Applied Materials bumped 4% on the Lam numbers here. So that one, basically the exact same chart. It's not going to move the same 7.5%, but some sympathy plays dragging the market higher. AMD also making moves in the aftermarket as the chip reports have all been very, very good. Let's go back to Adara.
Yep.
This graphic is a little bit less Mag 7 specific, but I think it's interesting here. This is a look at the percentage of the S&P 500 companies that actually exceeded their quarterly EPS estimates over the last 8 quarters. So starting in Q4 2022 up to the most recent quarter here, Q3 2024. And what you find here generally, and that I think is pretty interesting, is that usually a little bit of a drop in the amount of companies that beat estimates in the Q4, which is the current quarter that we're in right now. So Q4 2022, only 68% of companies actually beat estimates. Then we get a steady incline until we get to Q4 2023. So this last quarter of the year, which again, we currently are in, most companies are reporting Q4 2024. Q4 seems to be a little bit of a weaker, I guess, quarter for some of these companies in terms of their outperformance of EPS estimates, which I think is a pretty interesting look here for S&P 500 and for a lot of these Mag 7 names in general. Keep that in mind. Q4 can be a little bit of time underperformance potentially for some of these stocks if you look at it historically, guys.
Everybody looking at Tesla here. Now, I know I can't see your screen, Neil, but just by your reaction, I know you're looking at Tesla.
Are you kidding me? You know what? Maybe Meta's late with the results because they're just staring at this Tesla screen. Like, why are we at 407 and now up on the session? But I'm with you, the Corleone family. What is going on with Meta? I'll hit the like on it. Thank you for the super chat. Meta has not reported yet. The only news story I see on Meta aftermarket is they signed an agreement calling for Meta to pay $25 million to settle a suit. Trump signed an agreement with Meta calling for them to pay a $25 million settlement for their suit. We don't actually have any numbers on Meta. I see them climbing. They're relatively flat. Obviously, we'd love to get the numbers out here. Microsoft recovered, but it is Tesla. And if you think it's moving now, wait till Elon's speaking because I guarantee it's going to be a banger as well, just in terms of opportunity. I mean, the fact that we're getting this big of a bounce is obviously pretty impressive here with Tesla. So it turns everything around with the exception of ServiceNow. With these earnings.
Absolutely. Neil, if we can cover this Meta story quite quickly here. President Trump has signed settlement papers that are expected to require Meta platforms to pay roughly $25 million to resolve a 2021 lawsuit Trump brought after the company suspended his accounts following the attacks on the U.S. Capitol last year, according to people familiar with that agreement. Of that $25 million, $22 million will go to a fund for Trump's presidential library, with the rest going to legal fees, etc. That's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. It's not moving Meta, Neil. Well, kind of. Meta's moved up here into 677, now up 0.5%. When we talked last, it was about 675, still very sparsely traded and not reacting in the way that you would expect once a company has reported earnings. So we're definitely out there. We're keeping our eye on Meta. It's at 678, 0.5% here, Neil. I'm still waiting for nothing forthcoming.
$25 million. That is chump change. Tesla's literally Tesla's gaining market value of 25 million every 5 seconds or so, maybe 20 seconds, maybe 20 seconds it's moving that much. But 25 seems like nothing for Meta. Like they absolutely print cash. So do what you got to do. But hey, why aren't you reporting? That's what I'd like to know. You know, obviously, you can't help but have a smile if you're looking at Tesla. That was fantastic. If you're looking at all the chip names, the quantum names, IBM's holding this 11% to the upside. That's incredibly impressive. You've got Lam to the upside. Now, I understand ServiceNow is not doing pretty well, but that is one heck of a reversal on Tesla, and it changes the entire dynamic because usually you think you miss on top and bottom in this market and you're going to get punished. They're buying it up. So the short sellers are getting absolutely wrecked here. Now, let's go back to the desk. Let's go back to the screen with Adara.
One last visual to leave you guys with here that I think is really important is this is the weighting of the NASDAQ 100. And I bring this up because we had 3 of the largest names in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100 compete today, report today. So I think the fact that we have the 3rd largest, 6th largest, and 7th largest name in the NASDAQ as of when this graphic was made, which is January 10th, they're all reporting today. So if they make these larger moves, the NASDAQ is certainly on watch. Be aware here of the potential volatility tomorrow, especially with Microsoft having a much larger than expected move as of right off the earnings report. So I think these are certainly going to be of note here. This graphic actually contains every logo of every company on the NASDAQ 100. Check it out on X at TTV Research. And yeah, just remember here, I guess the intense weighting of these Meg 7 companies, especially these 3 companies that reported today versus the rest of the NASDAQ, because it's very significant and it's definitely something you're going to want to keep in mind when you look at how the NASDAQ performs tomorrow with 3 of these companies reporting, guys.
So I still don't know what's going on. I literally just tweeted out a little bit of a McFly, Meta, what's going on? Where are the numbers here? It is what it is. Like, I'm disappointed here. Obviously, we're having a fun show. Thank you so much for everybody. As always, it's great in earnings season. We love the aftermarket show, but I'm really disappointed that we didn't get Meta numbers out. So it's still flat. Look, I'm gonna pull up morbidly. I got to look at Tesla again here because Tesla is Tesla, and it is holding $400, and it is glorious. Kyle, let us all eat. And you know what? When people say let them eat cake, what is wrong with Kyle? I'm going to eat all of that cake. I understand what the saying is, but I'm fine with that. But Meta is certainly taking care of some short-term shorts as we speak. So unfortunately, we haven't got those Meta numbers. It would be a heck of a lot more interesting. I don't know when they're going to report. I've been checking Twitter. I've been checking our news sources.
There's nothing we can do.
Everyone is basically asking the same question. They generally report on time at 4:05 or around 4:05. We've gotten absolutely nothing just yet.
And usually we get them in increments of 5 minutes, 6:05, 6:10, 6:15. So right now we're at 6:33. We'll see what happens at 4:33, 4:35. We'll wait and see exactly what happens when the clock hits the 5 there. But still nothing really doing on my end. But I want to show you Microsoft here because Microsoft got a nice big bounce off that. I believe we dropped down to about 418. Coming into a technical level that we were trading at before earnings. And then right into that level we reject. So support flips to resistance at that point, trying to maintain that $434 area, but now down again, Neil. 2.78%. Let's keep an eye on Tesla as Tesla looks to continue to defend that $400 area. What a move off the bottom there, 365. Now we boomed all the way up into 407, trying to trade at 403 right now. People are taking the opportunity, or so it seems, in the aftermarket to buy the dip on Tesla, theorizing that sales or the report will coming in better than expected, or looking to the long term and saying, hey, when do I see Tesla at 365 again? We'll have to wait and see. 5:30, guys. We're expecting that conference call. All is on the table. We know how Elon Musk does with these conference calls. He's very straightforward. He takes his time to explain. He doesn't usually shy away from questions by reporters. I'm sure he's going to be asked about the Model 2. He'll be asked about autonomous driving. He'll be asked about the expansion of solar and their battery capacity there, Neil. Everything is on the table with these earnings calls. We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, and certainly it's going to be, I think, probably the most interesting earnings call. Look, for Microsoft, you do want to hear the right things with regards to Azure and sort of the slowing growth that they've had in that respect. But for the most part, there's probably more at stake, as you were saying there, with Tesla and hearing what Elon Musk has to say. And I do expect you're going to get full Elon on this call.
Absolutely.
Because everyone wants to see that he's in charge, of course, with everything that's going on politically. So obviously, look, you're seeing this move to the upside in all the quantum and the chip names. NVIDIA is going to hold these highs, and it's looking very impressive. Remember, this is just a sympathy play on NVIDIA. Like, they did not report today. They're just going up because IBM was a blowout, because Lam was a blowout. ASML yesterday was confirming that you're still getting that growth. When all of the makers, look, when all of the users and when all of the machine makers, when they're still having strength, then NVIDIA is going to get that bounce to the upside. But I cannot tell you,
the opening print.
I know NVIDIA is well above. It's now trading higher, but we're still sitting here waiting for Meta. I don't know what's going on here. They just still have yet to report. Well, the good news is it's back to the upside. Oftentimes, if you see a delayed report or they're usually on time and we don't get the numbers, I'd have some fears that maybe the stock would start dropping. If people speculate there might be something going on, but it's holding steady and there really aren't any issues with the stock price. It's right back to where we close, which I think is a good thing. But every minute that they don't report when they're now 30 minutes late, you get a little bit of cause for concern. Maybe Zuck is just in awe of what Elon and the movement in Tesla stock. I can't imagine that's what it's going to be. Are we out?
But I want to mention something as well, because I don't think so. We're still at 679, Neil. I'm looking at the news source. I don't think it's moving quite aggressively enough for that to be the earnings response. But what I wanted to talk about was I wanted to hear anything Zuck had to say on the conference call about a possible TikTok ban. We know how much how much advertising in dollars obviously go into TikTok. That stands to really move a majority of that to the Meta platforms, whether Facebook or Instagram. So I wanted to hear what he has to say with respect to that, because, well, even if we don't get an all-out ban, Neil, and we have the divestment of some of the assets, I think it still hurts the platform. Without that algorithm, Neil, it is not the same thing. 100%. Meta stands to benefit from that. So I'm sure he'll be wanting to comment on that, cautious as he may be, because these are not obviously concrete things, are not done deals, and still everything up in the air.
Well, it's like you said, I think that's why they're at highs.
Yeah.
I think this is why Meta's at the high, because they don't care. It's like it doesn't make a difference. This is going to benefit them one way or the other, because you're not going to have the algorithm. So you're going to get more people on Insta. You're going to get more people. Look, and I think this benefits Google as well. So I don't think you want to sleep on them. Meta's the king of advertising. Advertising is now a new world, and Meta is the king of that world. And I think you got to be involved. Well, if you like money, I think you got to be involved. But you start to wonder.
Agree.
You start to wonder, could they be holding this for an announcement? Like, could there be something specifically that they're holding on to?
You know what
I'm hoping that could be the case, that there is something that's going to surprise us.
Sure.
And they're backing off of this, but it's getting a little long here, and there's no indication of an update.
No.
So at some point, I think we're going to have to wrap this one up.
But
soon.
we're creeping up, Neil. Like
It's
we were
starting to
talking
go.
about 675. Now we're inkling in to that 680. The high of the day, guys, on Meta 681.05. We're about 678 and change there. I just got a big move down to 675. So this could be a response to it. We're down from 678 into 675. I don't have anything here still on mine, but there was a bit of a move there on Meta. Now it could be a liquidity move in the aftermarket. The bid and the ask are light, so sometimes you get these outsized moves when nothing really has happened. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything still on my news blotter. Definitely keeping an eye there. I'm getting this headline though. I'm not sure what this is. Group of American investors vying to buy TikTok with more support from Mr. Beast has secured more than $20 billion, reports Bloomberg. I saw the OG Darwin throw that in there. I actually looked for it, Darwin, to see exactly where you got that from. That just came on my blotter right now. $20 billion, the offer being reported by Bloomberg, Neil. I'm not really sure how that's affecting Meta right now as it's dropping back down into 674. This could just be aftermarket price action.
Yeah, and look, if they don't report, we're going to have to wrap it up. But I got to show you, Canada, everybody, because Celestica did a report up 24%. A few people were asking, but I threw the details in the chat. Celestica is an absolute powerhouse. What a good move there for them. But as we said, You never know. It's live. We can't make them report. I think this could mean a little bit more excitement tomorrow. If you've been enjoying this show, believe me, it only gets better and better every single day because it still have earnings tomorrow with Apple after the bell. You've got Intel after the bell. At some point, there will be Meta. We get to trade tomorrow, of course, all of these post-earnings names. But hey, there's something we like to do around here.
What is that?
And it is the roll call, everybody.
Oh, I like that.
And if you've never been involved in the roll call, Dara, you...
Oh, I think we just got a big move down here.
Okay,
we're
so
down
it
to
might be
655, Neil. Yeah, here
now
it is.
they're out. They're out.
Yeah.
They waited until we started to wrap it up. Oh, don't go down, Meta. For all this, you're going to be heading to the downside. We do have their numbers here. I'll let you call it the numbers, but Meta down 3 points.
All right, guys. Full year total expenses 114 to 119 billion. Revenue Q1 revenue.
Ooh.
There it is, right there, as well as full year. We got the revenues right there. It's not coming in as clear as I would like it. EPS about $8.02. Have no comp there. We'll keep tabs on that. Fourth quarter revenue. Does this one give it to me a bit clearer? Let's have a look over here. Bring this one in. Yeah, it's just not tabulating in the right way, guys. So kind of hard to read here, Neil. CapEx 60 to 65 billion. They maintain that outlook. Margins, operating margins still at 48%. That's for Q4. This is really dropping here, Neil. So it looks like a bit of a miss.
Here. I mean, but they've beaten on the top and bottom.
Yep.
So it's
3.35 billion.
It's the guide. It's the guide that they're not liking here. So obviously they don't like it. Just by the way, Nvidia holding the highs. At least that's good because you reaffirm the capex, right? So I think that's worth mentioning. Nvidia holds because they reaffirm the capex, but Meta they don't like the guide there. Unfortunately, you got to be kidding me. Like you wait all. Oh, here's the bounce. Here's the bounce. That's what I'm talking about.
This is aftermarket trading.
You waited for all of that, and now you're going to troll us, and you're going to go green.
Now it's taking out highs.
Okay, now Meta's starting to take. Now they're going to start to take out the highs here. Oh, this is what a bull market does. It makes you sweat. They make us wait, and then they pull it back. Look, Meta's all over the place at this point. Wow, don't forget to hit that like and hit that subscribe. This is the action that we love to see, preferably market go up all the time, but hey, you can make money in either direction.
All right, Neil, let's give them the details on this now. So here are the comps. Okay, so on the left, you'll see the comps are right there with expecting what they were expecting in terms of revenue. Now, they were expecting 45 to 48 billion. They're talking about Q1 revenue now of 39.5 to 41.8. So unless this article that I was reviewing is wrong about 45 to 48, that is a marked miss right there. With respect to daily active users, they continue to do excellent. 3.35 billion. I believe this is daily active users in the last month. That's an excellent amount. There's 8 billion people in the world, Neil. They got 3.35 billion using their platform every day.
Which is absolutely impressive. But like I said, it's that guidance. They're at least buying it back up, but that's not a very good guide. There's no way. You can't wrap a bow on that. It's not very good guidance in here for Meta, but at least it's a little bit flat. There was a precipitous down move initially. It did drop about $40, actually a little bit more than $40 for sure. Thank you for this last super chat in here. Chen in the chat, Meta didn't leave you time to get that heart attack and it's back. I like that. It even rhymes there, Chen. So we finally got Medity. I'm glad we did. I know we're going to get into the roll call now. So thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you for the record viewership. Of course, if you want to be involved in roll call, you got to be in the chat. I'll read off all the names in there. We're going to give it to. Oh, that's fine. I'll do the roll call. It's all good. Adara is going to throw it to me, so I get the privilege.
Hey.
But remember, you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. And if you want me to read your name in the chat, then hit the subscribe. How's about now? I got to give a big shout out and a thanks to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here, Sharif.
Of course, man. This is my
Dara
pleasure.
doing a great job. We've changed the format. I think it's an absolute banger. We're going to keep it, especially during the season. I want to thank your partner, of course, as well in crime. The Bash Brothers
Joey
always doing a great job. Joey Options. My man Sean on the ones and twos. Great job as always. Of course, Adara, thank you. Fabian, Ramin, our entire team here. Brendan, Andre, thank you so much. Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator out there. And of course, every single one of you that is watching right now. We love you, but it's roll call time.
Hey.
So shout out to Masked Crusader. Crusader. We got Shredman 57, Set, Celery 2, Jarhead, what up to you, Jarhead, what up? The Philanthropist Baker, Yoko's Lair as well, Ozan. We got Gurab, Matthias James. We got Video News, Smokey Love, Joseph Birch, the Piper. It's going too fast now. 905, JW, JDW. Get Danny Elford. Now it's way too fast. Mary S. Lyman. Pineapple Undies is in the house. We've got St. Vincent and Grenada. Now I can't even read it so fast. Marcelo in the chat. I can't even catch him. Andrew Chow, I saw Benson in there. I see David Chan. I saw American Prairie Time. I see Silverado Blue. I see Dilwar Singh. I see Sebastian in the chat. Pro Day Trader. Let's go. We've also got Charmaine in the chat. I know Charmaine. What's up?
Miss
Silverado Blue. Miss Lucia in the chat. Brandon Townsend. Victor McDonald. Ghost Rider. And I've run out of breath.
I can take over for a second. I do this on midday, baby. All right.
My goodness. Thank you guys. They're still coming through in here. It's been an absolutely wild one. All I got to say is go Tesla, go. Thank you so much for tuning in. Believe me, we're always just trying to get bigger and better. As I said, I think we got to keep this format. We're going to give you all the goods, even if Meta was a little bit late.
It's okay. Give us more time to talk, more time to look at things in more detail. I think that's fine. Absolutely, Neil. Want to move back up. Just to recap, Meta back down. It's zigging and zagging. This is aftermarket trading, guys. So it breaches that high of the day. Neil, we got up to 685. We're back down to 670. I'll submit to you guys, huge earnings calls, Neil, 5:30. If you guys can spare the time, put those earnings call on, especially if you're invested in the name. I want to know things a bit deeper, especially if you're invested in the company. 5:30 for all three.
I agree with you 100%. The perfect way to wrap it up. And thank you guys, everybody, and great advice from Sharif there. So you know what to do. Get some rest. Because tomorrow we still got big earnings after the bell with Apple and Intel and a whole days of trade for all of these reports that we just saw here today. We're Trader TV Live. We'll see you in the morning. Bye, guys.